Before our first keynote, we're going to hear from Dennis here, which is one of our sponsors from Solo, and then we'll get rocking through the day. Okay, round of applause for Dennis.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So going to present Solo quickly. I'm taking care of the field engineering team in EMEA, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. We have been founded in 2017 by Edith Levin. We have a lot of customers over the world, and I'm not going to speak too much about that. I'm going to focus about what problem we try to solve for our customers. And basically, what we've seen is that people adopting Kubernetes, and at the beginning, one of the first things they want to do is expose services outside, and they generally start with an ingress. But very quickly, they realize that they need to secure the way people can access their applications, and they need to do that in their application code directly. And when you have more and more and more microservices, that means that you repeat yourself trying to secure everything one by one. So that's why people started to adopt like API gateways so that they can manage all these authentication and other security mechanisms at the gateway level instead of doing that in the code. And what we've seen after that is that people realize that, okay, I secure the way people access my application from outside, but I don't know what's going on inside, right? How my services communicate together, are they secure or not, and all these things, right? And that's why now people start to adopt service mesh, right? They think like, okay, with a service mesh, I can solve this problem. Instead of, again, implementing everything in my application code, I can now have the platform providing this security, this observability, and all these other mechanisms. And what's interesting is that this service mesh technology evolved quite fast. And now you can even embed virtual machine in your mesh so that you can secure also the communication between pods in your cluster and VMs. And what you can see here in the picture as well is that you also generally have a gateway part of the mesh. But this gateway is not like an API gateway that I described before. It's more like a standard ingress, right, that just exposes your services outside. So just keep that in mind, and I will explain how we do it differently in Solo. I just wanted to list quickly, what are all the features that you need to implement in your application code if you don't have these two pillars, right? If you don't have an API gateway, you don't have a service mesh, then in your application code, you will have to implement encryption perhaps between your services if you want to secure the communications. You will have to do like authentication and authorization and all these different things, right? If you have this API gateway or service mesh, then all these things are provided by the platform. The application can focus on the business logic, and the security team really likes it because they have visibility. Instead of having to audit the application one by one, they can just go to this API gateway and this service mesh and see how everything is secured right now. For the application team, it's really giving even more value because there are a lot of other capabilities that you generally implement in your code, like retries and timeout and implementing some kind of blue-green or canary patterns in their code if they don't have that in the platform, fault injection to test, their application, rate limiting, all these things that they would have to implement in the code, again, is provided by the platform, and that simplifies the collaboration between the teams. Because now if I want to know, I try to communicate with a service, I don't have to agree on the retries and timeout and what are the right value, right? I can just look at the platform and see how everything is configured. And also for the observability, if I don't have these pillars, then I need to agree about what format I will use for the access logs so that something is kind of in a standard way. I can get everything in Elasticsearch or whatever and get some good visibility, right? With a mesh and a gateway, you can have everything standardized, all these metrics, all these access logs, and so on, right? So that's providing a lot of value, as you can see, right? Istio is definitely like considered as the leader in this service mesh space, and you've probably heard two news very recently. One is last week that is finally been accepted as a project in the CNCF. So now it's a project. It's owned by the CNCF itself, which is quite good. And there's been a lot of politics before that in the previous years. And I see a lot of value in being part of the CNCF. One of it is also, imagine you go to KubeCon. A lot of you guys go to KubeCon, right? Before it was like, I could educate myself on all this Kubernetes ecosystem, but everything about service mesh was based on things that were not Istio, while Istio was the most used one, right? Next KubeCon, you will have a lot of sessions with everything is going together, right? So I see a lot of value, for example, like that, right? So it was donated to the CNCF, I think, in April, and it has been accepted last week. Also, we announced Ambient Mesh. I don't know if you heard about it. So that's a project we collaborated with Google in the last 3 months. So we worked like as a team together with them and trying to find out how we can accelerate the adoption of Istio. A lot of people adopt Istio. There are a lot of early adopters there that get a lot of benefits. But a lot of people who want to adopt it were kind of a little bit like afraid by the complexity or these kind of things. And we try to understand that and make it more approachable, right? And what we did with them is that we discussed how can we provide another option than Sidecar. So Sidecar is there. It will always be there because sometimes it really makes sense to have this security at the pod level with end-to-end encryption. But sometimes it's too much, right? So we provided a new option with Ambient Mesh where it's not like we have a once envoy per node. We thought about it with Google, but we decided it was not a good approach because there are many security implications behind it, and I'm happy to discuss about the details with you in the booth later. But we decided to have like one proxy for all the encryption and level 4 mechanism per node, and one proxy for the level 7, all HTTP routing and stuff like that, per service account, so per identity, which in terms of security is quite nice because that means that you don't share this proxy with other identities and you get a lot of benefits. So now what you can do, you can become part of the mesh without restarting your pod because there is no sidecar to attach to it. You can upgrade the Istio to a new version without having to restart the application to get the new version of the proxy and all these things, right? So you have a lot of other benefits, but for me, the operational complexity is really important. The second one is really the compatibility. You have something for example, in Istio, it was not possible to really run jobs because they were never completed because of the way the pods needs to be ready with Envoy and all the stuff. With Ambient Mesh, it's just transparent to these things and works just normally. So at Solo, what we do, on top of collaborating into making Istio better, we provide support on Istio itself, but we also have this platform. And one of the pillars of it is this glue mesh management plane that we deploy somewhere. It's not a SaaS, right? It's something you deploy in your own environment. It's a Helm chart, basically. And this will be discovering what's running in these different Istio clusters with an agent running on each one. And it will provide it provides an API that is an higher level abstraction that is easier for the developer to use. So they don't have to understand all the complexity of Istio. But behind the scene, everything is translated into Istio. So if I would remove the management plane, everything will still work because everything is enforced with Istio objects. But this API also provides like multi-tenancy, so you can delegate just what you need to the right people and so on. And it also provides some capability for making multi-cluster easy so that a service in one cluster can communicate with a service in another cluster in a very seamless way, like if they would be in the same cluster with mutual TLS end-to-end and all the things. And part of this platform, you have this management component, right? That's we already started to support the ambient mesh option. So that if you are a user of Istio today and you want to start to use ambient mesh mode, and you can mix and match, right? You can have an Istio deployment where you have sidecars for some namespaces and no sidecar for other namespaces. But what's good with this management plane on top of it is that it's going to be transparent. So basically, whatever you decide to use, it will be translated in the right way and there will be no difference for you. And also, you remember I said before that Istio has its own, or the mesh in general has its own gateway that is more like a very simple ingress. So what we do in our platform, we also took all the capability that we had in our legacy API gateway called GlueEdge that is also based on Envoy. We took all this capability, web application firewall, authentication, rate limiting, transformation, everything. We put all of them and we transformed the Istio gateway to have all these capabilities. So it's not we replace it by our gateway, no, we just transform the gateway. It's still the Istio gateway, but with all these additional capabilities. And even now, we also take some advantages of eBPF. You've seen us talking about eBPF, and we embedded some eBPF stuff inside the platform so that if there is Cilium running, we detect it and we take advantage of it as well for some other features. What we want people to feel about this application networking, pods can run in any cloud, anywhere, in any Kubernetes cluster. You deploy Istio there, we maintain it with you, and then pods can communicate together wherever they are. They can be exposed outside securely with all these gateway capabilities, but it should not matter where the pods run. It's really like an implementation details when you have this platform in place. So please just go and continue the discussion with us in the booth or with our Slack channel. We'll be happy to have discussion with you. And if you want to win a drone, like we'll have 2 winners that will be announced probably tomorrow, and we ship it to you, right? So don't worry, you don't have to put that in your bag or whatever. Thank you.
It's on. Thank you very much. Now over to Chris Thompson.
Come on, everybody. 2 seconds. If I can plug this. Oh, it's locked in. This due to just come up. Perfect. We're all looking remarkably unhungover after the social. It's a good effort. I presume just probably would be hungover, so this is a very short sort of why are Lloyds Banking Group sponsoring this event. So why are we sponsoring? Fundamentally, well, we want to support, I'm big friends with Dave, we want to support Kubernetes and the open source community and all the projects around it. And we want to get our name out there as a bank. Probably traditionally you've thought they're slow, they're maybe not in public cloud, why are they interesting? So to bring it to life a little bit, take a few seconds to describe some fun figures. Well, I think they're fun, or maybe you don't know them. So we have 26 million customers in the UK. We have 58,000 permanent colleagues. 7,000 of those are engineering colleagues, full-time engineering, 3,000 of which are permanent colleagues in Lloyds, and 4,000 are our partners or contractors. 19 million digitally active customers, which puts us by far the biggest digitally active in the bank, and actually it's bigger than every other sort of Monzo and sort of FinOpsy bank in total, and with 16 million active mobile users. I was trying to find out how many transactions and stuff a day. It's a vast number. That's as far as I got. 10 trillion pounds of payments processed in 2021, quite frightening. So thankfully, I'm not responsible if that stuff goes down, which is good. And 2.4 million backs payment, which is 18% of the market. All of that, those are just numbers, because lots of that stuff is traditional. It's COBOL, it's Fortran, it's whatever. But critical in this is our investment moving forwards. And we're putting £1 billion into modernising our stack over the next 3 years. A huge amount of money. Probably you think, how do you actually spend that amount of money? I'm not entirely sure. But one of the key things is getting good talent, interesting people, people that want to break the mold and push really hard. And those are the sorts of people that are probably at a Kubernetes conference, which is fundamentally why we're here. Told you it was going to be brief. I just pulled some things of our tech stack up, but in terms of clouds, we're in Azure public cloud, we're in GCP. A lot of our partners are in AWS, and we've a small piece in AWS as well. And then with private cloud, with OpenShift and traditional VM infrastructure, as you can imagine. So all of those things, all I want you to take away from today, apart from our logo and what do you win, Craig? What's our... No, we didn't? Okay, in our bag... A water bottle. A water bottle, that's it, you win a water bottle. No, in our bag we have a QR code that gives you a link to some Lloyds stuff. Next time you're thinking about maybe changing a role, or even you just want to give us a shout to find out what are you doing in this space, this is relevant to me, please just give us a shout. And that's it from me.
Next we have Dan Finneran. Let's see. Perfect. I was like looking for you, so I'm glad you're here. While Dan gets set up, I'll do a quick intro. So Dan is the VP of Marketing for Loft Labs. His journey today has included bare metal, jails, zones, VMs, and containers, whereas he's currently enjoying a fast-paced ride in the cloud-native space. He also, if he's not busy enough, created and maintains a popular open source load balancer for Kubernetes and contributes to the upstream Kubernetes community. Okay, over to Dan. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me today. My talk is called Tall Oaks from Little Acorns Grow. I wrote the title of this talk before acorn.io appeared, so I hope people haven't come to try and find out about that, because I don't really know anything about that, so I can't really help you with that, unfortunately. So hi, my name's Dan. As mentioned, I have done a variety of roles in kind of the container space. I was at Docker and then Heptio and VMware and a few other places. Had a lot of fun experience kind of building tooling and kind of being part of Docker Swarm and Kubernetes and things like that. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to be talking effectively my journey in open source, the inspiration in building a project, the actual building of that project, and all of the kind of some of the calamities that kind of came away with it, being dragged in front of legal teams, suddenly kind of finding out kind of good adoption and things like that. And kind of the main takeaway really is, there is a lot of opportunity out there. There are a lot of things that still need fixing. And there are a lot of projects that people can jump on board and help with. So I just really want people to be inspired, and I really want people to continue adopting open source. So as I mentioned, this presentation is basically just my journey through open source. So what is open source to me? Well, it kind of started a long time ago in terms of getting involved in software. I don't know if anybody ever saw this IDE, but back in the day, when I first kind of started coding, I was largely, this was effectively it. This is my IDE, Turbo C++, Borland Turbo C++. No internet access. There was no way. Basically, the only thing you had was this. This is where you did all of your work. No collaboration kind of really existed back then. I went a bit crazy with the animations there, but after Turbo C++, my next kind of work area moved on to Visual Studio. Everybody loves Visual Studio Code, but this is what it looked like back then. Again, not really a lot of internet kind of access sort of stuff. Like everything you had to do in the IDE, if you needed to look things up, it was largely through the MSDN visual library. So effectively, if you didn't really understand where code was going and things like that, you had to put CD in and search through this horrific library of things like that. It was a good time, but it was kind of quite hard to do work. And the way that we can do things these days is kind of massively different. So I really loved coding. I went to university and I did coding, and university basically sucked the soul out of coding for me. And I never wanted to do coding ever again after that. So instead of kind of following a career path into coding, I kind of went more into ops. So became a Unix admin, looked after big Solaris boxes and things like that. Then I moved on to becoming a DBA for a while, and then doing more kind of systems architecture. And it was kind of the systems architecture roles that I was doing that kind of led me back into coding. So a lot of infrastructure of code was being talked about. Ansible and Chef and Puppet were kind of quite popular at that point. And I wanted to automate a lot of kind of infrastructure building. So I dusted off some books and I started to get myself back into it again and started writing a bunch of C to basically automate the deployment of servers and build things on top of all of that. And that's effectively kind of my career path back into coding. It was basically that moment going back from systems architecture back into automation that kind of led me to, I guess, where I am today. So as I mentioned, I was trying to automate a lot of deployments of, it was largely Docker stuff that I was trying to automate. And I started writing this bunch of code, and I randomly got an invitation to a private repo. So somebody reached out to me one day asking me if I'd like to be part of this project, which was a bit weird at first, but still, it was very exciting. So I'd originally contributed to a project called InfraKit. It's now long gone. Moment of silence there, but InfraKit was it was an attempt at automation for infrastructure, and I'd written a bunch of C code to automate all that sort of stuff. And someone from Docker at that point reached out to me, asked if I'd like to help be part of another project. So this email came. I was like, okay, cool. The biggest problem was that this was all written in Go, and I had never written a single line of Go, but I was too embarrassed to say anything. So I was like, well, yeah, I'll give it a go. So yeah, how hard can it be? So yeah, I said, yeah, cool. So I started trying to contribute to this project. Yeah, the project originally was called Moby. It was then renamed Linux Kit. So if you're using Docker for desktop, horribly, some of my code is probably still in there. But that's basically what that project became. And it was really tough, actually. I really struggled. Obviously, I didn't really know any Go to begin with. So I had to learn that quite quickly. And also, the team that were doing all of that work were mega brains. You know, like I was pretty terrified, actually. Every time I try and commit some code, I would just get like a ream of reasons as to why this code was just not going into the code base. And you know, there's a lot of expectations when you work on an existing project that sometimes you're not aware of. So you know, kind of the quality of the code. You know, is it formatted correctly? Does it kind of adhere to standards? Adding tests to your code to prove that it works as expected. Adding documentation. So I've added this feature. How does it actually work? Squashing commits. I had no idea what that actually meant, but they kept telling me to keep doing it. So, yep. And PRs with enough detail. So, here's some code. It does this. Yeah, but why does it do this? And how does it work? And things like that. So, that was a very, very steep learning curve for me. It took quite a long time for me to finally submit some code and it just get merged without a kerfuffle. So, that was good. It was a very steep learning curve, and it was a fantastic project to be part of. So my foray into writing my own software, this quote is a good quote. Unfortunately, it's written by a terrible person who we're not going to talk about. But effectively, a lot of projects that come into fruition are because people have problems that they're trying to fix. So, Docker, for instance, was created because DocCloud, which was the original startup, was just struggling to deploy software. People would submit their code to run on there, and it wouldn't work. So they had that itch that needed scratching, and that was effectively to write all of this wrapper that would sit around people's programs and make sure that they could run wherever they needed to do. So at one point or another in my career, I was flown out to the Middle East. I had to take an Uber to a road called Unnamed Road in the middle of nowhere, where a white van would pick me up. This is a true story. Where a white van would pick me up and take me to a facility. It was very weird. So, the first day I was picked up, taken to this facility and sat down. And the request for my time there, I was there for 2 weeks, was to build a cloud. That's literally what they sat me down and asked me to do for them, which was insane. But effectively, the idea was they had a big data center full of servers. They wanted it all automating. They wanted basically to run a few scripts, everything to magically pop up, scale, and do everything that they expect from Amazon or Azure or things like that. After 2 weeks, they didn't have a cloud, obviously, but they did have enough to bootstrap servers, deploy Kubernetes on top, and have kind of a bare metal cloud. The outcome for me, there was a lot of bash to kind of automate all of this. There was quite a bit of documentation, and out of that was an idea that I could probably turn, I could turn this into something that actually works and probably other people might need. So, that was my problem that I found, that I thought, we can do better. We can write some code and make this an actual thing. So, I had my problem. It was time to kind of build it, time to put pen to paper. So first things first, I needed a witty name for it, with puns involved or memes, whatever works. An IO domain name, a must. Source code and a license. Twitter accounts are optional, but you can go for that. And then with all that, it was time to code. So I got my 7 monitors, a bottle of red wine, and Hugh Jackman'd it, and started coding. So I had my problem, I started writing, and the first kind of version of it, I suppose, I kind of put out there. Look, everybody, here's this program that I've written. What do you think? It's often that you kind of post your programs on things like the Orange site or Reddit and things like that, and you get wonderful help from people such as, I don't need this. Well, you didn't need to tell me that, but such is life. or I'm doing it this way. I don't really need to use your attempt at doing it. So such is life as well. But don't despair, because there are people that will possibly have a need for it. Oh, that looks interesting. I might not have a need for it now, but maybe I'll have a need for it later on. Will support for something or other be added to it later on? And that's actually quite useful, because things like that actually start to build your roadmap for what you're going to add to it later on. And then hopefully somebody's going to be like, this is just what I've been looking for. Finally, you've scratched my itch as well. So, you're actually contributing something that is helpful. So, what does momentum look like? So, GitHub stars, a lot of people talk about GitHub stars. They're a bit more of a vanity metric than anything. I've heard tales of people building repos and then suddenly getting 10,000 stars from somewhere. So that almost sounds a bit like it's been star farmed and things like that. So, tread lightly with that one. Image pools kind of show how many people to a certain degree are, using your program. That's a bit funny though, because some people will take your image, host it locally, and then deploy it as well. So you don't really know that well how things are going. But things like growth in contributors, people jumping on board. But for me, I think, in terms of really good organic growth, is when things are starting to be taken out of your hands. So for instance, you see people asking questions, and before you actually get the chance to answer them, people are jumping in to answer them for you. Other people are actually starting to create content about your project. So somebody's written a blog post about how they were doing X with, kind of things that you've been written. All of that is, kind of showing, that people are adopting, people are using your open source project. And the fact that people are actually helping writing code and getting on board with you. So, you've released your code, people are using it, you're starting to see people use it and things like that. There's kind of two sides of the community to a certain degree. Like sometimes you'll get an issue which basically says, well, it's nice that you've written this, but if I want to use it in production, you're going to have to do this, which is a bit, like, well, if you want those features, jump on board. You're welcome to kind of get involved. But then, sometimes you just get things like this where it's, just to thank you that you've actually gone to the trouble to actually write these things, to get involved and create them. So it's a fun journey. It's a tricky journey, but it can be ultimately rewarding. So you've gone to all that trouble. You've created your project. You are starting to get a bit of adoption. You kind of toy the idea. Then really, should I donate it to a foundation, for instance? The kind of one that most people talk about is the CNCF. That's where a lot of projects ultimately find a home. But why would you do that? Why would you, you've toiled away, you've gone to all this effort creating your project, you've kind of got some adoption. Why would you kind of give it away? Well, there are a lot of reasons, actually, that you would do that. It increases the visibility of your project. So the CNCF is, well, it's massive these days. Your project will go on the CNCF landscape, which at this point is a bit of a black hole of things. There's that many projects on there that even though you go on there, you're going to be very hard pressed to actually find your project on there. But they will help out with webinars. They will help out, with you doing presentations and things like that. They will expose you to the outside world in a better way than that you could do by yourself. You become part of something bigger. So you adopt their code of conduct. You adhere to the standards that they set, which ultimately kind of leads your project to becoming a better project overall. And furthermore, you gain support, you have people to ask questions to, you become part of a wider community. So there are a lot of reasons why it makes sense to donate your project to a larger cause. So, open source in the enterprise. Oh, yes. There's been a few times in my career where I've been part of quite large organizations where I've been working with open source. And the reason I added this in is there's a few gotchas that you may need to be aware of. So has anybody ever heard of an OSRB? A few nods. For those that haven't, an OSRB is an open source review board. The reason that they exist typically is to kind of almost govern what is happening inside the company from an open source perspective. And they exist for a few reasons. They exist effectively to help people sometimes write open source software. Also to help ensure that key technologies that are inside the business don't get leaked out, and kind of they lose revenue and things like that. It can be quite quirky sometimes working with an open source review board. I have been at companies where you have not been allowed to write any code until you've submitted your entire proposal to an open source review board, which is almost weirdly kind of almost backwards, because it's like, I don't really know what it is yet until I've kind of written it and see where it's taken me. So like to submit an entire proposal in great detail about what your idea is a bit strange. But like they're people too, so if you do have to work with an open source review board, kind of be aware that they may not fully understand what like the world is kind of almost looking like these days, especially in enterprises. Open source is moving so quickly and things are changing so quickly that you kind of need to work with them sometimes in order for them to understand why it makes sense for a project to be created and why this problem needs fixing and things like that. And if you don't work with an open source review board, you may end up on the wrong side of things. So at one point or another, I received an email asking me to join a call with the legal team of this enterprise company that I was in, along with the CTO of an acquisition that they'd had recently. So effectively, it was deemed a conflict of interest. The 100 or so lines of code that I'd written had come into conflict with a $2 billion startup that they'd acquired, which was one of the maddest things I've ever heard. So I effectively had to sit on a conference call and defend my terrible code against this massive acquisition. Ultimately, it was deemed that they didn't really conflict at all, and I was basically told not to do that again and just kind of go on my way. But it is something to be aware of that, I guess, in enterprises, that people are trying to protect their assets, they're trying to protect their acquisitions and things like that. So again, if there is an open source review board, try and work with them so that things like this don't happen. And then taking it kind of to the next level, really, and this is almost kind of where I'm at to a certain degree. Your project that you've created, the itch that you have scratched, has found some level of traction, people are using it, and now you really kind of need to wrap it all and make it something a little bit more professional. How do you kind of go about doing that? Well, at some point or another, you may find that a bit of code that you've written is actually being used somewhere important, and somebody's going to want that supporting. They may need support contracts. They may ask you for SLAs. So as a single person that's writing that code, that's a bit terrifying. How do you go around handling all of that? They may be asking for specific features and all of that. Well, if you want to turn this into something proper, you're going to need some help at this point, because they're effectively turning your little project into a company for you, which is, again, very terrifying. There is help out there, though. Luckily, yesterday, I was actually chatting with the Open UK folks who are upstairs in the sponsor area. They are a perfect example of people that you can go to for help all around all of these sorts of things. So, your little project that you wrote that is finding a bit of traction, people are asking for support contracts, they're asking for SLAs, they're asking for help all around that. Where do you get help in order how to draft these things? Because things like SLAs have legal ramifications. You need all of that help. So companies like Open UK, you can speak with them. They will help you build and get sort of the legal support and education that you need. Foundations such as the CNCF, again, they are there to help open source projects grow and become bigger than they are. They will help you in circumstances such as that. And also reaching out to the community. Luckily, and we're very fortunate, I think, in the cloud native space that everybody is very communicative. It's very nice that you can reach out to other founders of other projects and they will respond. They will be, in most cases, they will help you out with advice, or at least point you in the right direction and things like that. So there is help out there. And then attempting to actually build a company. So conversations with seed companies, VCs and things like that. I've had a few conversations so far. They've not gone well. But effectively, you need to have a clear plan. They are going to, at some point, if you go well, give you some money, but they need to know why they're giving some money away. They want to know what the returns are going to look like. They want to know what the project is going to do in terms of growth. And also be aware of kind of product versus services. So they are going to be more likely wanting to help look after a product as opposed to something that's just going to do services. So you need to kind of be aware of all of that. So, I mean, as I mentioned, most of my conversations have largely looked like this. But that's fine. I'm still having fun in open source, so such is life. So from my perspective, in terms of conclusion, open source has changed everything. As I showed, kind of earlier, I originally started with things like Visual Studio, CDs with the documentation on. There was no other code to look at. It was only examples that were all in that documentation, or books that were about this thick. So the massive growth in open source has made things much easier. If I want to know how something works, I can go and look under the covers. If I have questions, there are a million places that I can go to try and find the answers to those questions. Being able to share code quickly is changing everything. And as I mentioned, being able to look under the covers has made it dramatically easy for everybody. It's completely lowered the bar to entry, and there's just more and more people getting involved. So that is my story in open source. It has been a lot of fun. It still is a lot of fun. I want everybody to get involved, be involved as much as possible. Thank you very much, everyone.
We've got a few minutes for questions, so if you do have any questions, can you raise your hand?
Hey, thank you for the great story. I have a question. So you seem like a really technical person, and how does a technical person like you become a VP of marketing?
That's a very good question. So it's been a very weird journey in terms of my career, I suppose. As I mentioned, I originally did software engineering at university. Then I did ops, building servers and things like that. Then I went back to software again. And then through software, doing kind of DevRel roles. So at one point or another, I effectively joined a very small startup called Heptio, where 99% of the organization was in the US, and then there was me on this side of the globe. So from 9 until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was basically doing engineering, sales, DevRel, events, support, everything like that. So as I said, my career basically, I guess, almost arced. And I moved more and more into DevRel whilst somehow still having some time to maintain open source projects. And yeah, I took the opportunity to kind of keep going down that route, basically. Yeah, it's just luckily how my career kind of arced in that direction. No worries.
Can you tell us a more story about being in the desert? I'm kind of curious about that one.
I mean, what would you like to know?
Yeah, more details or something. I mean, getting put into a car and then told to build a cloud either sounds like the best thing or the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure how much I can really tell, but whatever. Yeah, so there was a lot of kind of hoo-ha about that entire piece of work that we took. It was in the Middle East. It was decided at some point or another that we weren't going to do that work for them due to a variety of reasons. So we actually cancelled the contract. And then they turned back around on us and said, you've already signed paperwork. You have to follow through with the work. So we already upset them. And then they sent me over there anyway to go do this work now that we'd upset them. And yeah, I was basically given a bunch of GPS coordinates to put into Uber, which would take me out of the main city into the desert where they would basically pick me up and take me to this facility. It was really weird. Like they had to follow me to the bathroom and stand outside the bathroom whilst I went to the toilet, and then they would walk me back to the desk. And the two guys sat either side of me all day whilst I was working. They were basically sat reading like World of Warcraft stuff on their phones whilst I was like coding away. Yeah. It was very weird, but yeah, at the end of it, effectively, I gave them kind of all this code that they could run. They would stand up their environments, and they would basically deploy their code on top of all of that. But I got to go back again a little bit later on and turn that into something a little bit more. But it was very weird.
Have they changed it at all from what you'd given them when you went back?
I have no idea. They haven't contacted me since. I mean, it was quite a while ago that I did that now, so I presume they've probably re-platformed since then. But I mean, it was bare metal Kubernetes in 2017 or so. So.
How do you feel about the How do you feel about the movement of open source projects trying to relicense in order to protect themselves against sales?
Spicy topic. Yeah, I think it's pretty bad to turn the tables to a certain degree. Like if you've already released something in one way, changing it after the fact, I think is a bit unfair to people who've adopted that and are using that. I fully understand that people need food on the table and things like that. But to go and change the license on something that has already kind of got adoption that people are actually already using, I think it's probably, in my personal opinion, is kind of unfair.
Hello. You talked about your desert thing. I wanted to go see South Yorkshire Police was on Let's Be Avenue. With regards to open source projects and creating one, is it a question of, in your opinion, do you think, of sticking with one thing and working it through to conclusion, or almost just starting as many as you can and almost throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks?
I mean, in my experience, I've had a lot of stupid projects that have never really fixed anything. I think I'm more just fortunate that something I created has actually worked and has had some adoption. As I said, there are a lot of rough edges on a lot of projects. There's a lot of things where additional tooling is going to kind of grease the wheels and make people's lives easier. Some things stick, some things don't. And yeah, from my experience, it's largely been, I mean, the project that led to the open source project that I'm actually doing, like I don't actually maintain that one anymore. Something span out of it, so it evolved actually into something else. So it's luck, basically. It could work, it couldn't work. It's also, some things have a better fit than others, and some things are just going to get more adoption, depending on where they are.
Do we have any more questions?
Have you ever looked into, instead of going for VC funding, do something more crowdsourced, something more in a cooperative way?
I enabled sponsors on GitHub and got $5. So I'll be getting the private jet home after this. Yeah, I mean, I've had a few conversations so far. I effectively got some emails out of the blue going, we've taken your projects and we've put it in our actual product, so people are going to be paying for this. I was like, oh, that's nice. We need you to support it now. Like, we need you to do like 24/7, 365 support. I was like, well, I've got a job. I've just taken this VP of marketing role. How am I going to do that? So, I kind of went down this path of trying to work out, can I turn this into something, and how do I go about that? And frankly, it's pretty tough. There's not a lot of information actually out there. I was like, what am I going to do? How am I going to do this? Google, how do I turn my silly idea into a company? There's not a lot of kind of resources out there, which is why, when I found that open UK company that I'd not really heard of before and spoke to them, they have all of that advice and they can help you with a lot of those sorts of things. So it turns out there is stuff out there that, people and companies and organizations that can help you. It's just that they can be kind of quite hard to find, unfortunately. So it's work in progress, is the answer to your question.
To be fair, $5 goes a long way these days in the UK.
Yes.
Pay your gas for 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting what you're saying there around, you're trying to make it into a product. But is there a bit of a contradiction there? Because when you write it and you put it out open source, you're kind of putting it out there and saying, it's like, when I lived in Australia, people, when they were finished their couches, they just put them out down below and you could come along and pick up the couch and you could take the couch or any piece of furniture. Kind of, you're doing it, I suppose, in a way to help people, especially if there's a hole. Like I've seen 1 or 2 holes in projects, or written the projects for it, they've gone back into that community or whatever. I don't feel like it owes me anything, they owe me anything. No, I know people come on and they give out, why don't you put this in here? Or why didn't you architect it like this? Why didn't you do that? But in a way, have you to go a different model if you were deciding you want to make this a product? You know, if once you put it out there as open source, really, it's kind of gone out of their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's it's a bit of the VC conversation I was actually having. The problem really is that I wanted to find out whether I could support that product. But VCs basically want a box that they can charge X for, or they want to see a box that they can charge X for. So I'm like, I have this project that people are using. I want to basically to work out if I could do that full time. How would I do that? Well, I'm going to need to build something and get more people that are using it. Services typically aren't liked by VCs. They basically want a product. They want something that they can have licenses against and see real revenue and things like that.
Yeah,
So.
the other point is like, is there kind of an advantage there with Docker Desktop? In a sense, it's free, and it was not free.
That's kind of almost like the license change question to a certain degree, and that it's all built on open source. So if you really like Docker Desktop that much, you can build it yourself. Put your own UX on top of it and things like that. It happens a lot, unfortunately, that at some point or another, somebody decides that we now actually need to start making money out of this. We've kind of been almost doing it for free for too long, and we're loss-making at this point. I mean, that's largely been Docker's problem for quite a long time to a certain degree. They kind of gave away the container engine, and then everybody kind of built things on top of it, and then they suddenly needed to work out how they were going to generate revenue from everything that they'd given away. Cool.
Do we have any more questions? No. Oh, one at the back.
Just picking up on what you said about the sort of VC funds, if you're going to ask for support with sort of building up support against the open source project for large enterprises, do you think, because I understand what Mark was saying in terms of like when you open source it, you give it to the world and then there it goes, but for the benefit of the project and its sort of reliability going forwards, do you think that things need to change inside of the industry as for how enterprises support open source software? And how could you see that changing? Do you think it could change in the future?
I mean, a lot of enterprises are basically just kind of taking what they need from the landscapes and putting it into their things, and kind of, they almost think about it after the fact. Like, they build things on top of it and then realize that. So from my perspective, what I would really like to see more is them contributing more, like, being part of the project, learning to help support it, perhaps whatever that they can do to help the maintainers of those open source projects, because there's widespread adoption of all of these tools and projects and things like that. Very little of it actually goes back to the project themselves. So, they're building these wild and wonderful products and things like that. There's a fantastic meme or something like that, like this big complex structure, and then this tiny little component of it, like maintained by like one person in Idaho. And that's, that holds true kind of in a lot of places, especially in terms of, these big enterprises building on top of, all of these open source tools. Cool. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you, Dan. So we're going to take a couple minutes break, and then we're moving on to a fireside chat just here in the front. So if you do have questions, it's obviously good to be in this room. So give us a few minutes, we'll get set up. Thanks.
Amanda Brock, I'm the CEO at Open UK. We're the industry organisation for open technology. That's open source software, open hardware and open data. I'd like to invite you to welcome to, I was going to say the stage, but we don't have a stage and we do have an echo. I was going to bring to the front, shall we say, Open UK's Chief Information Security Officer and founder of Control Plane, Andrew Martin. Come and join me. You may have heard Andrew speak yesterday. Now I'd like to welcome Liz Rice, who your keynote speaker for the overall conference, iSurveillance Chief Open Source Officer and Open UK Board Director. Hooray! And last but not least, a young'un, Tom. We're bringing Tom Meadows to the stage. Tom is a solutions engineer at JetStack. He's not so familiar with Open UK. His founder, or one of his co-founders, Matt Barker, is our entrepreneur in residence. But Tom is about to get involved as one of our first apprentice ambassadors. So come up to the non-stage. So we put this panel together to start a conversation in this room with the engineering community. And the conversation is about open source and security. For many of you, you'll have seen over the last couple of years that there's been a lot going on in this space. May 2021 was the first really tangible output where the Biden ordinance came out of the White House. And there was until a couple of weeks ago, a long-term open source contributor as the CTO in the White House, a guy called Dave Ricordan. He's just left the White House. And Dave and others there clearly understood open source. So if you go back to that ordinance in 2021, they start to talk about security and how you manage security in open source. And they look at supply chain and SBOM, software bill of materials. It makes a lot of sense when you read it. It's one of the better pieces of legislation, if not the best I've ever seen, that refers to open source. In the last couple of weeks, the European Commission have lifted and shifted that legislation into a draft Cyber Act. They haven't done it perfectly. And I was, I suppose, lucky enough about 10 days ago to meet the lady, the director behind it. One of the things they've done is they've talked about carving out commercial open source. And I've said to her that we don't think there is such a thing because open source is created collaboratively. It's got commercial contributors. It's got non-commercial contributors. You can't split what's commercial and what's not. And that's not a good way to frame it. Now, they think that they're doing the right thing because what they're trying to achieve is show that over on the left, this is my left, stage left, you have the open source contributors, commercial, non-commercial, whatever they are. And at the other side of the road, now I need my right hand, over on the right, you have what's become national critical infrastructure and national infrastructure based on software because of digitalization. And if it's based on software today, this room at least knows it's open source. Vast majority of it is open source. So what we're seeing is governments struggling, wrangling with the concept of how do we have this national infrastructure built on open source that we don't know what to do with. And we don't really fully understand. So we're trying to support their building understanding in the UK and beyond. We're working quite closely with OpenSSF. We've been a member since, I think, the beginning of 2021, 2020. OpenSSF, the Open Source Software Security Foundation, a couple of the panelists will talk about. And we're going to sort of take this as an engineering conversation today, and we want to include you, so we'll do 5-10 minutes at the end of questions, come out to the audience and talk about whatever you want. But we're going to start by thinking about what really brought this into the public's attention. And just as we go there, one thing that I want to be very clear about that I may not have been is on the left here with that open source community. One thing they have in common is they distribute software on a license because other people can't use it without a license. And that license should be an OSI-approved license. And by being an OSI-approved license, it has a universality. And that universality is it disclaims or says there is no liability. And that's really important because that liability shift has to sit on the end user. We're not saying that we're giving you software that can be used for any purpose. If you want to use it in a regulated sector, you, the user, have to fix that. And that's what we're trying to ensure flows through into the legislation. So Andy.
Yes.
Good morning, Andy.
How do you do?
Anybody at the karaoke last night? So Andy, how did we get to this? Where did we get with Log4j, Shell4j?
With a sense of desire for apportioning blame. The state of the industry was such that in many cases, at the point that reverse shells were available, remote code execution was suddenly unanimously available on everybody's infrastructure. We saw people changing their Twitter handles for what is essentially an injection attack, using this string that, when it turns up in the logs, is executable. All of a sudden, the entire industry was susceptible to this devastating attack, which is the foothold by which an attacker is able to then pivot and escalate their privilege within huge organizations' infrastructure, Twitter being a prime example. Not only were the big commercial companies affected, but of course, government, critical national infrastructure, all these companies for which the asymmetry of open source consumption was very much out of mind. These companies take the value of individual contributors sitting in their basements, creating software that is partially responsible for the generation of millions or billions of pounds of revenue for these organizations. And this question of liability, again, is sort of fundamental. So when these organizations realized that actually this open source software that they were using without warranty, without liability, and exactly without cost, they suddenly said, well, we now need to cancel holiday for all of our security engineers who need to go and patch this Log4Shell vulnerability over Christmas. Who's going to pay for this? People are unhappy, and consequently, a lot of people had to do this extra work. And so we see the combination of SolarWinds as a supply chain attack, which the US government then were forced to respond to, of course, because of the magnitude of the precision of the attack. On the one hand, the supply chain, open source software, and on the other hand, Log4Shell. Everybody's affected. So the response then from industry has been, can we find somebody to blame? Can we pin this on somebody? And of course, the response from open source is, as you say, you have been absorbing, magnifying, and amplifying the value of this software for your own profits without any recompense to the original maintainers. And we find ourselves in this situation where the US government issues a mandate a couple of weeks ago saying all software provided to US government and sort of extended federal entities must be without vulnerability. And
now, I think, though, the intention is... hang on. The intention is that responsibility still sits on the federal CISOs in terms of what they're curating or procuring. But your point about the open source community's responsibility is one that we need to delve a bit more into.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, from that perspective, we consider where the incentives may align from a government perspective, and actually that piece of legislation is still, the responses from the community, let's say, are still underway. But certainly the pieces before that, the legislation that you're talking about specifically, which the European Union is echoing, make good sense.
Yeah, the Biden ordinance, the idea of looking at supply chain and looking at software build materials, it does. One thing that you mentioned there was the way that Log4j, Shell4j affected people. And one of the things, or two things I often say, one is that security is not an open source issue. Security is a software issue, and anybody in a digitalized world is using software. So it is a proprietary issue as well as an open source issue. We have different challenges. One of the challenges is that we wash our dirty linen in public. So there is that whole open source piece where it hits the headlines when something goes wrong. Everybody is acutely aware of it. But then the response is also a collective response that over time is and will become more and more joined up, I think.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the OpenSSF, this kind of cross-industry body looking to advance the security of open source by looking at build infrastructure, by looking at code signing, by looking at SBOMs and the generation of metadata about the application, build practices, composition, things that give us insights. And specifically with Log4Shell, many organizations were unable to effectively remediate because they were unaware of the instances of Log4j across their estates. And one of my colleagues maintains a spreadsheet with which obviously we can't share too much detail of, but with the amount of time it took cloud providers to remediate Log4Shell, it's horrendous. Even the most joined up, cognizant and advanced open source vendors, by which I refer to the cloud providers who literally sell open source products in their own flavor, were unable to effectively remediate or patch within a cycle of time that would be considered safe.
Yeah. And that sort of takes me to the second thing that I always say about it, which is proprietary. So one of the things I've been told many times is that actually it took the proprietary companies a lot more work and time, or people using proprietary software more work and time to fix, because many of them didn't actually know they were using Log4j within their code bases.
We get into an interesting question there of the bill of materials of individual pieces of software.
Yeah.
Because there is, if we go back to one of the previous internet melting events, we had the shell shock and the heartbleed vulnerabilities in the past sort of 5 years or so. And open source licenses mandate generally that you must disclose that you're using this piece of software, or at least patch back if you're making money from the thing. To some extent.
Yeah, and it's not about making money, but yes, some of them have copyleft provisions that require you to contribute back, others don't though, so it's not universal.
I defer to the lawyer on the panel. And so what we discovered was that many hardware instances of security software, middleware boxes, firewalls, all of a sudden issued patches, but without disclosure that they were running OpenSSL, for example, for the Heartbleed vulnerability specifically. The point being is that when there is no clear identification of which software is being used to compose another piece of software, and things get even more convoluted when we consider, should there be a software bill of materials for cloud provider APIs? Would you like to know the mean time to remediation for your cloud provider's hosting of Elasticsearch, for example? Then we end up in a particularly opaque and ethereal hinterland where ultimately we're unable to tell if good security hygiene, patching, and even vulnerability management is being served to us as part of the money that we pay to cloud providers, to closed source software vendors, and finally open source at least puts us in a position of visibility.
Yeah, and as I come over to Tom and the idea of SBOMs, I was a lawyer, as Andrew's alluded to, in my past life. I spent 25 years as a lawyer, 5 of them in Canonical, doing open source distribution and support agreements, service agreements, all the stuff that goes with it. And we used to be asked regularly to pull together the equivalent of an SBOM, and each company would do it their own way and they would call it something different. So the concept of this being standardized, if you're in the commercial side of open source, is great. And if you're in the commercial side, that may be where there is a liability shift, because these laws shouldn't be shifting liability from the developer to the developer. They should be shifting liability even, or having liability sit with the end user, not the developer. And the only way that shifts is on the payment of money through a contract. So if you're as an individual doing some work on something, then you may have a level of liability that you need to look at depending on your commercial agreement. But we always had to put these SBOM equivalents into the documents. So from my perspective, I like the idea of standardization, and I thought the Biden ordinance was good. But Tom, you've actually been doing this stuff.
Yeah, so to give some context, I'm a DevOps engineer. I've worked at a consultancy called JetStack since 2020, so 2 years now. And about a year or so in, Log4j pretty much happened, and then we all of a sudden got this influx of customers saying, "Oh, what the hell do we do?" So as a DevOps engineer, I was like, "Well, I can look into the space, see how it's developing, and see how I can help." Coming on to what was said by Andy and Amanda, I think that if you look at Log4j in isolation, it's a symptom, not the problem. The wider problem is Log4j is an example of something that's happened, and we need to have a way forward so we can remediate and more efficiently solve the problem going forwards. So for customers, I have been trying to take multiple language ecosystems, fully open source images built internally, and generating SBOMs for them. The Biden administration and the ordinance that Amanda was referencing is a really positive step, because it starts to sort of shift the motivation for especially large enterprises to start caring about where their software comes from. But one thing I have noticed is that, especially in terms of the first response, and of course that this is only as good as we can do for now, there's no get rich quick. And what I mean by this is that if I have an image, and that image contains a bunch of dependencies, I can crawl through that image trying to find all the things that it contains. But unless I have a clear picture of of the start of that journey. To give an example, Golang is a great language as an example because it has a Go mod, and that metadata is even findable within the binary once it's been built. If I don't have that, I'm only making guesses as to what the metadata I'm trying to generate is and what the dependencies in that image are. Amanda referenced to me, apparently 75% of US businesses, is it all US businesses?
So it's a recent survey that was done by the Linux Foundation around SPDX, which is a standard SBOM that they have had ISO approved. And their survey response showed that over 70% of US businesses are now using SBOMs. But that's since the Biden ordinance. The requirement was 31st July this year, and I think they've shifted it back, that they would have those in place. In the UK, we put that question into the Open UK survey in May, and we got a figure of just over 20%.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And just to add to that, there's probably no guarantee that any of those reports are actually accurate because, to your point, getting an accurate SBOM is very difficult. I think if you are, in the sort of SolarWinds type attack vector, there's plenty of ways that most vulnerability scanners, most dependency management analysis tools, can be misled. For example, if you're scanning packages, most scanners are going to rely on the package metadata, and there's no guarantee that metadata matches the actual packages. So we've got a number of different steps, not just the requirement to have an SBOM, but also the accuracy of that SBOM and the difficulty of tooling that can generate an accurate SBOM.
Precisely that. So we started on our journey. We're like, we've got these SBOMs. We're doing the SBOM thing. Epic, awesome. Now what? And the inner engineer begs herself the question. So, but what's in the SBOM? Like, what am I actually making here? As soon as you start dialing into that, and to give a prime example, I remember I ran, and to be clear, there are some fantastic open source projects that do SBOM generation for images. One example is Anchor Sift. And another one is a project called Turn. They're both really good. There's also Aqua do a project called Trivi, which I believe has SBOM generation capability as well. And they're all fantastic, but the problem lies in the fact is that they can only then scrape what they can see, as I said before. So to give an example of the Grafana project, a great project and I think a good example of well-written code. The problem is, I looked at the SBOM and I thought, wait a minute, I can see all the Go dependencies, but isn't there this big JavaScript dependency that sits within Grafana? And of course, they use what I know to be Minify.js, which scrapes a lot of the data associated to the application away and sort of take it away to strip down the image. But in doing that, I miss all the dependencies that I would be catching by this SBOM generation. So 75%. From that survey, okay, sure, but don't sweep under the rug all of the really what you're trying to do, which is give yourself clear visibility of the open source dependencies you're using. For me, we're talking about liability, and I think liability is a difficult word to use because one thing I very feel strongly about is that the liability should be shifted on the open source projects.
Sorry, just be clear, it should be shifted away from.
Yeah, it shouldn't be shifted to the open source projects. Yeah. Open source projects should be spending their time doing what they do, which is write code, write better code, build better applications. SBOM generation should not be part of your day-to-day job if you're an open source contributor or maintainer. But I would say, and Martin Hickey did a great talk yesterday on open source contribution. I recommend you watch it if you didn't get to see it, but he referenced this phrase called carry water and chop wood, or chop wood, carry water. And I feel like to do this properly, some degree of that needs to be done. But I feel, coming back to it, this is an enterprise problem and open source needs help.
Yeah, I think Liz probably wants to add a few things to that.
Yeah, I think this is one of the areas where foundations could potentially play a role, where without requiring open source projects to, take liability or anything, but they could offer tooling, and they do offer tooling. I mean, I know from the CNCF there's some support for projects to run things like Fossa or SNCC, which will help. But again, doesn't guarantee the accuracy of that tooling. So I think there is a role there for foundations to encourage good practice, and the more that, and I think you used the phrase shift left, like the earlier in the process that you can generate the SBOM elements, the more accurate it's likely to be. So,
encouraging, making it easy for projects to do that, such that it doesn't require chopping wood and carrying water to make that SBOM. Just making it automated would be a big step forward.
Andy?
Just touching on the actual generation of SBOMs, there becomes a question: at what stage do we want an SBOM to come into existence, to burgeon to fruition? Is it at build time, when prior to minification we can identify the full suite of dependencies that are being used? If so, how is that securely transmitted? Does that then get signed by a maintainer, shipped inside an image, shipped along with the image? Does it exist as a piece of separate metadata, or is it part of it? Does it then become a function of discovery, as you say, similar to an image scanner? It's the same class of problem. If code is obfuscated, minified, binary obfuscation, it's possible to change the effective hash of what a binary is. And this is why when you upload something to something like VirusTotal, you can have the same malicious piece of code or malicious binary identified multiple times. So the question of discovery, disambiguation, and identification really is something that is not yet addressed by any of these standards. I think perhaps, I mean, additionally, there's the talk I gave at the Open Source Summit in Dublin a couple of weeks ago is on something called VEX, which is the Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange format, which has taken me a long time to learn how to pronounce. And what VEX does is it ties together the exploitability of a CVE within, let's say, a container image to the CVE itself. So case in point, I have a container running, let's say, Nginx with my application packaged inside it in JavaScript, and I have a particular piece of code in there that's vulnerable to cross-site scripting, let's say. So there's a CVE issued for that code. However, my application does not call the function signature, does not call the vulnerable method at all. And I can prove that by instrumenting my code, running a fuzzing test suite over it, and it doesn't get touched at all. So what a VEX does is it says, yes, this CVE exists within code packaged in this container, let's say, but the code path is non-exploitable. The layers of trust that we require to get to trusting that VEX and deploying that thing in production in our infrastructure are complex and deep. Ultimately, this question of distribution, trust, who's doing the vulnerability assessment, who's signing the manifest for the SBOM, these are the great unanswered questions that we hope to make some impact on.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, I'm speaking, I wasn't meant to be speaking now, but I am speaking at the end of the day on that sort of big picture policy and what's going on in open source. Within Open UK, one of the reasons we exist is to sort of sit at that vector, that transition point between technology, open technology, law and policy. And we have a group of lawyers who respond to legislation. We have Andy sitting as our CISO running a security advisory board, and we have a UK qualified lawyer who's been teaching cyber for almost 20 years now, I think. So between that group, we respond to UK, EU, US legislation. We will be responding to the regulation that Andy mentioned from a couple of weeks ago. We'll respond to the EU on the Cyber Act. But when you sort of talk to these people, so I sat in a room in the Commission before lockdown, and they weren't very pleased because I was British and I was at the Commission, but they got over themselves. And one of the points that I made was that you do not regulate the code. You know, coding is pretty much a freedom of speech. So you don't regulate the act of coding, you regulate the use cases. And it seems that they understand that. So, you know, if it's a regulated sector, there'll be a lot more regulation than using it somewhere else. They seem to understand that across the board at a regulatory level. But the issue we see is the way that they then write that down doesn't always achieve what they're trying to achieve. And I mentioned already this commercial provision in the EU Cyber Act that we'll respond on. And talking to them, they don't mean that. So I think there's a really important role that we can fulfill in that way. But I also think that conversation is something that you all have to be aware of, because it is going to affect your daily lives. And you see things like OpenSSF has a 10-point plan. There's a whole training plan within that for engineers. They have been part of tens of millions of dollars of funding through Alpha Omega and other projects. You might have seen Rust. Rust's executive director, Rebecca Rumble, is actually in Wales. So we have quite a lot to do with Rust. So Rust just got a huge grant of several $100,000 from that Alpha Omega fund. And to try and sort of open this conversation up, we'll go to questions in a minute. But in London on the 17th of October, we've got an event, and it's a good event. It was a superb event before the royal funeral, because it was meant to be on the 19th of September, and we had all these American speakers who had been at Open Source Summit Dublin come to London for it. We can't stream it because of the venue we're in that's been given to us. It doesn't work, but we can record it, so we'll record and share. There are spaces, it's free to attend. Most of what we do is free to attend. And we are planning a major central London conference for next spring. We should be able to announce either end of this week or beginning of next week dates. But the first half of that 2-day conference is intended to bring these policy conversations to everybody's lives. So, you know, what are international governments doing about the code that you all generate? How is that working? What are they suggesting? And that will be your opportunity as a group to sort of start the conversations. If you're interested from our perspective at Open UK in engaging on this, please just contact us, the admin at openuk.uk, or, you know, get us on Twitter, openuk_UK, and there's a booth upstairs or a table upstairs as well. If you want to be part of that conversation, come and talk to us. We're not a pay-and-play organisation or pay-to-play organisation. Anybody can get involved. And we are OpenSSF members. And if you're in an organisation where your organisation either can't afford to be a member or you're not senior enough to be part of that representation, come and speak to us, because we put people onto all of the organisations that we're involved with. So that might be on the hardware side, Open Data Institute, Linux Foundation organisations, Cloud Native, a whole raft of organisations that we're part of, Green Software Foundation. So there's ways for you to actually get involved if you want to as well. So with that, it's not meant to be a sales pitch because there's nothing to sell. It's just opportunity if you want it. Can I hand over to questions?
Hi, thanks very much. Very, very insightful sort of view of what's going on there. Question I had was around kind of where do you see the position of the individual contributor in this, whether the producer of open source or the consumer of open source, and how equipped they are to actually make the right decision, do the appropriately secure things, because a lot of the focus seems to be on like tooling and like after the horse is bolted. That's never reliable. Stuff will always get through. Like, do you feel that engineers are adequately equipped, whether it's like, you know, software engineers, DevOps, whatever, wherever in the chain? Like, do you feel that they're adequately equipped, and how do we sort of help them get to the point where they can sort of be more sort of questioning of the, you know, it's like you look at kind of like threat surfaces, like at the infrastructure level. Every dependency you pull in, it's another threat surface, but that's not something that seems to be picked up in the same sense at the software level.
I can shield briefly for the OpenSSF. Their perspective on this is there is insufficient training. We go back to a kind of application security champion style. The best way to disseminate secure coding practices is to have somebody in the team who will have a small flag and the ability to veto a pull request or a sort of sprint goal in order to say, well, actually, we know that this is an insecure practice. Let's take a little bit of extra time, and then they help to build a culture of security, I suppose, is the ultimate goal. The OpenSSF have a lot of developer training in this area. They're sinking a lot of money into what are essentially free courses. Unfortunately, that is not a quick and easy solution. It is a case of raising the bar for everybody at the same time. Yeah, I don't know if there's...
Just a little bit to add there. I mean, absolutely, I don't think individuals are necessarily equipped, nor should they feel they need to be. I don't think it's like you should be qualified as a security engineer in order to write code. You should just, you know, be creative and write code. That said, there are opportunities for tooling that can really help. So a great example would be GitHub Dependabot. You know, super simple to just turn it on and it will flag vulnerable dependencies to you. It will create PRs for you automatically if you like. You know, it's not going to fix everything, but it can catch some low-hanging fruit. And I think making tooling like that available and easy to use is really welcome.
I think the tooling is absolutely critical and it's invaluable, but you reach a point where you kind of abdicate responsibility where I don't care, it's green in the pipeline, everything's cool. And it's like, it's trying to kind of temper that, you know, sort of approach sometimes.
I think that trying to look at it again from an engineer's perspective, from all of the interactions I've had with open source projects, engineers like to write code, but they like to write good code. And they also like to write code that they know is going to be stable and secure. That's fine. However, I feel the problem is equally, I feel engineers don't want to have to spend their time solving the problems of what is really, at the end of the day, a large enterprise problem. So how would you bridge the gap? And for me, what it is if I need to maintain a security practice, and again, it's making sure if it's a green light or a green tick rather than a red light or a red cross, that's fine, and I'm happy to do that. But the tooling needs to be there to be able to enable it, and also support needs to be there in terms of getting the scaffolding up to provide that mechanism. There are tools out there, so if you're in the Golang ecosystem, I'd really recommend you looking at a project called Ko. You might be familiar with it as a Go project, but they take a Go source and then they put it all the way through to being like a container image. But what they also do is, baked within the functionality, they generate the SBOM alongside it because they've got that source level visibility. That is, for me, a prime example of the sort of things that we need more of in the industry. So that as an open source maintainer, it's like, well, I'd be silly not to do this. If it is a red light, I will look into it, but I'm not going to spend my day like trawling through my code, auditing it to ensure that I'm following best practices. Because as you say, like, the focus should be on writing code and freedom of speech inside of code. That's the focus, and bridging that gap is the tricky part, I think.
So one of the issues that this sort of all leads to is funding, and another is about what responsibility is going to sit with the developer. And we're going to keep releasing code that's on open source OSI-approved licenses that says we don't have liability. But there are shifts happening in the commercial world and in the sort of big picture political world. And there is already an organization looking at open source as a digital public good. And that digital public good, as well as the commons, is going to be something that I think comes right up the agenda. And we're going to see, or we have to see, governments looking at how they fund. And that needs to be collaborative and it needs to be collective. And we're talking an awful lot of money to contribute back to this code that they're taking the benefit of, because they have to secure the infrastructure they're looking at. And at this stage, I think it's fair to say open source is an inevitability. You can't just rip it out of what's already there. It's way too late for that. So we will see that. And I think we'll see organizations stepping in more and more, and people will have choices to make, because organizations will step in. Google came out this year with its own sort of sanitized version of open source that it's sharing, a certified open source product. Red Hat's got its enterprise Linux. All of that is a way of taking this left-hand side of the road, this open source code from a community, and taking it across the road to where it's used by enterprises, whether it's used by national critical infrastructure, public sector generally. It's getting across that road without being squashed like a Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. And there's different ways of doing it. And I would say that for me, that enterprise type product is like a zebra crossing. And it's standard and it's straightforward and you cross with it. There's also ways for you to go and curate, and curate's the buzzword. Curate's the word that means doing whatever it is to cross the road. So whether that's technical hygiene, whether it's governance hygiene, all of the stuff that you need to do to create that software that's well maintained and secure. SBOMs are part of it. So that curation can also be done by developing skills. It can be done by going and buying those skills. It can be done by outsourcing, all sorts of different ways. But curation is becoming that generic term to get across the road. So we're going to see more of that, and developers are going to have to make decisions, I think, as to what they want their code to do. So if you're just quite happy developing, that's great. If you want your code to become something that's picked up by more and more people and gets through this filtration process, it won't, I don't think, ever be a legal requirement, because people like me will try and stop it. But it will be something that you will make a choice about, that I want to go and do a security course because then I can say that I tick this box in what I deliver. And those courses are becoming widely available. So if you're looking at this as a career where you also get paid, which means you can eat as well as do what you like, then having that qualification would be, if I was your mum, I'd be saying to you, go and do that. That's a sensible thing to have, Andy. And it's going to help your career as it goes forward. And it's your choice. And you don't have to be part of that at all, or you can be. But I think if it was me, I would be doing that so that I knew that I was being credible in that space as it evolves. Now, we were debating upstairs, does that shift and change the face of open source? And will open source end up going in a different direction because of it? I hope not. It's certainly not why I'm involved. But even what Andy was saying about the developer in the basement, you know, often when I write, I'll say that open source isn't that. It's where it started, and there's still a huge element of it. And loads of us, you know, I can't code, but I contribute in other ways. Loads of us contribute massive amounts in our personal time and don't get much back for it. But we do it because we want to. At the same time, if you look at the stats, you're seeing companies like Microsoft as the biggest contributors to open source in the world today. And there has already been that massive shift. Do we have time for... There were a couple of other questions. Yeah, there's one at the back and one at the front. Do we have time to do that? Are we okay to keep going? Yeah, okay, we'll try and be quick here too.
Okay, so, will I go? Yeah. That was interesting to hear from you, Amanda, actually, because, you know, building on what the other speaker spoke about, and also building on what Tom, he used the analogy of Golang. So when you're out in the coalface, and you know, I'll bring in Liz as well, I mentioned everyone except Andy. Sorry, Andy. Dependabot is great, okay? But when you're on the coalface, your worst nightmare is you turn on your laptop, you look in the morning, Dependabot, you again. But on the other side of it then is, it's the level of indirect dependencies that are coming now. So, you know, you update a dependency and suddenly you look in to check some afterwards, you go, what the hell are all those changes? How are we down along there? And it's trying to keep up on top of that, you know, and finding that balance. And it's interesting what you're saying, Amanda, that, you know, companies, you know, may need to take responsibility. We may need to take the shift off the maintainers because, you know, maintainers are under pressure. And, you know, you're maintaining a project and you're doing the best you can. And then, you know, you have somebody that wants functionality and then they're unhappy because they can't go in. And then you're saying, oh, I must deal with the security. I must keep the security up. So it is an evolving thing. You know, and as you say, maybe suddenly are we going to all become security experts, or are we going to have somebody on the project that's going to be the security expert?
Who knows, and it might be both. I was just going to say to you, Andy and I both sit in a monthly call with something called Atlantic Council. If you're in the security space, you'll be very familiar with them. And there is another lawyer from our organisation that sits on it. And they've got a funding from OpenSSF and, I can't say this, Omnidicorn. Can you say it? Okay. So they've got funding from an American philanthropic organisation to do research, which I suspect, because they're very well aligned to US government, will get a lot of the policy stuff. So, I mean, you probably never even heard of that work going on. And getting more of that information shared across the communities so that people can input back into what's reasonable and not. You can always call our Andy on it, but getting that communication more broadly, I think, is really important so you know about it. The dependency piece, if it was me, don't ever sign anything, ever, even if you're paid, that says you will be liable for the code. Only ever be liable for the little bit you've created that's paid for, nothing else. So, you know, these dependencies are massive, and they're just going to have a waterfall cascading effect that's never going to stop. I mean, how are you going to get back to the beginning of it? So we're going to have to draw a line at some point and just say we start from here and work forward. Yeah.
So
Next question.
Oh.
I think.
There could be a short answer to this, I guess. You've all been focusing on...
Come and join us.
So, interview panel. You've all been focusing on reducing vulnerabilities. I've not heard of the zero vulnerability thing, but there's been talk about that. What do you think about just contain? There's going to be vulnerabilities. What do you think about containing things and blast radiuses? And it's nice to hear the executive branch do something. You know, shields up. But there was also NIST 800-204. There is zero trust architecture thing. What do you think about?
Yeah, I think I think that's really important point because I think I'd probably trace it back to SolarWinds kind of creating this focus on supply chain, which is hugely important, but at some point something is going to slip through the gaps. It's inevitable, and this is where defense in depth is hugely important. Runtime security tooling, there's a bunch of different options and a bunch of different things that we can do at runtime to detect unexpected behavior. You know, this is a whole evolving, I could talk about this for another 40 minutes, but, you know, it's a whole evolving sphere of being able to say what is expected or unexpected behavior from a piece of software, and having those runtime checks as well as, and, you know, this would be something that the organization that's deploying the software would be responsible for, not at all the developer.
And do you think that's been the regulatory oversight that it should have? Because it sounds like
it's their intention. Sorry. It is very definitely the intention. The end user, the company that's commercializing, they are the point of responsibility. And I guess the responsibility of all of us doing the policy work is to ensure that we're feeding back clearly so that they make that happen. You can't promise with a regulator, though, you know. And the more of you getting involved in this work that we're doing as we start to, you know, host conferences and things and understanding it and talking about it to your colleagues, I think the better.
We're actually a few minutes over, so we're going to have to cut it there if that's okay. Sorry, JJ. I'm sure Amanda and Co will talk to you after. Just can we all put our hands together for Amanda? Andy? Liz? And Tom? Very good, especially considering you did it last minute.
What do you mean considering? We wouldn't have been any better with practice.
Okay. So next up we have, sorry, thanks. Yeah, cheers. We have Laszlo. Perfect, thank you. Thanks so much. So this is Laszlo. He is the founder of Gimlet, 100% open source GitOps-based developer platform. So can we put our hands together for Laszlo, please?
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. My name is Laszlo Fogas, and this is ClickOps over GitOps. Interesting, huh? Just a little bit of background before we dive in. I'm a founder of a small company, Gimlet.io. You can call it as a startup. We try to make a 100% open source developer tool something of a reality and financially viable. Prior to that, I've been an independent DevOps consultant. I've been working in the Nordics region, primarily in Copenhagen. We've been building developer platforms since 2017. And back then, we were not calling them developer platforms. You know, the project looked like, hey, we are in a data center next to Copenhagen. Let's go to the cloud. Let's use containers. And, you know, what is Kubernetes? So let's take all this together and then roll it out to our team. Prior to that, I was part of a Danish startup. Basically, the only thing that you should get from this is that I like to start things up, and this is what I'm doing right now as well. And maybe some other thing that you can take away is that I like to start up meetup groups as well. I think that's a great cheat code for getting to know people and just be part of the conversation. So I love that. I'm going to talk about 4 things today. Platform engineering as a trend. I'm going to talk about ClickOps, which is a term you probably haven't heard yet. I'm going to talk about Gimlet, this open source project I'm building, and you're going to see a demo of Gimlet, how it unifies or combines these trends together. So, platform engineering. You have heard about developer platforms. They are often called like golden paths across the cloud-native landscape, or paved paths, or internal developer platforms. This is pretty much everybody's doing these days. Raise your hands if you are building some sort of platform for your developer team. Yeah, it's a pretty large size. And of course, this is the infamous picture. This is why we are doing things. It's not a bad thing per se. I think CNCF's main goal is not to be kingmakers. Their goal is to have a very, very flourishing community, and then you can have the best project picked for your team. But it's definitely some level of tool sprawl is happening right now. We are trying to also shifting left all the different concerns of software development, compliance, security, deployment, and all that. And if we are honest with ourselves, DevOps is not an evenly distributed skill set in our teams, and also not an evenly distributed mindset. And we have to navigate this landscape. So that's why we are building these platforms. This is not my slide. I borrowed it from a wonderful talk from KubeCon from Daniel Bryant. He was talking about platforms as a service and what's coming next in the Kubernetes and cloud-native ecosystems. And basically what you can see here is 2 axes. One is time, how things progress from 2000 until 2020, and the kind of technologies we've been using. It started out nice and simple with monolithic applications. We had very few tools, and we were living in our IDE. And then the red curve is what is the most interesting part here, is sort of the cognitive load developers have to bear every day to get their job done. And it went out of proportions pretty much by the year 2020. And I think there are many companies and internal teams are working on this problem right now to make this whole landscape digestible for developers. There was a dip at 2010. Can you reckon what that dip was about? With cognitive load, that is sort of the Heroku moment when everything was so simple. You had a git push, you pushed to Heroku, and it was deployed. And back then I was a Java developer, and I pretty much enjoyed that I had a monolithic Java application. I had New Relic for monitoring, and we had some nice deployment tools, and that was about it. But by now, things are a bit out of hand. And this is also not my slide and not my thoughts, but Kelsey is always right on the money, that we want to have the platform as a service experience. The only requirement is that we have to build it ourselves. So we think that our use case is very unique, and we want full control. And this whole cloud native thing is about optionality, that you can pick and choose, you can take the best tool for the job, and then you can glue it together yourself. But it's also true that this experience has not been very good for developers and for platform engineers either. And right now there are many companies trying to bridge the gap, which is called developer experience right now in the space. But this is not all bad. So 10 years ago, I would have been this guy. Like somebody would have told me that, hey, 10 years from now, you're going to do containers. First, I was like, well, okay, what are containers in the first place? And then they would tell me that I can do canary deploys and blue-greens, and I have wonderful observability with the amount of metrics I have. This is a great place where we are. It's just to get to that point is quite a lot of work. And there is this new trend going on called platform engineering. This is something that pops up on my Twitter feed and radar pretty much this year, which is maybe a natural progression from DevOps or off DevOps. But basically the point is to ease the cognitive load on developers so they can get their job done. I just briefly did a Google Trends search, and apparently my perception was very similar to Google's. This term platform engineering popped up very recently, and it started to grow this year. Prior to that, I don't know, maybe it was about the oil industry and drilling, or I don't know what. But basically, platform engineering is a very new thing. But I already saw the seeds of this in last year's State of DevOps report, where it said that the high performers 65% of those teams said in that report that they have some sort of self-service platform internally in their teams. And it was a statistically significantly larger than the underperformers. So there is something here, definitely. And the trend is picking up. There is now PlatformCon. It happened in June. There is a platform engineering Slack as well, where if I log in and there is the intros channel, more and more people identify with this job title that, hey, I am a platform engineer. I do this and I do that. It's actually, maybe we are all platform engineers by now, or well, most of us. Hands up if you identify with this kind of job title. Okay, like 15% of the audience, but I promise you, maybe if you go home and you go to a manager and you tell him that or her that you are a platform engineer, you will get a raise. So, so this is the new thing. We are not DevOps or SRE anymore, apparently. Okay, ClickOps. What the hell is this, right? Who recognizes this guy? Yeah, again, somebody want to say the name? He's Corey Quinn on Twitter. He's Twitter famous. His job title is Chief Cloud Economist. He's running a consultancy, reducing cloud bills, blah, blah, blah. But for me, he's a genius marketer. He is basically calling BS on the shenanigans of big cloud providers. He's very much against egress costs and managed net services and so on. So basically, he's very loud on Twitter, and I think he's doing great marketing, and he's always shitposting, and I wasn't sure at that point when I read this tweet or looked at this tweet, like whether he's joking. So as you can see, this is sort of where we are getting accustomed to cloud. We go into the AWS console, we click around, and there is a VM and there is a database, and we are so happy. All it required is just a credit card. And then, after a while, we just realize that we are engineers and, we have some standards. So we start using the Terraforms, the CDKs. And, after a while, you also realize it's a hell of a lot of work. And then when you try to achieve something trivial and then you're spending 4 hours on it, and it's like, oh, come on, if I could just click on the dashboard, it would be so easy. And maybe sometimes you do it as well. I don't know. It definitely happened to me as well. And then we didn't know at that point whether he's joking or not. And then the chatter was continuing, like, why spend 3 weeks on Terraform where you could do 3 clicks? And then, of course, the other person just says, why spend 3 weeks writing infrastructure as code? Because if you could spend 3 months cleaning up the mess, what you have done on the console. So of course there are pros and cons, and there is truth to both sides, to be honest. And for this one time, he was not joking. He wrote a blog post about ClickOps, and basically he wrote down his vision where he could use the console, and it would basically generate the same diffs of Terraform in a Git repository, and our life would be so much better because the console could figure out what has changed, what was there previously, and it's the old infrastructure as code vision, just you don't have to write all that stuff. And maybe that there is also some truth to this. Maybe dashboards wouldn't be such a stigma in our industry. That would be actually quite cool. I went on with my work, and but later on I realized that even like Google Cloud has some sort of similar features in their cloud offering. Like when I go into Google Cloud, I want to create a cluster. They iterate so fast. They have new switches. They are introducing more switches faster than I can keep up with them. So it's actually good for discoverability to go on the dashboard to create that setting for Google's Kubernetes engine. And then I realized that there is this give me the equivalent of the CLI command, and this was quite useful for me. And I also realized later on that you could export the whole thing into Terraform, which I haven't tried, and it's probably bad. And generated code is never as good as your artisan craft code, but it's part of the vision. So I talked about these two trends, and I sort of combine those things in Gimlet in this project I make. It's a GitOps-based developer platform, basically covering deployment and cluster component management. So you could focus on the actually more important parts of your job as a platform engineer. Of course, it packs the tooling and conventions and workflows, and you can have your cert managers and ingress controllers, and the dashboard actually, which is a little bit different compared to the currently available dashboards, which are very much of an inventory of Kubernetes resources. Here are all your ingresses, your config maps. Instead of that, I try to focus on developer workflows and not like an inventory. So developers work with one repository, not like 25 different ingresses. It's open source. It's using the de facto standards, Helm and Flux and so on. And I try to craft the abstractions in a way so it won't be an obstacle for you if you want to extend the platform. And of course, ClickOps. All right, just before I show you the platform, I just want to highlight these two words like GitOps and advanced platform needs. Like what do I mean? Because I don't think GitOps is the most important part of your platform you are building. And even though it's very dear to my heart and I like the problem space, it's probably not as important as some others. And just because I am so vested in GitOps, I like to follow the critiques as well. And every 6 months, there is a blog post coming up like why GitOps is incomplete or why it is this and that, and it's not even a new idea and whatnot. And the last critique was, I think, just a few weeks ago on NewStack. Mike Long was basically criticizing the broad definition of GitOps, like what is GitOps, like is Terraform GitOps, and so on. And he even called it like a nerd snipe. It's a problem you give to engineers to just distract them, basically. I don't think it's that, but GitOps is a sufficiently simple idea, so everybody can relate to it. It's pull requests, it's code, it's audit log from the Git log. That's simple. The definition is very broad, and if you start to implement GitOps yourself, you realize that it doesn't prescribe all the steps. So you have to actually make decisions. You have to figure out a bunch of components. And it's also not quite unique problem to your organization. Like having a GitOps-based deployment pipeline is pretty much everybody built that. Like a month ago, I was traveling from Budapest to Vienna to a meetup. Actually, Budapest is where I live. And then a friend of mine was in the car, and we, of course, talked about cloud, and we talked about their internal platform, and we pretty much could map all Gimlet components to the things they built. So that was sort of one validation that it's not quite of a unique problem. So is it a nerd snipe? Yeah, probably not, but it's also not a unique problem, and it's not the hardest problem because there is so much else you could spend your time with if you are a platform engineer, like disaster recovery. On KubeCon, there was a nice keynote. One of my acquaintances, buddies, showed their GitOps-based DR approach, and then he mentioned the number 18. So they implemented something, and then they did a war room-style test of that DR effort. And they iterated it on it 18 times. Like, oh my God, like, have you iterated 18 times on your disaster recovery scenarios? Hands up if you have. No one. So you heard about someone who actually... All right, so yes, so disaster recovery is a very complex problem, and you can definitely make that a better experience because if it hits you, then you have to be very fast. Another friend of mine who's also part of like an internal platform building effort, who is building a cloud native greenfield project for their innovation center, and they are doing it for more than a year. He has told me that, yeah, of course they do the tech, but the users, they are killing me, man. I mean, of course, getting the adoption, and maybe there are some disagreements sometimes, and just training them and all that is actually a large chunk of our work. And also those unique constraints to your organization, like when you start a microservice migration effort and you move to the cloud, there is always some very scary database that you leave behind in on-prem, and you have to deal with all those concerns as well. And of course, you have to maintain it. Another story, of course, that you build your observability on Prometheus, and then you have to scale it. You have to keep an audit log for a year. You introduce Tenos, and then you leave the company, and turns out nobody else knows how to maintain Tenos or want to maintain Tenos, which is a wonderful project, but they ended up moving to one of the larger providers, which is, by the way, I think metrics and logs are a cash cow, if you ask me. So don't start a company in the deployment space, start a metrics and loggings service. All right, so why I was pondering on this is because that if you use Gimlet or if you use a similar tool, you can get to the end line of the GitOps question, and you can focus on the issues that actually matter. All right, so it's time to talk about Gimlet a little bit. What you see is so far on the screen is just the basic GitOps setup. There is Kubernetes, and there is Flux. This is the choice of my. This is my choice for a GitOps controller. And Flux reads a Git repository. When there is a change, it applies it on the cluster. These are your applications, app 1, app 2. Maybe you are better with naming than I am. And and there are, of course, your cluster components, which goes on every Kubernetes cluster: ingress controller, cert manager, secret management, so on. And because I told you that Gimlet gives you a bunch of conventions, just accept that Gimlet favors to have 2 GitOps repositories per environment, one for infrastructure components and one for application components. And of course, we could debate this pretty long, and I'm open for debates. Gimlet supports a multitude of strategies. This is just the favored one if you start out. So there are 2 GitOps repositories, and then here comes Gimlet. Developer sits on the bottom left with her laptop. There is a CLI, of course, and there is a dashboard, because we are pretty much bullish on dashboards and clicking things. And developer interacts with these components, and there is, of course, a release manager component that releases your applications in sort of a declarative fashion. So it's and there is, of course, the source code. This is the most important asset developers produce. This is the 3rd Git repository on the picture. Oh, sorry, wrong direction. All right, some arrows. Basically, what you can gather from this is that blue arrows, how infrastructure components are configured and set up, and the red arrow is where applications go through in the process. And of course, there is CI, one of the most important glue code you ever wrote. It's, developer pushes her commit into the application repo, CI kicks off, and then sort of it delegates some responsibility, actually the whole deployment responsibility to Gimlet, basically cutting CI and CD a little bit in half. So CI can do what it was made to do, like testing, verification, and artifact producing, and then the large deployment scripting is actually factored out of that component and goes into Gimlet-D. All right, I'm going to do a demo, so you could actually see how the platform looks and feels, and maybe you can try it afterwards back home. I'm using Civo Cloud for the demo. I'm also like an advocate, and they provide me great infrastructure for my demo, so and that's pretty cool. All right, so this is Gimlet. Is it visible on the screen? It's a bit shallow in colors. Yeah, anyways, so if you land on Gimlet, there are 2 views that you should be concerned with. Repositories, this is where you go if you are a developer, because at the end of the day, you deal with your favorite Git repo that you are developing. You can see your commits down here, with deploy button, and of course the commit informations. who made the commit, when was it made, what's the commit message and hash and whatnot. And up here, you see a real-time Kubernetes view. If you recall, there was a Gimlet agent running in the cluster, and that ships off real-time information that this is a deployment, 2 pods are running, and there is an ingress controller, and there is, of course, the potato head application running. Thank you, Alex, for the great work on that one. And in the demo, we are going to deploy to a new environment called KubeHuddle, and you can see how to do that. But first, I'd like to also go into the environments section, which is where platform engineers or cluster administrators live. This is where all the environments are listed. As mentioned before, there are 2 Git repositories per environment. There is just a naming convention, GitOps environment name, infra or apps, and they are just regular Git repositories with some folder structure. Of course, if you are building the GitOps platform yourself, then you can debate about the GitOps conventions endlessly, which happens on Reddit pretty much every week. And here, for platform engineers, we also try to make it easier to handle those cluster components. So you can think of the components view here as like an application market space that you can take it with you. And app marketplaces on clouds are pretty much fire and forget. So you could install a component and then you don't, it doesn't support the life cycle later on. And if you are using GitOps, then, using those marketplaces is a bit counter intuitive. So this is a GitOps-based marketplace where some components are already integrated, and then you can pick and choose. Let's see how the ClickOps experience goes if we want to install Prometheus. In this view, basically all the components are using the community Helm charts. So I'm not inventing anything here. I'm just curating, selecting the best and exposing on the UI the options that are usually you want to change, like retention days and persistence options and so on. But once we make this setting and we save the components, what you would expect of a ClickOps tool, if you click, something goes into Git. So basically, a pull request was made with the configurations, actually the resulting YAML and the CRDs that go into the GitOps repository. It's using Flux's Helm release CRD. It's pointing at the Prometheus repository. It has some settings, and it packages a bunch of dashboards as well for Grafana, so you can get started. So if you are new to this and you want to get started quickly, you can definitely use this to get up and running on an environment. And if you merge this, of course, Flux will pick up the changes, and you will have Prometheus running in your environment. I am running a single node Cibo cluster, and I believe if we look for customizations, in all the namespaces, and if we watch them, we can see that slowly it's going to be installed on the cluster. If you look at the pods, you will see that Prometheus is going to pop up here. All right, there is a reconciliation progress. There was an applied commit from Flux, and then you can see that the regular Prometheus Helm chart was applied. And then you get Grafana as well implicitly, and then you can log in, and then you can browse the dashboards. All right, so we have clicked on the dashboard, and changes were made to the GitOps repository. Thus, it makes it ClickOps, and then you can definitely inspect the different YAMLs. And if you make changes in the YAML, if you got started on the dashboard and then later on you move into the source code, you can definitely edit these YAMLs, and then Gimlet will be able to do a 3-way merge. So basically, your custom changes will not be overwritten. And for these curated components, you get an update stream. So if there is a new version, I promise you that there will be an update message with a pull request, and it will tell you if something big is going on or is just okay to merge without looking further. All right, so if you are a platform engineer, that was it for you. But if you're a developer, I'd like to show you how to deploy an application with Gimlet. By the way, we are deploying Gimlet with Gimlet to our test environments as well. So we have preview environments, and it's pretty much serving us in development. But we are going to deploy the demo application. It's deployed already on the staging environment. If you look into the configuration, then of course you can configure this on the UI. This UI is generated from a Helm chart dynamically. So basically, it's an open source component. You can take it and build it into your platform if you want to. We also have a generic purpose Helm chart, which serves web applications quite well. There is like 30, 40 use cases we support. It's not going to be the biggest Helm chart ever. So there is going to be a place where we're going to say, let's stop. This is a generic application. If you want custom things, you might want to fork it or start your own. But we can generate a UI from Helm charts. And this configuration actually lives inside your source code repository. Like you would expect things like with GitHub workflows live in the .github/workflows, Gimlet configuration lives in the .gimlet folder. And this YAML that you can configure both from the command line or in your editor or from the dashboard is basically, of course, there is some general information about the name of the application and the environments, but it also pins down a Helm chart and this version and the values that you use with that Helm chart. And of course, if you don't like Helm, you can use customized patches on the output, and you can even use any pure raw Kubernetes YAML as well. Or you can use your own Helm chart. One of my clients is using a private fork, so that works as well. So they can support their team's use cases easily. All right, so this is the staging config. There's a very nice diff view. So if you want to make changes, you definitely see what's going on the file system level. And what I'm going to do right now is that I'm going to replicate this config to the KubeHuddle environment. We are going to deploy to the default namespace, and we're going to call it demo app. And what else? Let's change the ingress, because there is a wildcard domain on KubeHuddle Turbo Pizza. That's my test domain. And if I make the changes here, what you expect is going to happen, a pull request. So once the saving is done, you can go back and you can inspect the pull request that was made on the KubeHuddle environment. And you can see the file that has been created, basically the same file that you could done by hand. You can do it on the dashboard. If you review the changes and if you merge, this application is going to be deployed. All right. There's a GitHub action, Docker building going on, and then at the end of the pipeline, what's going to happen is that CI tells Gimlet that, hey, there is a new version that you can deploy, or if I would set like a policy to deploy it on a given branch, on a given action, I could have a full CD setup. In this case, I'm going to deploy it manually. All right. The Git view is also live. There are webhooks set up. So you can see that CI is running, and the moment it is done, I will deploy it by hand. And here's the button, and I can deploy the demo app to KubeHuddle, which creates a GitOps commit, which is then applied on the cluster by Flux. So this is the GitOps commit reference. I think you have read-only access on this one. So there's a config map and the deployment. So it's not a Helm CRD, it's actually the render, the YAML that goes into the GitOps repository in this case. And where was I? It's applying, so soon it's going to pop up once it hits the cluster. It's in applying state. There is like a little task status bar and at the bottom, so you can follow your GitOps commits to production or to KubeHuddle environment. All right, so it is applied, and the pods are coming up, and they are running, and the application is exposed on the demo app KubeHuddle Huddle URL on HTTPS. So it's a success. Thank you. All right, so that was the demo. I think what I'd like to just continue a little bit, a few more minutes, is that this is definitely an open source project. It has been tested with all the local Kubernetes flavors that you can run, K3s, Rancher, Docker Desktop, Kind, Minikube. I'm running it for clients on Azure, on Google Cloud. Civo integration is there as well. There is only just GitHub provider as a source code management, but there is an issue that's open. Also CI integrations. We definitely should ramp up code there. It's a company of 2 people, so we are definitely short on resources, but we are accepting contributions, and we have a public roadmap where you can see what we are doing. Actually, things are slowed down because I'm on a conference and nobody's releasing stuff. This is the almost there column. But if you can definitely browse the issues, and I think what's even more important is there are milestones on GitHub, so you can see the larger chunks of features like an operations context and other new features coming. There is an installer, so you can install it on your laptop if you want to. It's probably just a half an hour effort. And if you give us a star, that would help us a lot, even though it's the silliest metric ever. It opens doors to investors, and actually they are finding us these days, so it helps in the conversation. So thank you very much, everyone.
That's really cool, kind of tying together the full sort of, bootstrapping through to sort of running in production thing. Do you see, like, in terms of sort of like fleshing out over time the features, it's sort of, it's that people who are running Backstage or Harness and stuff like that, they just have this one single coherent interface to the process of delivering and building software?
It's interesting that you mentioned Backstage, because with Backstage something similar is going on instead of more of a portal kind plugin style effort. Gimlet is definitely going on parallel tracks and trying to have a more integrated experience than the plugin system of Backstage. I think many people are still stuck in CI. They look at their status badges, green or red, and that's where they go when they want to find out their deployment information. And I would love that if that would be a tool which is basically a release manager that is primarily focused on the releases and maybe application operations and tying together with dashboards and everything. Is that an answer to your question?
Are there any other questions? Oh, back.
Hi. First of all, that was really awesome, and you've done some amazing work. That's the first thing I would want to make very clear. Not seen anything exactly like this, and I can't wait to try it out. 2 questions. First of all, I may have missed it, but in the demo, in terms of the infrastructure as code and generating that with ClickOps, is that something that the tool provides already, or maybe I missed it in the demo? And second question, I know maybe it might have been due to just sort of clarity of the presentation in the demo, but when you went over to the dev side for deploying the application, I noticed that there were a lot of sort of Kubernetes realm sort of definitions and tabs for the developer to configure. How do you feel about the user experience and providing those 2 segments do you see there being some crossover that the platform team would interact or help in that area, or do you see it like the developer will configure that to their best understanding, and then the pull request will be the realm where that the platform engineers can help them dial that in?
So on the dashboard side of things and on the developer side of things, I would love if developers could do it themselves. In this general purpose Helm chart, I try to use more generic terms, not the Kubernetes specific terms. So more like so they are not exposed to even certain resource types, like what's a pod disruption budget, like who cares. So basically that would go under the terms like high availability, and if you click it, then bunch of things are done for them. Of course, when they are look at the pull request, things surface, and they are seeing it, interacting with it, and if they are into this kind of things, then they can dive deeper and even ask the platform team that, hey guys, why this disruption budget was created in the first place? Like, yeah, those are great discussions to have. I like to have those discussions with developers. Not many want to have those. And then the first question was, how does the ClickOps thing happening? Basically, the dashboard, when you use this generated UI, which is basically editing Helm values files. It's nothing more. Basically, the dashboard, all it does is...
Yeah, sorry. I think what I meant was, say, for example, I'm on Civo or Google Cloud. Can I provision the cluster with ClickOps and then have that generate, I don't know, Terraform or some other infrastructure as code in place? Maybe for the demo, to make it simple, you didn't show that, but is that capability?
Okay, so Gimlet looks at the world when Kubernetes is available. It needs a Kubernetes API. We don't care too much right now how the Kubernetes got there. But when I talked to Civo as well, their first question was, can we provision the cluster here? What in the environments section, all these environments are logical environments backed by a GitOps repo. And then if you create this new one and then you set up the Git strategies and so on, you have to bootstrap it by hand. So you have to map it to a cluster or a namespace or hopefully to a V cluster as well. And that sort of connects the two worlds, but Gimlet doesn't go into the realm of provisioning clusters and cluster API and so on.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions?
Do you see kind of in the future potentially sort of using this same flow for managing non-Kubernetes workloads, like replacing CDK or whatever you're using?
No. It's already covering a large amount of topics, and I think as a small company, I should find my boundaries, and I think I found them. Some might say that this is already two products, one for platform engineers and one for developers. I definitely feel that way, but I just have to have both, because there's just I'm scratching my own itch as well.
Okay, can we put our hands together for Laszlo?
Thank
you. Next up, we have Ingen. Is that how you pronounce it? Is he here? That'd be awkward. Okay, give us a few minutes and then we'll resume. Thank you. Use Engen. So he's worked for more than 15 years in the IT industry. He started as a Java developer and went there to front end and back end development until I found his sweet spot in all things related to CI/CD. Currently working for a Schwartz Group, which is the people behind big retail such as Lidl and Kaufland. And he loves everything about cloud transformation enablement. So can we put our hands together for Engen?
Yeah. So welcome everyone to my little talk about Kubernetes and meat. That's how the whole journey, how we brought Kubernetes into our meat processing factories at the Schwartz Group. But I will go later a little bit deeper into this. So just quickly about me, as you can see, as a good German working in an enterprise environment, I have the about me slide, so who I am. That's very important. Otherwise, some other departments will not know who you are. So shortly for me, Engin Diri is my name. I'm working in the Schwartz IT since 2017. Before I worked in different places. I started my whole journey as a Java developer. So in the heart, I'm a 100% developer. Actually, I worked also here in Edinburgh for 2.5 years. I had to look up the place. Both of them are not existing anymore. So one was in Edinburgh Park, a billing and rating company for mobile phones. Another one was outside of Edinburgh in the Midlothian. I had to look it up again. So it's also not existing anymore. But yeah, I have a special story with Edinburgh. Main subjects for me is cloud transformation and cloud enablement. So this is the job I'm doing. I always say to myself, I'm the Mary Poppins of IT, so different projects contact me for different stages. They're like, hey, we have CI/CD problems. I'm like, yeah, no problem, I help you for a certain time. Or they come and say, we have problems here in our Azure cloud, for example, what should we do? So context switches are part of my life, and I'm one of the few people who really earn money with context switches. And of course, like everybody else, hopefully here, continuous everything. That's just a thing for me also. Okay, I just want to give you a really, really brief introduction about the Schwartz. It's not about marketing. Please don't apply if you're not looking for a job. It's not something I do to promote my company. It's just to give you the context about how we are rolling and why there was this problem, so why there was this challenge. So Schwartz Group is founded, and the leader is Dieter Schwartz. You will never see a picture of this person because he's one of the old school boomer German entrepreneurs who don't show anything of their life. So he's like a ghost. Nobody saw him. There's only 1 or 2 pictures of him from early stages, but nothing else. Comes from the time when in Germany big entrepreneurs get kidnapped from whatever people. So completely back in the stage. The Schwartz Group is consistent of many, many different sub-companies. So for example, Lidl, everybody should know Lidl. Kaufland is the one with the, like a Tesco. Lidl is more a discounter. This is the company I'm working in, the SIT, the Schwartz IT, but we have much, much more. Even now we do waste. We're working also in the waste. PreZero is the company for this. So much, much more stuff going on. We have totally, I looked the numbers up, 500,000 employees in different areas. And we are active in 33 countries. Unfortunately, not in Turkey, and because I'm Turkish, so, and not in Israel. What's a pity for all the people we met in Israel. And the revenue from, and I looked this one also up, from 2021 was 133 billion US dollar was the revenue. So it's quite a big thing going on, and this is something people don't know when you go to conference. Where do you work? Schwartz IT. They're like, yeah, okay. Okay, but that was it. As promised, nothing to, no advertising. Let us jump directly into the use case. Everything started with the business. So the business come up, and we're talking here about the business because in Germany we say Fachbereich. I did not know how to translate this. So when we call our customers Fachbereich, and this I would roughly translate with business. They approached us with, and this is the business for the meat processing factories, very important. So the business approached us and said, okay, we have different new requirements. The actual system is not able to handle anymore. You can, Lidl and the IT of the Schwartz, we are not a dedicated IT organization, so everything is grown. I mean, really They started with servers, they started with bare metal, whatever, and everything grow. So of course now with the new requirements, the things doesn't fulfill anymore what you would expect nowadays, what you want to do as a business. So SLO is a thing, honestly. We don't have SLOs. I mean, we have war rooms. I mean, when something goes down, they call, and then they call this guy, this guy, this guy. They sit down, they celebrate each other. At the end, it works. So, and the business said, okay, this is not something we can do. That's not how we should roll, especially in a factory which works 24 hours, cutting meat into pieces or whatever. So the trucks are waiting at the door. The system is down. What should we do? Oops. So no standards. Enterprise, no standards. Everybody come into the company. They saw something, go to a meeting. They're like, hey, that's cool. Or let us bring this down. So things are working in their own island, but not on a big thing. So no standards was a thing. And then it comes to the too many silos. So there's a networking group, there's a security group, there's the vSphere group, there's the guy who goes in the switch and change them. So everybody owns something, and you can imagine how long it takes to do anything. So you have to contact here ticket ops, of course, ticket ops, because it's very cool. Time to market for new features is really, really huge. So it takes really much time to roll out something, some demand of the business. And then when it's rolled out, probably it's not needed anymore. I mean, you get functions delivered or functionality which is not needed anymore because it took so many time to roll them out. Cyber incidents, it's a thing. Companies, factories get attacked. And when you have some old VM running on it, nobody patched or whatever, it becomes really a risk. And now every new piece in the factory, a new cutting machine, is completely IoT based. I mean, this is completely wired up. So we have to be more aware of this, and we have to be aware that factories can be targeted. Next thing, compliance. I mean, I don't need to say anything. You are not an enterprise if you don't have people in the compliance team. And of course, that's the biggest thing for the business, costs. Things get expensive, especially when you have to pay certain people because they are the only one who left there. They know their system, and the systems are very old. If you need a spare part or whatever, everything gets really, really costful, especially in a factory context, because things are already 5 times more because they have a special case. There's no blood or water comes in. And of course, it makes the stuff very, very expensive. So this is the business needs, really in a nutshell. So shortly to the meat processing factories, to give you an idea of what are we talking. Is it something in the backyard of the Schwarz group? Actually not. We have one in the Czech Republic. I hope I don't have any Czech-speaking people here. I will try it. It's called Modlice. We have Osterfeld in the east of Germany. We have Heiligenstadt in the middle of Germany. We have Möckmühl in the near of Heilbronn in the south. And then, of course, we have Heilbronn. That's where we also our headquarters is. So these are the meat processing factories, just to see on a map. Okay, so now we sat down with the team and said, okay, let us organize the requirements into some pieces we can use as a first roadmap. So what should we tackle? What should we start on? So we come to the conclusion from the statements of the business who are completely new to this world, so they cannot articulate them. They can just come up with feelings or some business-related stuff. So we decide, okay, we need to modernize the infrastructure to state of the art. And there's also a thing, the word modernized. You don't know how much problem you get in the enterprise because modernized sounds like the German word Mode. And Mode is something, it's in, and then maybe half a year not. So this is really a thing. The word modernize was a thing. They're like, does it mean that it's only for 6 months cool and then not anymore? Oh man, that's also a thing. Decentralized data processing. The machines are producing really, really much data They told us, I'm not in this world, but they told me they have 30 kilohertz, whatever. They produce data really, really much. So data processing is very important for them because there are other systems who connect to this data. They use the data, SAP systems, getting out the informations, putting it somewhere. So for them, data processing was for us an important requirement. Optimized resource consumption. every factory has a so-called in German Ressourcenbundle. The factory has to buy from the Schwarz IT and they get a server rack. And every 5 years they modernize the bundle. So you have to live with a resource pack for a certain time. So there's maybe 100 CPUs available and 60 gigabyte RAM. I come up now with this thing. So this is the thing. Maybe in one of the places they don't have the space in the factory, so maybe they have just one rack of this specific part. Or the business is like, nah, we're not gonna pay now for this, give us a cheaper one, because they can choose between different t-shirt sizes. So we have to make sure that we have to be very careful with our resource consumption. Next thing we thought, we have to reduce the costs on day 2 operations. That was the thing. This on-call rotas, the persons and so on, it really killed the system because it took too much costs on it. So it was something like, is there a possibility to have a self-healing approach, something which does for us the work of an operator without being actually, you need an operator. Actually, we have a room, they are 24/7 online, and they call you when there's an alert, so that's really interesting. Next thing is also the scalability. So the system should be able that if an application needs during some specific peaks more resources, it should be able to create this. As you can imagine, currently we don't have Nomad or something on the start to at least try to handle this on a VM approach. So they get provisioned. I said yesterday to another talk, the devs, they order the biggest possible thing and then it lies around and it's not really optimized. And last but not least, IoT ready. I just mentioned this. So this is some of the points I found very interesting to share. So let us jump into the long way of the first version of EEP. So EEP is the code word for Industrial Edge Platform. So we started as a good citizen in an enterprise. We started with the approach reuse. What do we have already? So is there something we can do? Yes, we have 4 or 5 big OCP cluster internally. They are huge. I mean, Red Hat is probably, I'm sure they bought a Tesla for everybody with the costs we have, because we have really big cluster lying around. So we said, okay, let us try to use them. They're in our data center. Let us see if we can use, with some simple tests, our OCP clusters. Yes, of course, it didn't work, because we had to deal with high latency issues. So having workload running on a data center and getting some informations in a millisecond area, transfer them to our POC, to our cluster on-prem, did not work. So we completely agreed, okay, this is not something we should go. So we come up with our shortlist. So we started to say, okay, what are the possibilities? And just as an information, because some of the things, which are written here, we're talking about 2020. I looked it up. It was October 2020. So no wonder that there's stuff in you're like, what is this? I mean, Gravity. Gravity is now, how do you say it? They necromanced parts and call it now Teleport. But Gravity was, at this time, it was a real product from the good people at Teleport. So we just checked several opportunities. We found out that things are not working for us. But for example, K3S was very interesting, and then Vanilla K8s with the cluster API. 2020 cluster API was completely different than it now, especially for the vSphere. We talk later about this, Kubernetes and so on. Okay, that was our shortlist. So we started, Gravity was one on the shortlist. It was really, really nice. It's a really interesting tool. You have everything what you have in Teleport, auditing possibilities. The nice thing is we could create tarballs and completely air-gapped into the situation. So we completely unpacked this zip and installed a complete cluster for us. It was really, really nice. The big downside of Gravity, I just said, why we did not continue with Gravity, the enterprise, they wanted more than 120,000 euro. And now you have to think about, I showed you who we are. We are in Germany and we are in the Swabian area, so we are also greedy. So $120,000 was too expensive for the business. And now there comes one of the things, they did not understand it. Now because this is future, sorry to say this, future shit, they did not understand this. So for me, it was still something, wow, I like it. I can bundle it, I can bring it. I even can give a stick to a dude in the factory and say, here, stick it in, and then you can spawn the stuff, for example. But they said it's too expensive. So we dropped Gravity, and then we went to Rancher. We talk here about the version 2.4 still. So it's not with the cool stuff, it's still an old one. During the project, we installed 2.5 to have finally a fleet on it and so on, so it opened us much possibilities. But the version we had was 2.4, and this is the one we actually pick. So let me see if, do I have, before I go too deep into the talk? Yeah, we talk later about the structure and the downside of the solution. But Rancher was really nice. Some colleagues even told it it's Ranger with a G. So I was in meetings where I have to present my solution, and some of the management people talk all the time about Ranger. And I'm like, what are they talking? And no, they meant Rancher. So that was very interesting. Actually, and now comes the first non-vegan slide. We even used this in our slides to show. So when we went out in 2021 to present our solutions, we really went with the theme, and this is our old master template in the company, and we went out to make advertising for the solution and keep on explaining different people all the time the same to make advertise for the solution. Next slide was this one we used. So Fleischwerke goes Kates. This was also one of the slides, and this we used as an eye catcher to get the people on board. And actually, it worked. I mean, everybody's. Can you show again the one with the sausage? So it somehow worked. It's really nice. Okay, so we started with Rancher. What did we do? We deployed Rancher in Azure because we could not get on-prem for the central control plane things running up. Because I told to you, different people, different silos ordering something in a data center dedicated for this thing was just too much. And because we had all the time the fear that maybe they turn off the project, I wanted to have it production ready as possible. So I come up here with this architecture for the control plane. I really went full with this. I wanted to show them we can up with a cloud architecture which is really state of the art, which has everything you need, that it's not attackable, or at least the border is quite high, so we can run this. I even talked to Microsoft about this. This was really pain. And even them, they're like, okay, that's fine, you can go with this. So this is what we built up. And now comes the ugly part of the solution. So we had to connect all of our legacy systems. So Splunk has to be connected. We use Azure DevOps. So we created also Azure DevOps. We use Terraform to create the control plane, Artifactory for our image repositories. And the right side was the side which really killed the first version. So you see the RKE cluster we created there. The problem was the vSphere owned by a different project, a different team. And this team was completely on Ansible. And they really wanted to use Ansible. I was not allowed to use a Terraform provider because they did not want to let us on the machines. I really tried to convince them, beg them to, hey, let us do this together. No, they created some Ansible scripts, and now you can imagine we had to spawn machines via Ansible to use then the Rancher agent approach to connect them into the cluster. So they are so half-arsed managed. Because you see them, you can deploy the fleet there in the system, but the actual life cycle of the Kubernetes cluster was not there. And this was the thing. I will put it here as flaws. The flaws is it was a not managed life cycle of the cluster. If we needed to do some updates, maybe they had to extend the Ansible. We talked to them. Is this going to be rolling? What are you doing? And how do you want to patch the nodes? Everything was really open. And we quickly find out this is not something we can. We started our work, we started to deploy applications there, but we understood this is not something which will work, and it's our name who's outside. And if the system keeps failing or fall in its parts, it will be us who are responsible for this. The next part was the bootstrapping, as I said, with Ansible and so on. That was really, really complicated. It was not something we wanted to go down neither, because we did not gain any speed at all. The internet connection is a risk. We had to have internet connection to the control plane in Azure. So that's something I also understand is a risk. You could mitigate it to stuff, but as you can imagine, building up a connection from a safe area to an unsafe area was a big no-no for our security. And we always had to argue about this. And after a certain time, you're like, okay, I'm not going to continue arguing with you. And now comes the next thing. I said we are Germans and Swedes, so Azure costs were too high. Yeah. I remember still the face of my Fachbereich or the business. He looked at me and see the curve in the Azure dashboard. He's like, why does it goes up? You promised 5,000 euro and so on. I was like, yeah, and here, the WAF and so on, it's quite, you want it safe, and they're like, but it's too expensive. It's too expensive. I cannot argue this costs and so on. I talked to him, I said, do you think stuff is always for free and so on? But this is how we roll. So it will be something always to discuss, especially if you have a data center on place and the cluster are on the on-prem data center. Discussion come up. And the last point was the infra team did not like Azure. They were vSphere boys. So they had their vSphere stuff and so on. They all the time had to argue about this, hey, why you use Azure and all this stuff. So that was really not a thing. This is some of the flaws, and they are really brutal and kind of honest. So, but we did not give up. So I looked around, and happily here are so many members from the community, and I stumbled over some projects and some advertising. For example, in Twitter, we found out that the copy evolved and the copy went much better. So I went back to the infra team, who are completely vSphere nuts, said, hey, do me a favor, please check the copy for vSphere. What do you think about this? So he looked at it. It was the copy at this time was not even 1.0. It was still better. And these people are like, they see better. They're like, no, I'm not going to do this. So again, convincing them and say, look at this. And he was like, yeah, I feel confident enough to roll with the version, what was it, alpha or beta version of the vSphere provider. That's really fine. So I was quite relieved. So we managed this. So this is our new architecture on a management-friendly architecture. What we came up, we said, okay, the under the stuff, it will be all done via the copy. They use some bootstrap cluster. I think Puya also mentioned this. We have some kind cluster to bootstrap here, the actual clusters. And then they provide us now with a way. This is much, much better. No Ansible self-made Python scripts and no whatever. Here we can really roll and have the stuff cloud native. We, again, on the top, we just get our clusters and then we can connect them into our life cycle. So that was really nice. And the copy fulfilled everything what we needed with rolling updates and all this stuff. So even vSphere had also a storage provider. So we could even get our read-write many storage. That was really, really nice. So we didn't need to install, for example, a Longhorn or create our own NFS server for providing read-write many storage. So this is for me or for us was a major breakthrough here. Okay, so let us quickly dive into the anatomy of IAP. I tried to mock a little bit, like a cow where you see the different meat parts and so on. So I hope it comes up with the thing. So these are the different pieces of our cluster. It should be a Kubernetes stuff, but yeah, it's a little bit thing. Okay, so security. So as you saw, we already started to learn with our Rancher approach, and we started already to roll out with fleet applications over the GitOps way. So we had a good idea about what we want to use in our security part. So we started our journey here. We quickly understand that eBPF is the future, especially for the industrial area, because we have many different customers and development teams, and we cannot say no because of you're only allowed to use this image. Maybe it works for different companies. For us, the reality is he calls his manager and says, Engin did not allow me to deploy, and then he calls me, and then I'm like, okay, because I need the money. So we started with Falco. Falco did not work because we use Photon OS. Again, the vSphere colleagues, they are completely VMware nuts. So he actually wanted to use Photon OS. This is a special container-based image from the colleagues of VMware, and they did not support eBPF. So the Falco way was also done. Then they updated the OS underneath, so we could start to use the eBPF approach. So we switched to Tracy because we found it a little bit more suitable to our overall security stack. And then we started to feel like, okay, is there something else? And the something else comes also, oh, no, it's not good. The something else comes with the rest of our security. So I will come back to the tetragon icon just to switch. So for scanning, we had Snyk already in place, but we found, okay, that's not nice. The integration in a Kubernetes cluster with the Snyk controller doesn't feel completely right. So we switched to Trivy. And we had Calico as a CNI. And we also here found that, and now comes the clue to the eBPF part, back again, we need Cilium. Because in an industrial area, it makes absolutely sense to have the maximum on observability and the maximum on forensic data, everything you can get. So Cilium, always a great project for all the other stuff, the network policy. I mean, I convinced the people with Cilium with the editor, you know, clicking the network policies together, and my business was like, hey, I created a policy. And I was like, yeah, fine. And then he just copy-pasted the stuff. That was good. And now we come the connection from Cilium to Tetragon. We can now use Tetragon and can do the eBPF part also there. So this is something we are now rolling out and trying. It's not in place currently, but Tetragon will be the next stuff, especially with our Cilium CNI and having now the possibilities. Trivy as a replacement, the Trivy operator. The good folks from Giant Swarm created an exporter, so we could use the exporter functionality from Giant Swarm to have in our Grafana dashboards and our alerts, everything connected. So if we find out some new CVEs, at least we get alerted. We didn't do anything, but we get alerted about this. And last thing, teleport. Again, it's opinionated. It's my opinionation. I mean, maybe you're like, oh, maybe something else could switch better. For us, it was very nice because you can imagine we get the kubeconfig via mail or something like this. So we are not happy. And then you know this, your colleague calls you and says, can you give me the kubeconfig? I lost it again. And you sent him for the 200th time in MS Teams, plain the kubeconfig with a cluster admin. Bam. And you promise, can you delete this, please? And he doesn't delete it. This is real life. We had it. So we quickly come up with the idea to roll with teleport. And now there comes the first change in the mindset of the company. They understood that it costs money. So we're talking about now enterprise with them. So very good. And we want to change to enterprise because currently we implement the user in teleport by hand via a special script. But they understood it's now nice. They can log in and they can get a kubeconfig there. Next part, compliance. We started as everybody with Gatekeeper. Just to find out that we are too stupid to remember Rego the next day when we wrote it. And we just switched to Kyverno because honestly, YAML, YAML is YAML. Rego was something different. And the business, I mean, the people in the team, they looked at me. They're like, you're not going to expect us to write Rego. Okay, I'm like, okay, you're right. And we used conf test locally, wrote some conf test stuff. And even I forgot the next day what I wrote there. So that was not something. We switched quickly to JS policy, just again to get the answer. Again, you don't expect us to write TypeScript. Yeah, you're right. And I really spent a whole workshop day. I'm burned for JS policy with Love. I talked with Rich about this, and I really made them like this, the guy, you know, with the lines. And he's like, we're not going to write TypeScript. Okay, we went to Kyverno, and I think it's a good choice because now the whole cosine movement and all the image validation stuff, I think it makes sense, especially in a Kubernetes context. So I think that was a good decision here. Trivy, again, for testing still, you can create now also there some tests. You don't need to use them, but at least you get tests out of the box. We use Dex. I just mentioned Dex here because we have 3 different IDPs internally. Kaufland has its own, Schwarz has its own, Lidl has its own. So before, it was not possible for the companies to use, for the people to use the IDPs to have a single sign-on. Now we install Dex on every cluster. We use the federation in the background, so whoever you are, whatever thing you are, when you log in the UI of Grafana or from Argo, you just can choose which IDP is yours, and then you just log in. So perfectly for us, that was really, really good. Kubescape, we use the CLI version to get some information, to feel bad because we are non-compliant to anybody there. So that's always the thing. But It's good feedback. We give some of the points we found suitable. We give to the infra team underneath us to say, hey, look, this is what other people are doing. We thought also to create our own framework, but currently it's a CLI not embedded somewhere, and we just run it to get some new input. And again, teleport here. Observability, I just go a little bit quicker over it because this is the boring part. Everybody should have. It's Prometheus, it's Alert Manager, Loki, Grafana, what we have in the start, and Hubble. So that's the thing we use currently on our observability stack to just get information. People are now started to create service monitor and pod monitor and alert manager rules and so on. So this is really working fine. They create this stuff. It's connected to our MS Teams, so we get an alert in MS Teams. And they make the same error like everybody, sending everything to MS Teams and nobody reacts, but this is a different topic. So pager fatigue was with us the quickest thing they adapted to ignore alerts. Okay, and the deployment part is also interesting. So as you can imagine, Argo, again, why do we use Argo? It's the UI who solved it, nothing else. I mean, I'm a Flux, I like Flux also very much, but at this stage with the people I have in the team, I did not want the people that they use K9S or whatever to look for some resources and so on. It was just not feasible, not that they're not capable of this, but I wanted to reduce the cognitive load on them. And for us, the UI really helped much, and they could just trigger, they commit something into Git and they're like, why does it not deploy? And I could say, okay, if you cannot wait, then please click on the refresh button, then it deploys. So this is something really, really helped us. They feel quicker at home. And I could continue my story about GitOps. That was very important because I have a bigger picture. I want to move them into them space and not discuss about should we go full-blown cloud native or should we use still some patterns of a monolithic UI having there. We talk later quickly about this. Customize, clear, Helm. Nothing goes without Helm, also for us. And Azure DevOps, of course, to do the whole bootstrapping part and we have some Azure pipelines and the whole Git repository is in Azure DevOps. We were also one of the people who approached, for example, different projects because Azure DevOps uses the Git 2.0 protocol and most of the stuff did not handle this, the libgit. So some of the stuff, it was because we contacted over Microsoft, made some little pressure and like, hey, is it not possible to do it because of the protocol? So that's very interesting. So libgit, when you have to choose it, it's because some people like us using Azure DevOps. And Lian talked about yesterday about this sealed secrets. Because you cannot imagine we still have not a central vaulting solution in place in this company. So the most feasible stuff for us is to use Bitnami sealed secret. So that's one thing. Okay. So far, the tools we choose and the reason behind the tools, so nothing should be much surprising. For us, it's a big step, like entering the moon for the first time. For most of you people are like, yeah, dude. So quickly, how we do multi-clusters, or what is the approach? We create a control plane in our data center via the CAPI, and this one gets connected via Argo to the Argo UI as a cluster. So we go actually GitOps only to the point for the control plane, and then the control plane is doing just KubeHuddles to the different meat processing factories. Everything is fine. We go with this approach because for us visibility was very important. So that's the reason. We use application set for this. So at least we have a kettle approach, so we give every cluster some capabilities and just say, please deploy the application ingress or whatever to the cluster with following capabilities. If there are meat cutting device in, then please use following Node-RED, whatever. It gets deployed like this. And the approach really works very well. So the people make a pull request again and the system runs. Then we have the next challenge, the multi-arch cluster. So the people come with the Jetson devices and the Raspberries, and they're like, how we can connect them. So what we are used, we thought about what should we do. The infra team said, we are not going to use cluster API to connect your Jetson devices, come up with something on your own. We're not doing this currently. That was very mean. So what we had to do is we use KubeVirt and I created a little CLI. It's on GitHub. It's called K-Free Corsair or K-Freeze Air, who just creates a Kubernetes cluster. It's a glorified wrapper around the CLI, and he creates then the K3S cluster for us. So we spawn Ubuntu's and use them to connect to the Jetson device. So that's the thing we have. So there's a script going on to do this stuff. So we use the cloud init to make everything during boot. And this is the only approach we see it's working. And it went so well that it's already in action. So this is an actual slide of a marketing thing. So they even went out with this and say, this is the way we provide this stuff, because they are happy. They are really happy with this approach. And we did not have become hostage. Quickly to Node-RED. Some facts about Node-RED. This is one of our first applications we deployed in all the meat processing factories, getting all the informations of the IoT devices. So currently there are 50 machines per location connected, from metal detectors, meat slicers, to even printers. We expose the machines as a Prometheus endpoint, what is very, very useful for them. And we do the data pre-processing also there and pump it into some kind of data lake. And the business is very happy. Again, to show this is one of the flows. I'm not a Node-RED expert, but they really do plenty of flows. You see that's a screenshot from a colleague where he shows that the things, whatever they do with the machines. Okay, now we come quickly to the end. The good parts of the whole thing, we created a virtual platform team. So that's the people up there. They are from different areas. We have juniors, we have professionals inside. So we really created something, and the team really learned how to work together. So two of them even did the CKA. They have no idea about Kubernetes, and they managed to do the CKA on the first thing. So this is something really useful. And I say to everybody who joins us, please either do the CKAD or the CKA exam, because that gives you a good feeling, and then you should be able to continue from there. And it's proof, two of them, Felix was it, and I think Steffen, completely noobs, and then they managed this completely, so that was fine. Time to market decreased from weeks to days, not hours, sorry, it's still days, but because we have to order the networks and so on still from internal, but we really gain speed here. We have a platform feeling. We are state-of-the-art technology stack now here with Kubernetes, and as you saw, everything is possible now. That's very, very useful for us. The mean time to recovery really decreased, because we are now able to fix stuff quicker. We can create operators, we can create measurements to even the simplest one, like restarting a pod, is so much better than calling somebody and ask him to go to Windows and restart the service. So that's really, really nice. And of course, we have now new opportunities to learn and grow. It's unbelievable how people come into some kind of comfort zone, and then they stop to learn and so on. And then when you challenge them, things start to grow. But again, there's no light without a dark side. So what are the bad parts? One of the biggest bad parts I experienced was friendly fire. I'm not sure if the definition is everybody clear, but we get much trouble from our own allies. So the architecture team comes and keep on challenging us and come with some Google Anthos stuff and so on, and Azure Arc for Kubernetes, and you name it. It was horrible. I mean, this is really something I really don't want. And maybe it's an enterprise thing, but friendly fire hurts as much when you're in a meeting and then somebody just talks something and you're not even prepared to this, or getting dragged into something. So that hurt really much. Honestly, this was a big eye-opener for me, because I'm the person who always believed that you can train people, but here I learned it on the hard way that knowledge building takes time. It takes time. I explained stuff. 1 week later, they completely forgot it. I mean, I say to them, and I'm not in a position to give them orders, and I'm like, why you don't write it down? I mean, honestly. And you're like, you come slightly, but yeah, knowledge building takes time, and people make errors, and that's fine, and I keep on explain them, and that's not a problem. Never be angry about them. And another thing is, I always thought this is some myth people say in the internet, the cognitive overload. No, it's true. Having a Git, having Argo, having here, going to Trevi, going to create a service monitor and so on, that really overloads the people, is as it is. Next one, the bad part was culture eats strategy. That's also true. I always thought also that some people came up with, no, it's really like this. It's difficult to change a culture. I did, as you saw, we tried this with different stuff. When the people don't want, they don't want. Point. Either you're in a hierarchy very up and you can force the people. If you're like me, making this grassroots movements or trying to be like, come on, let us be a team and so on, they're like, who are you? Which makes, that's absolutely sense, because maybe they have their own stuff to do and they're like, why should I work with you when I'm getting used to 9 to 5? Now you come with something new, which is a possible risk, and maybe I get to be blamed or I have to stay longer at work and so on, which is completely fine. Everybody defines their sense of life differently, but makes this kind of actions very difficult. Interfaces with old ID, I'm not talking about this is really a thing when you have to still deal. I mean, our internal DNS is BlueCat or something like this, that even not possible to program BlueCat. So when we had to create a subdomain for whatever, it's a ticket. Or when the internal Acme server, we have an Acme server actually, what's nice, but when I do a HTTP challenge for a certificate and gives me an error, and like, what's the problem? Yeah, Engin, you forgot to open the firewall. Is it my work? I have to create a firewall opening just to that your Acme server can talk to us. Yeah, very different. And last, gatekeeping. Now you tackle stuff where we have dedicated teams operating, for example. They are used to this. They sell this as a selling point. And now you come to the people, you say, maybe you don't need to wake up at 3 o'clock because the system is doing the stuff, and maybe we do it you know what I mean? Or I give the developers the feedback to create the stuff better. And now you work with people where you potentially sit in a meeting and they see that you are, how do you say this? You hunt in their special domain and they keep on sabotaging you. So it's gatekeeping and friendly fire are very close friends to each other. Okay, so just next steps and challenges. We're not stopping, so things are rolling. The business, as I said, is very, very happy. So next challenges, scale out people, knowledge, and product. Remove architectural shortcuts, because we made many of them. They are documented. We have architecture decision records, so everything is documented. But there are some shortcuts. Not going to lie about this stuff, so that's it. Is it it? Yeah, and that's it. Questions? Thanks.
Got any questions?
That's the fake question. Now ask the fake question.
I have a question. I have a question.
Okay.
Did you time this just before lunch? A meat-based talk?
Oh, yeah. So do we have Angus beef later? Or
I don't know. But I'd quite like that, actually. It'd be quite nice. So, if there are no questions, or is one?
Great talk. I work also for a kind of factory-related company, so a lot of similar issues. It was nice to relate. How different was the setup of each factory? Did you have to like go and talk to the individuals that work on each one and adjust to each one, or was it standardized? Were you the one that were trying to standardize the setup of each one?
It's one team who provide the vSphere. So the SIT, the Schwarz IT, is selling the hardware bundles to the businesses. For example, the meat processing factories buy them, but they're all standardized. So you have definitive stuff. There's a control plane from vSphere. This is everything fine. So you had to talk only with one team. But as you can imagine, they're the kingmakers because they sit on the vSphere stuff. So.
Any other questions? Okay.
Danny?
1 hour for lunch. Thank you very much, Engin.
So we had the results for the pub quiz from last night. So we'll start with the answers first. Oop, let me just get my phone.
Everyone did poorly.
Okay, so the logos were volcano, not bollocks, according to one team. Crossplane, not control plane, according to quite a few people. It's not an easy mistake to make, honest. Spire, and Prometheus, and etcd. So for the following CNCF projects, whether real or not real, Firefly is not real, Dragonfly is a project. Lucanica is a Greek sausage, not a real project, but expect by the end of the day it will be. Noms is a real project, we just had to put that in because we love the name. Tanker is a real project. Docheo is Greek for container, but isn't a real project. So clustered, how do you create a mirror pod? Basically, you SSH onto the node, run a pod directly in the manifest folder, and you get a mirrored API pod, don't you?
Yeah, the word we were looking for was static manifest.
Yeah, static manifest, yeah. That's, anyone who's got a CKA should have that, know that one. Which port does Kubelet listen to on by default? It's
102.50.
Yeah, 102.50. And this is the controversial one. What types of admission controllers can you have in Kubernetes? And David's got the answer to this one. I want to go home alive tonight.
I was very pedantic about the answer. So 99% of you pretty much put mutating or validating webhook configurations, which is actually not the correct answer. The correct answer is static or dynamic admission controllers, of which we use webhook configurations to configure. So only one team actually got that one correct. This is not really on it, is it?
Was it your team?
No, we didn't have a team. I wrote the quiz, so yeah, I'd have got 100%. Okay, and so the last question was, who is the author of the O'Reilly book using Docker? And that is our co-organizer, Adrian Mowat, who is not here today, or was yesterday.
Mexico.
Yes, strange man. Mexico or KubeHuddle. Okay, so the languages were Pascal, Brainfuck, Pony, and VBA.
And lolcode.
Oh, and lolcode, sorry. Number 2 is lolcode. Which we accepted lolcats, we gave it half a point for that, or lolscript, we gave it half a point. So, the history of Kubernetes. When was Kubernetes donated to the CNCF? It was 2016. Why does the logo have 7 spokes? It's in a Star Trek reference, 7 of 9. Who wrote the first commit? Was Joe Beta? Yep. Which company developed Prometheus? It was a couple of ex-Google engineers from SoundCloud. And which project inspired Kubernetes? It was Google's Borg. So, is anyone from Disco Dingoes here? You're just too embarrassed to stand up because you know you've come last, don't you? 10 whole points. Great show. Though there was a person who did very well, but they didn't put their team name on, so we don't know who that was. So the winners, we had CTF on 17 points. Is anyone from CTF here? Want to stand up? Nope. And then we had Dad's Army with 16.5 points. Scaliotus with 16 points. Unicorn with 16 points. Solo with 15 points. Team Iron with 15 points. Matt Turner with 13. Good solo effort from him there. Team Roost with 12. Skypod with 14.5. Clueless Winners with 14. And X had 15. I hope you enjoyed the quiz. So we're going to get, which ones? CTF and, what is it? Dad's Army. If you come and find us, we've got some prizes and stuff for you later on.
Okay, well, Alex is getting set up. Just, what is it? So, yes, wonders and woes of webhooks. No, that's wrong. One, sorry. Threw me off. His agenda's wrong. Crowdsourcing Kubernetes distribution. So, Alex Jones works as a contributor and end user of cloud native technology. His passion is to create positive engineering cultures that enable inclusivity, thank you.
Spelling test.
Yeah, I know. And diversity as a core attribute rather than a vague goal. He's worked at companies such as JP Morgan, American Express, Microsoft, and British Sky Broadcasting. Over to Alex. Can everyone give him a warm welcome?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a bit of an impromptu talk, and I hope that I do it justice, and I hope that you're as excited as I am about open feature by the end of it. So what we're going to learn today is what exactly is the problem space of feature flagging, how it's traditionally been constricted to the web browser, and how we're looking to bring it into Kubernetes infrastructure and below down to the metal layer. So one thing aside from this is I have two other KubeCon talks that are highly related to this. So I'm trying to tell you what I'm going to speak about there, but I'm going to keep some tidbits discreet until KubeCon for those who are attending, so there'll be a bit of extra interest to go to those. And there's some QR codes, and I'm like when you give your mum a phone and she discovers emojis for the first time, because I've gone somewhat nuts on QR codes, so I apologize in advance, but there'll be plenty throughout the talk. So as was just mentioned, my name is Alex Jones, not InfoWars Alex, but fairly unremarkable from the UK, and I'm the engineering director at Canonical. Canonical are the makers of Ubuntu, OpenStack, etc. And my job is to produce Kubernetes distributions that have a lot of extra features. If you're interested in that, I'm also doing a back-to-back talk. So after this talk, there'll be a talk specifically on micro-K8s and why it's the future over K3s and other distributions. So you might find that contentious, interesting, and I recommend if you're in that space as a platform engineer, do attend. I'm also a CNCF tech lead for app delivery, so I do appraisals of projects like Crossplane, and I'm also one of the founding members of OpenFeature. And aside from that, I've got a QR code. I do a bunch of moonlight work for Cloud Native Skunkworks as my channel and my advisory consultancy company. Things I like to do when I'm not at work. So I have other interests. I just thought I'd put it there. That little man on the bottom right is the warehouse master at Lagavulin. I go every 5 years and he's still there, and he promises me he's going to retire one day, and the kids on the left are mine. So I do a lot of stuff outside of this cloud native gig. I took this slide here because I thought it's really concise. It's not mine. I've put the QR code to the author, but this really, in essentially one image, describes what is feature flagging. I think that's a fairly well-trodden path, and people understand that a feature flag is a set of capabilities that you can either turn on or off. However, I think that what's lesser understood about feature flagging is actually how it works. You don't tend to have a developer that sits there and watches and turns something on or off. The feature flags and gates are usually based on evaluation. So if I'm from Australia trying to hit a US website, that feature flag might have an evaluation that says, well, if you're from the US or from Australia, return two different values. And the way that would look is in your code is you'd have an SDK. And there's some popular projects and vendors rather, as I can mention, Flagsmith, Flagger, Launch Darkly, who all try to solve that problem of feature flags. It's also known as feature gates as well, because they are used to gate content, and specifically in the web space, these have been used for a good 15 years or so. So why do we need something like OpenFeature if this is a fairly well-trodden path? Well, the problem is that all these vendors, like everyone, lack any sort of standard, so you can't really reuse or have providers that are slot in and slot out. So if I have a React framework and I am building out some node for a website, I would have to drop in the Launch Darkly or the Flagger or Flagsmith SDK and work with that. If I change provider, it would no longer work. Also, on top of that, there's nothing for infrastructure. There's nothing that goes lower than the browser. I mean, server-side, if you're doing server-side rendering, you can use feature flagging, but equally, there's still a gap, right? We can't really go lower than that. And so OpenFeature attempts to sort of consolidate a lot of those issues. It's the idea that you have a vendor-agnostic approach, interoperability, which I'll describe a bit later on, and a cloud-native design, which I can do justice to explaining why it's a cloud-native design later on, rather than putting that in as just a meme. So I've described OpenFeature. This is the project here. As I will go on to explain, were spawned out of a few different companies as a consortium. So Dynatrace, myself from Canonical, a few folks from actual vendors decided that, hey, let's get together and build something. And so you may or may not know that OpenFeature is actually a CNCF project. It was started in Feb, and we're already in the sandboxing phase with a hope to one day graduate when we prove that we've got enough community adoption, contributors, and general traction. So far, it's been fantastic in terms of support. We've got several reference architectures and implementations in place already, and we're seeing a wide increase in SDKs. And in fact, that's really how it all started. People were like, okay, I see what OpenFeature is. It's a JSON spec, a schema, and I can write a SDK against that schema, and somebody else can then write a provider to then return those evaluations as I described. And that very much is how we started. And I got introduced to this, fairly early on, and you can see that we have effectively a flag provider that has an implementation, right? So it's effectively an interface that you can build against. And this all sounds pretty sensible, right? Service mesh interface solved a similar kind of problem where you've got multiple vendors who all want to go to market. In fact, our reference was actually OTel. I worked a little on the OTel project some years ago, and this is a similar kind of style where we've come together to solve a common problem so that we can make it more accessible to end users, to the community, and to ISVs. So if we rewind to Valencia, we were having a great time there. And, you know, we were at KubeCon, and I was introduced to some of these folks at Open Feature, and they were describing, you know, we're just trying to get started. And I thought to myself, right, okay, but aren't you missing this huge opportunity here? I think a lot of those folks came from the web development world, whereas I came more from the infrastructure world. I was like, but we could use them for infrastructure, right? And there was some conversations around this, and I think nobody had really thought about how this could be used. So what I decided was that I was going to try and figure out a way to make feature flagging work on my computer, on my cluster, you know, in my car, on my Raspberry Pi, because effectively the technology is there. And think about what you could do, right? If you could suddenly use feature flags to control the behaviors of your desktop computer. So what I did was I wrote a bash script, and it's actually a loop, that it was two components, two shell scripts, right? So one would effectively serve flags from a JSON file, and the other one would poll that file, and if there were changes, it would read the kernel settings. So I could turn kernel modules on and off from a feature flag. Now, it was just an arbitrary example, but you can see that the power of that means that you can start to perform really quite complex behaviors. So this is where I was inspired to come up with a project called FlagD. It's very much now quite a lot of contributors in a larger project, but FlagD is effectively something that allows you to read from a configuration or a feature flag file, perform evaluations on that feature flag set, and then return a value. So I'm going to show you this in a demo, but before we get there, I just want to sort of reiterate sort of how this works. Oops, I think we've gone a slide or two ahead here. There we go. So this is sort of what FlagD looks like. The idea is that it's FlagD, so D for daemon. It would be sort of a system D process, or you can run it just as a binary in Go. I was very determined early on to make it multi-arch. So it runs on, you know, I think about 7 or 8 architectures, everything up to Power 9. You know, it supports ARM64, AMD64, et cetera, ARM 7. Now, what was important is that it was small, it was discrete, and it could be run more or less anywhere. The idea as well is that it was pluggable, so it has interoperability system built into it. So this agent, based in Go and using John, I mean, I don't know if you know the Viper and the Cobra projects, very popular SDKs for building CLI interfaces. It uses those, and so it's very easy to run, right? FlagD start. And this idea is that we can read these evaluations and these flags, and we can start solving some interesting problems. So as I described, suddenly that bash file becomes a Golang program, and that Golang program reads from a file, or it could read from a remote interface, right? So I could actually read from my Launch Darkly API endpoint, or I could read from my Flagger endpoint. So suddenly I'm able to control my Ubuntu machine on my desktop's kernel modules from the cloud when I'm at work. So I can turn on the NVMe module or turn it off again, right? So these are some interesting experiments I started to run on this. So I want to show you just very quickly what I'm talking about here. So let's just jump into FlagD. I hope you can see that okay. Just give me a yell if you can't. So we're going to run FlagD. It's a binary on my computer. And we're going to go FlagD, start. We're going to give it a URI. So if I go, let's have a look, URI, config, samples, examples, flags, or JSON. Right, that's it, boom, done. Another big important part of this was it's super duper fast. We try to optimize it as much as possible. So this is serving some flags. Well, firstly you're going to say, well, Alex, what are those flags and what's going on here? So let me just make this screen a bit bigger as well. Okay, so let's go into those flags, samples. So this all looks quite strange, I imagine, unless you've dealt with feature flags. So let's take an example, a very simple one. Color yellow, state enabled, variants on or off. That's a flag. This flag, state enabled, variants. Now these look simple, right? These effectively are going to be relating to a key value pair, but there are flags that get a bit more complex. For example, you might want to start having flags that target. And I mentioned this, and I'm not going to focus too much on this, but this particular flag, with a certain email address, you can see that there's a distribution of responses. So that's where you start to see, right, it's A/B testing, right? I can say 50% of this does that, 25% does that. Now imagine if this was inside of an Nginx module, or if it was running behind some sort of ingress that allowed you to make decisions around who can have access or where the service distribution should be. So again, that's what it's running. So let's try and see something interesting. So in the README, I'm just going to grab one of the introductions here. So let's just take this one here, resolve string, and that should work. And we'll post that. Now you'll see something interesting. So there you go, type mismatch, that's what it's supposed to return, it's an example. You'll see that it's not using your standard slug. This is using the Golang Connect library, which allows you to multiplex on a single port very, very quickly. It actually is much better than using gRPC and HTTP binding to separate ports, and it enables us to effectively do multi-protocol. It also allows you to do 301 redirects, so you can take a TCP connection and upgrade it. So that's why we have that interesting slug. And you'll see this sometimes with Java projects. They have some quite mature gRPC-based libraries there, and that effectively is how it works. As you can see here, it's got returned that type mismatch error. And I can go here just to prove that it was an intentional thing that I broke. I can go up to the top of here and say, okay, resolve a Boolean. Let's click on that one. And then you'll get targeting match variant on. And so then the SDK would consume that. So that's the interesting thing, is that you would rarely consume directly, right? I would rarely hit something from a JSON, hit something with curl and return that directly. So with all that said, how do we take it further? Like, how do we put this into the cloud? We've got flag-D. We've got this idea that it could be run on a Linux-based system, and we could do something with it. What would the architecture look if we needed to change this? So I opened an issue up. It's quite a lengthy issue. I didn't put a QR code to save you. But I was trying to figure out, well, we have this ability to use AF Unix sockets locally. We can do all this interesting stuff. What about if we were to put it in Kubernetes? And then I had to think, well, how would that actually work? And so behind this issue, I put some diagrams around what I think could be a principal architecture. Now, I apologize if some things are a little bit small in here, but the idea initially was that there would be some sort of operator doing dynamic injection into a pod. We had some interesting conversations around sidecars. Sidecars for tracing, yes, maybe not, but sidecars are very much used all over the place for application functionality. Because when you're in a sidecar, you get a lot of advantages, right? It's sharing the same resource space, it's sharing the same ports. You can run that sidecar and you can query it. So this is a sort of initial architecture I came out with. So what would happen is that you would run your OCI container and you would have the SDK in, right? So the Java SDK or the Go SDK, and that's it. You wouldn't have to care about anything else. You didn't care where it connects to, because what would happen is the SDK actually connects over the local host, over an RPC connection, to the injected container that comes through from the open feature operator. That injected container has flag-D inside of it, and flag-D forms an instantaneous gRPC connection, and that gRPC connection allows you to start returning data. What's this data? So what you also do is you would inject a CR, and that CR gets converted into a mounted config file. This config file would then be shared, and you would eventually be able to control your flags from a custom resource. It takes 5 minutes to build a React website to display custom resources. It would take 10 minutes to toggle it on and off. So therefore, you've now got web control of basic Kubernetes functionality at the application level, right? So these are workloads. So your pod could now have toggles in it. For example, if you're standing up an etcd cluster and you want to put it in standalone mode versus group mode, there's some nasty YAML you have to do when you're using certain stateful set implementations right now. You could toggle that through a UX and then come back down to this. So that was the first theoretical idea. And this is what bore another project called the Open Feature Operator. The Open Feature Operator was helped by the fact that I was involved in the team who wrote the operator white paper for the CNCF last year. And so I was thinking about this a lot. I was curious about operators, and I've written a few of them from scratch with API machinery, but nice to say that KubeBuilder helped me out a lot here, especially around dealing with other parts. One of the things about building an operator is that you have to start dealing with webhooks, because when somebody injects a pod spec into your cluster, you have to apprehend it, as David would say, dynamically, through the webhook on the pod spec, and then mutate that pod spec before continuing it. And there's a lot of extra logic that happens there to check on certain conditions. So I decided to start this. It was very basic, the initial implementation, and it would effectively let you take a pod into the cluster. But it wasn't fast enough. the time it took to update through a config map, as people who are experienced with K8s will know, config maps have a 30-second release time, if not longer on them. You can shunt them in certain Kubernetes versions, but they're not fast enough. So therefore, I propose another thing, which is the Kubernetes notification service. So using the iNotify API to actually do a real-time sync from the K8s API directly to FlagD. So the FlagD container now has a hold on the K8s API. And with that came further complexity, because we had to start thinking about using RBAC, because you had to control that connection. So the operator had to, in turn, grow a bit smarter. So I've spoken again about a lot of stuff. I want to show you what that actually means. Let's have a look. So what I'm going to do is I've got a demo deployment here. I can't promise the Wi-Fi is great, but I'm going to try. So this demo deployment is an application workload. What you'll see is it's 2 of 2, right? So that application workload has had auto-injected FlagD. And in fact, what we can do, just to really show that this is not pre-canned, is we can just go ahead and run this, right? So let's go, and you can do this yourself at home. So we'll go kubectl delete the config samples end-to-end, because that's where it stems from. And then we're going to reinstall it, right? So let's just have a quick check on our K9s. And again, if you can't see any of this, please do raise a hand, and I will be happy to increase the screen size. So we're just terminating that. I'm very impatient. So we've now got rid of that. What's going to happen is if I now do an apply, is we'll see that it goes through the admission process. Okay. Inside of this YAML, let's take a look whilst this is all running in the background. So let's go to our config samples end-to-end. We've got a service, a deployment, and a set of feature flags. Let's go through this. The feature flag configuration is a CRD, right? So you have feature flag spec. Coming soon, this won't just be a JSON body, it will actually be structured YAML. But for now, it's a JSON body that follows OpenAPI 3 spec. And you can see I've got this thing called default variant of flags, new welcome message. These are all the different flags you can set, like turn the welcome on and off, etc., etc. Down here, the only relation between these two things, the only relation you need to do as a developer is set this annotation. You say, is it enabled? Yes or no, because you should be able to turn feature flags off without it reloading the pod. And what's it set to, end-to-end? And that's where it looks up the end-to-end. You can provide a namespace if you want to as well, but for this demo, I didn't feel it's necessary. So let's go ahead. I think I applied that, if I remember correctly. What we'll do is we'll now see, yep, there's a new one. It's got that FlagD container in there. FlagD starts. FlagD also realizes it's using the in-cluster config. I borrowed a little bit of code from the manager that starts in KubeBuilder. And then you see that the open feature demo is starting. So let's have a look. We're going to go on port 30,000. From port 30,000, it would help if I had my web browser available. I'm going to reload this. There we go. So that's the open feature demo. Now, it's a little Fibonacci thing. And we can see is it's red. So let's go back here, and we'll change that from, let's say, red to blue. Oops. Butterfingers. Okay, red to blue. Now, what's actually happening in the background, and I'll just do a reload. There is a WebSocket, but my connection is so bad I have to do a reload on the page. Now you'll see what's happened there is we've got a new web page and it's changed color. So we've done a round trip feature flag change. I can also change other variants. I can do all this kind of stuff, and it's all hooked in. And what you can see from the actual pod, if you have a look, is that it's detected there's a new color because FlagD has been polled, and it's responded with that. I'll give you another example as well. I've been writing a service for KubeCon. It's an admission controller, actually. They're all the rage these days. And if you look, I've got this little function here that I call inside my webhook for admission. That function gets called in the webhook handler here called getFlagDValue. It's a wrapped timeout. And what it does is it just calls the open feature client, getFlag, and that blocking flag is what I've decided to call it. And if that flag is hit, then it will check to see what happens. And based on the return type of that flag, it will then decide what logic to perform. So it's the same thing here that's occurring for the open feature demo deployment. Let's go back to my slides. Oops, here we go. So what's next? We had this idea that, we effectively could take workloads, add an SDK into those workloads, and start to be able to do some useful application behaviors with them. So we can start to A/B test, we can start to turn things on or off. The next iteration of this is to use the aggregation API in Kube API to enable feature flags at the API server level so that you can now turn on and off feature gates. So for example, if you want to turn on dual stack, turn off dual stack, you want to turn on Gateway API, which has just come out, if you go to try and use it, you can't because Gateway API is protected behind a feature flag, a feature gate. So with this, we can effectively implement that behavior. What's interesting, and then the second part of my talks, is there are Kubernetes distributions such as microkates that allow you to do hot reloading. Hot reloading means that the API server can reload whilst containerd keeps running. And that means that you can modify or upgrade the Kates version without any disruption. So there are some interesting opportunities to come out of this. And I think that what I wanted to really emphasize is that we're just starting to see the opening kind of remarks around how do we bring feature flagging lower level. Because now we've got all this, it's not a far cry from setting my client to have a provider backend for Launch Darkly, for Flagsmith, for any of these other vendors. And so therefore, I'm now at the point where I can control, and if we go back to our slide here, I can now think about actually controlling my Kubernetes from feature flags. So we had that cool demo from Gimlet. Well, imagine you combine the feature flags with the actual API server, or you had workload control through operators via injected feature flags. You can start to turn on and off capabilities without injecting a Helm chart necessarily. You don't have to do a Helm apply to change this. And so therefore, you've got some interesting things that you can do. As I said, the part that I'm now focusing on is the API server itself and looking at what is it that we're able to do. Even RBAC permissions, you can start to think about flagging. You can do A/B testing. You can do all sorts of interesting ways to start to control your cluster's behavior. And of course, when you think about immutability, just because it's a feature flag doesn't mean it's not through GitOps. You still would apply the practices of having this resource in your Git repository of saying, I want to weigh bananas at 50 or 100 to start to do that testing. And rather than having a specific ingress gateway or a specific Envoy-based bit of YAML that does that annotation, it would be in the sidecar and you would implement the SDK against that workload. So where are we with the project? Well, I mentioned that we have just gone to Sandbox earlier this year. We're now in the point of getting towards a GA release. We've had a lot of vendor testing. So I described it as there is an SDK, there is the reference architecture, which is FlagD and operator, open feature operator, getting tongue twisted here. And then once we've done that, which we have pretty much been used in earnest at a few different companies now, we will think about going to the GA release in October. So we're getting very, very close now. And it comes the point where we reach a sort of maturity hump where we want to start seeing that general adoption. And the thing that excites me about this, and we've got this in the project roadmap, and I'll make my slides available, is that you can see that we are heavily leaning towards opening up the infrastructure layer, but keeping FlagD, that ability to be either in a container, on a machine, or run on some IoT device so that you can start running feature flag experiments of your own. If you are interested in open feature, just reach out to us. We're looking for contributors. If you are a bit savvy with Node, Java, Go, any of these languages, you can work with our SDKs. We have a need for more eyes on the operator and on FlagD. And so please do share our feedback. We're going through a governance period where I'm also trying to join the governance board. So we're looking to have neutrality. I don't work for a feature flagging vendor. So it's purely a project that I want to try and see steered in the right direction. We have some really great folks on the project. And so again, I would welcome you to participate there. The website is here. Again, I'll share my slides. We have a proper website and everything. And look, you can even do this. So it was all worth it. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed that. And again, I apologize. This was a sort of an impromptu talk. So that was really it. And yeah, thank you very much.
Is there any questions for Alex? I'll just give you the mic.
Not a question, more a comment. That logo is fantastic.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? I can't claim any input on that, but it's fun. I think it's really good. I sit here and just toggle this backwards and forwards a lot, more than I should. Just as a sidebar, that we're using Docusaurus, I think, for our documentation on our website. If anyone is interested, there are lots of little cool things you can do in little toggles, and yeah, thanks.
As Alex said, this was very impromptu. I can't remember when you were voluntold for this.
Like last night, like 6 p.m., something like that.
Was that before or after beers?
It was during, I think.
During, yes.
Yeah.
Always a good time to ask people to volunteer. So thank you so much. You're on next, aren't you?
Yeah, I think we'll take a little break for 5 minutes.
15 minutes, actually.
do
So
that.
we're aligned with the room next door. Okay.
Perfect.
So 15-minute break. I think there's still coffee upstairs. There's even, if you could do me a favour and grab a water bottle from the Lloyds stand so I don't have to cart them back to the office. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I'll introduce myself. Yeah, no problem. All right, thank you. Cool. So this is a talk about how we develop microcates, and I'm hoping that you'll see some of the comparisons, some of the things that are interesting about it, and really why I feel that it's probably one of the most competitive Kubernetes distributions available. But before I come to all that, I want you to draw your own conclusions. So let's start. I mentioned this, if you were here previously, thank you for humoring me. I'm an engineering director at Canonical, and I lead the Kubernetes organization there. And as part of that role, it's to develop these products strategically, to work with upstream to make sure that features are being pushed in the right direction, and it's to also look with what our community, our end users, and our ISVs want. So it's an interesting job. I also work as the app delivery tech lead for the CNCF. So as I said earlier on, projects come and I will help do the due diligence on things like cross-plane and other projects to make sure that they are ready for sandboxing. And then finally, I mentioned in the previous talk, I work for Open Feature as one of the founding members. If you're interested in technical content for senior engineers, look at my YouTube channel. I mention this because I personally found it frustrating that when you get to a certain level, it's like, oh, it's all gone. There's nothing else to sort of practically learn. So I try to focus on things like how does API machinery work? How do you do bonding of a NIC? How do you all sorts of weird stuff like that. So check it out. So who are Canonical? And this is actually probably the first thing I should come up with. So does anybody know what Ubuntu actually means? What language it might be? Yes, humanity. So it comes from Zulu. Mark Shuttleworth, the CEO of Canonical, illustrious chap, Ubuntu is the name. Now, what you probably also don't know is we don't own Ubuntu. We have we're on the board and we fund it, a bit like how Google might fund Istio, but we don't own it. Ubuntu development is done a lot by Canonical, but we don't own it. The same with a lot of our products. OpenStack has its own community. It's fully self-driven. And so it was only natural that when something like Kates comes along, we get involved because we don't own these things, we just propel them. We make money through professional services, right? How do you install OpenStack? How do you install Maz? How do you install Juju? How do you install Kates? That's where we make money, and through support. So Canonical is a completely 100% open source company. The stuff that's proprietary, it's not ours. It's the vendors that we work with, our silicon partners, for example. They might have a bit of proprietary module blob. It's not ours, but it will go into that kernel. We build a lot of things, right? So we build, as I described, we build upstream Ubuntu images. We build software like Launchpad, which is effectively an open source version of GitHub. And we build stuff like Snap and stuff like Juju, which enables you to do orchestration. So the mission of Canonical is very much open sourcey and all that good stuff. What is microkates? Well, I just wanted to sort of refresh, if you weren't familiar with what microkates is. It is a fully conformant Kates that is super lightweight. It started off as a single node Kates, and I think we've done a terrible marketing job of actually telling people, no, it's not just for single node. It's fill your boots. It's fully scalable clustering, and you can run most, if not all, workloads on it. Another thing that's really interesting about microkates comparatively, it's quite opinionated. KubeADM Kubernetes is extremely vanilla. I think another speaker described that you don't get much with it, right? There's no storage, and there's no observability out of the box. And then lastly, or second to lastly, microkates works kind of everywhere because it supports a hell of a lot of architectures. And it's not just architectures, it's also the host OS it runs on that needs to be compatible. 98.8% of people that I've decided to make that strange fraction out of, but 98% I would say of other vendors who are building Kates distributions or even open source communities don't also have a host OS that they are aligning it to. As many people know, microkates is aligned to Ubuntu. You can run it on Fedora, on other systems, but it's aligned to Ubuntu. That means I actually go and ask the kernel team to optimize the kernel for microkates. So, for example, a good example is a storage company that I work with. They needed certain drivers and modules enabled by default. We did that, boom. 22.4 now has enabled kernel modules so that when you go and use your daemon set for certain block storages, it just works with no other steps. And that's the power of when you're working with this sort of full stack experience. I did say second to last because there's something else I wanted to show you as well. And this is sort of the premise that I think is really interesting around microkates. It's linked to Snap. And a lot of people have some interesting opinions about Snaps, but let me show you something that I think is very cool. When I look at Snap and microkates, these are all the channels we have. You can upgrade and downgrade and go side grade, do whatever you want. Snap is a dynamic daemon that runs on your computer, and it forks out the process for microK8s, and then it has subforks. What's really interesting about that is you align that snap to a channel. That channel is composed of effectively a branch plus a version plus a risk profile. So if I go to 125 stable of K8s, I can say, well, you know what, that's great for now, but I'm going to eventually upgrade to 126. But before I do that in my prod cluster, I might go to 126 edge just to see what it's all about. Oh, look, you probably didn't know this, but K8's 126 edge is already out. So that alpha we track. We track the alpha off of the main line in K8. So I mentioned we're very closely aligned to the upstream release team. So we're tracking that alpha. Also, if you decide, you know what, this isn't for me or I need something a bit more secure, we've now got a brand new format of microK8s called strict confinement. And what strict confinement does is it uses an app armor profile. So rather than you having to faff around with that, no, you do nothing. You just say, you go snap, sudo snap, refresh, microK8s, you choose a channel, that's it. The rest is done for you. So I can, right here, I can just do an upgrade, right? So I can do it to an edge. I'm already on 125, unfortunately, but I can switch over to another channel, and it sees that it's a strictly confined channel. You'll see here that these are classic channels, but you see here, that's a strict channel. What that means is that when you install microK8s in a strictly confined model, is that it gives you a virtual file system. A lot of people are talking about pod escapes. What's the point of pod escaping if there's nowhere to go to? I'm not trying to boast or be or heighten claims there, but it certainly gives you an extra layer of security. It's completely not infallible, I'm sure, but it helps a lot when you use app armor profiles wrapped around the process tree because you cannot get out of the file system. So that's one of the many benefits of strict confinement. Also ports and AF Unix sockets. You can't create a socket without an interface on the profile. So some interesting benefits from microK8s, and I wanted to show you a little bit more about why I think it's a really interesting distribution, and then I want to talk about why and how we crowdsource it. So having described all of that, why do we actually need microK8s? Why didn't we just leave with KubeADM? Why don't we just live with Talos? Why don't we just live with EKS? Well, a lot of those are proprietary. A lot of those have aftermarket add-ons, and a lot of them don't quite fit the bill of scaling from 0 ops up to fully HA works at the bank. Right? I worked at 2 banks, and I know pretty well how they work. And you couldn't just go in with like your mom and pop kind of like Kubernetes that I built from someone in a vendor. It has to be FIPS compliant. It needs to be MITRE attack resistant. It needs to have CIS hardening. It has to have MITRE control tests that are above a certain threshold. There are so many checks you need to go for, and I'll describe a bit more why and how we get through some of those. But also upgrades. At a telco, the average upgrade cycle is going to be N-4. What that means is that by the time they are ready to upgrade, Kubernetes is 4 versions out of date. N-2 is the release cycle for K8s. And so Red Hat make a lot of money because OpenShift is monolithic, it's an LTS. They also frustrate people because they're usually about 4 to 5 major versions of K8s behind. But again, there is a need and a market for that. But also, as a bedroom developer, if I go back here, one of the things that I didn't describe with Snap, that increments. That 125.2, developers in my team have pushed a fix out last night, that increments on my local K8s. So if I go into here, I can see that all my nodes have upgraded, right? And you can look at and the pod age has been restarted, so the node age has been restarted. We decouple container D from the API server for the control plane and from the kubelet so that your processes, your workloads are kept running all through this. So Snap has a lot of interesting advantages. And again, I'm not here to say Snap's the only answer, but it certainly was one of the reasons that we felt we had something to offer. And then finally was that piece around running it anywhere. So how does it actually work? So this is absolutely transparent on how microK8s works. Completely free distribution. Go on GitHub, grab it, do what you will. We take upstream K8s in our build pipeline. We have a set of scripts. Those scripts basically make a snap out of it, right? But they do a bit more. They also run some Go patches on the upstream, and they produce a single main.go output from that. That main.go uses a library called kubelite to start the kube proxy, start the controller manager, start the API server, etc. And that main.go sits alongside a few other processes we start, like containerd, and then we start dqlite. dqlite is a Raft-based Quorum SQLite database that we use instead of etcd, because a lot of the time with K8s, etcd is one of the biggest problems with it. etcd has a lot of challenges. It's very fast, but running single node and then scaling that up within 5 seconds or down again, left, sideways, recovering, we can have challenges. So the idea of keeping DX in mind, keeping things simple, DQ Lite was a candidate. Also, DQ Lite is something that we actively maintain. We don't want to put our time into projects that we don't know what the upstream is going to do. So with Kubernetes, as I said, we have developers on the upstream. DQ Lite, we have developers on the upstream. OVN project, Kube OVN, we have developers on the upstream, because you need to have that continuity. And then the final thing is, once you've got that snap, one of MicroK8's superpowers is the add-on subsystem. The add-on subsystem is very, very powerful because it lets you do lots of interesting things by turning on services and disabling them. This slide here I thought would be interesting because it's not just about like kube control or just, it's not sort of just a spin your cluster up and you're done. It comes with a CLI, and that CLI lets you do interesting things like import and export of images. So there's a lot of fun stuff there, and K3s does some similar stuff. And it's important to recognize that all of these features are things that are convenience features for part of developer experience, because if you want to iterate fast, you want to be able to use this on your local machine and have some sort of reflection of what's in production, you want to have that continuity and the ability to do these kind of operations. I also mentioned that DX and add-ons work quite closely together. This is an example of the sort of way that the add-on system works. Mayastore was one of our newest introductions this year. You just write MicroK8's enable Mayastore, and it sorts everything out. You know, it checks for whether you've got the right modules enabled. It checks that you've got enough disk space. It provisions a fully distributed block storage, and you can go from one MicroK8's node to, say, 20. Boom, it scales it right up. Now, that's where I want to take a bit of time to talk about how the add-ons actually work. I'm just going to check for my time here. The add-ons work in a couple of ways. Firstly, you can bring them in at runtime. I can say, MicroK8s, give me my Schwartz add-ons, give me my giant swarm add-ons, give me my private add-ons from a private GitHub repository. Those add-ons are structured YAML, but then inside of them, they have effectively an application that can be run, an enable and a disable component. Somebody might say, well, isn't an add-on just like a Helm file? It's nothing like a Helm file. An add-on inside can be effectively anything that can be executed. To start your add-on, it could be a Golang file, a Rust file. We have actually quite a few Rust contributions now. And what happens is that because it's being run outside of the K8s runtime, you can do configuration. And because you can have your own private add-ons, what that also means is that you're able to build some add-ons for your company, right? It could be like our flavor of observability, our flavor of this. You could even then have some configuration on the host OS. And so this is a representation of how the add-ons actually have access to the MicroK8 snap. Again, it's inside of strict confinement. So you can't write an add-on that just maliciously does an RMRF on your entire disk. So it's a very safe way of providing additional functionality. I mentioned that you can discretely use functionality such as kernel modules. In this link here, I've actually added an example for Mayastore that I mentioned previously, where somebody's written a Python script that checks to see, do you have an SSD attached? If it's attached, then use that underneath the daemon set. Use that as the default Mayastore pool backend. Equally, if you're running something like Postgres, you could use the add-on as a way of configuring your default databases that get set up. So I've talked about MicroK8 and why I think it's great, but let's really think about how do we actually plan ahead? How do we keep going where we're going, you know? It's kind of this Venn diagram of we mix between field, community, opportunity, and end users. Opportunity basically means what hasn't been done that's interesting, that gives us a foothold or a wider presence. And I believe very much in being driven by community. We have an incredibly large community of wonderful contributors, both from upstream K8s who help us out sometimes, and folks who are from companies. In fact, Portainer approached us and got this wonderful add-on for MicroK8s, and we now have a really beautiful UX with MicroK8s and Portainer. We have a lot of people who are passionate about it because it's open, because they trust that it's not going to go away together, and because we have that kind of long shadow of Ubuntu. They think, okay, these folks are just going to invest into it and aren't just going to disappear. One of the big challenges that we have and problems that a lot of people face is that with K3s now, you're seeing some uncertainty against the future. That said, though, we shouldn't be slack. We should look at our competitors. Who are our competitors? What do they offer that we don't? Even though we're an open source company, that doesn't mean you can rest on your laurels. I actively, as current product owner and the director, think about, why would I choose to use MicroK8s? I'm presenting this on a MacBook Pro. Why would I choose to use microcates? I use microcates for my home lab because it's convenient, it's fast, it works on the architecture. So I'm constantly evaluating why should anybody use it. There are some other things that are super interesting, and I won't go too far into them for the sake of time, but microcates, because of that add-on system, it also supports hardware acceleration. So we have GPU accelerators, we have network offloaders, and we're working to build smart NICs, the next evolution of top-of-rack switches with microcates, leveraging our silicon partnerships. So it's all a balancing act. It's tough. You have commercial partners who want to go in one direction. You've got the end users who want another thing. And then you, as a leader and a part of the company, have your own opinions on things. The way that I do it is, in this little set of bullet points I will try and summarize, is effectively stay true to making it zero ops. Stay true to making it an open source project that is super easy, super extensible, and that people want to interact with. And if you get those things right, then everything else sort of falls into place. For example, I'm seeing a lot of interest now in admission controllers like Caverno, like OPA. We think, okay, well, shall we make an add-on, or shall we put it in our community add-ons? Is it a core add-on? Is it something we will maintain? Is it something we will go to customers and maintain? Or maybe we invite those folks to maintain it themselves, and we let them maintain their add-on, just like you might maintain a snap. So with all that said, let's come back and figure out what are those challenges that people were seeing time and time again. Updates and upgrades are super painful in Kubernetes. etcd stops and restarts. Often you'll have one node that comes up first. It will then isolate itself out of the quorum. The other nodes start up, and then you'll find you have two etcd clusters with a split brain. Really common problems like that. You'll find that also when you're trying to do an in-place upgrade of a K3's binary, if you're using the SQLite backend, you can often have problems doing a recovery. Michael Cade gave a great talk about some of the ways that you can circumvent that with backup technology, but again, there are real challenges in doing that. Managing multiple clusters around DCN Edge. What solution exists at the moment that you can take a Raspberry Pi, manage that through a UX, or manage it in a data center simultaneously? Not a great deal. One of the things that we're doing this year, and this is sort of an exclusive, is that Microcates now supports Cluster API. If you want to use Cluster API exclusively, Microcates can. It's out there, it's on GitHub. You can now use a provider and have Microcates on Oracle Cloud, AWS, Azure, wherever you like, because that's my expectation as an engineer. I don't want to have to hand crank things through the UI. So now you can manage it through some of those fantastic solutions. And then the penultimate is around, as I mentioned, etcd operation recovery. It's non-trivial. At Amex, we had a 2,000 node cluster, and that 2,000 node cluster puts on around 5,000 requests a second on the etcd cluster, and the recovery and backup operations can be complex. I'm not saying that DQ-Lite is a better storage than etcd, but for the way that we scale Microcates, we can recover it in a much more seamless way because of the way that it's blocking, creating data blocks. And finally, full stack security standards. If you have a CIS compliant operating system, that doesn't mean your Kubernetes is CIS compliant. If you have a FIPS compliant Kubernetes, that doesn't mean your operating system is FIPS compliant. With Ubuntu, so FIPS compliance, for example, means that you need to change the OpenSSL library out on Ubuntu. We change the OpenSSL library out. We rebuild Microcates with FIPS compliance, and it's a track. Just like I showed you a moment ago, you say 125/FIPS. These are real problems, and again, we run real CIS conformance tests. We run real MITRE attack tests. We make sure that we are adhering to the best of breed security standards as well, and that's a real challenge. Having worked in this area for a while, having that baked in is so much harder when you don't control the root OS. And the final one, sorry, I forgot there's one more slide. The final one is complexity of Kates. As we all know, we hear time and time again, complexity overhead is crazy at the moment. There's so much to learn. At least keeping the Kubernetes component itself elastic, as if it's an apt package through a snap, it makes it one less thing that you have to learn and maintain. If you don't like microcates, you do sudo remove, and your Kates is gone. You cannot say the same for traditional kubeadm Kubernetes. You've got to delete like 15 folders, although I think now there's a command to make it slightly easier. Anyway, I hope that was interesting. Do try it out. As I said, no agenda, it's all free, and yeah, that's it.
Are there any questions? Okay. No? Okay, you're off the hook. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Twice.
Thank you. No more. Want to go home.
10. Yeah, cool.
Is that just like a hands up kind of thing?
No, sign that says 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Even
in
better.
case you're like wondering why, so sign saying 10.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so next we have Alexander Tillor.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
close enough. Sorry. I've been doing that all day, I'm afraid. I should have checked with you first. How to automate troubleshooting in a K8s cluster environment. So while he just gets set up, let's give him a warm welcome.
Okay, cool. That gave me a little slight anxiety for a second. Do I just get started?
Yeah, just go for it.
Cool. So I guess the first thing, I've got stickers. I want to give stickers away. I've got too many, so they're all troubleshoot stickers. So this is a talk about troubleshoot and how to automate troubleshooting in a Kubernetes cluster. I work at Replicated. So the About Me slide. I'm a core engineer at Replicated, and I guess the thing I want to highlight there is like Replicated have got people that we call vendors, and then they have their customers, and we help ship their software to their customers. And as part of that, we've got hundreds of vendors who have got hundreds of customers who have got like however many clusters. So we're kind of like indirectly responsible for a lot of different clusters in a lot of different configurations, in a lot of different machines, and a lot of different just variables, and it's quite stressful at times. So we built a tool to like help automate that, and that's kind of like the credentials. I'm on the Bird website as Alexander Jofus, and my name is Alexander Joseph Trelaw. About this talk, so yeah, we're going to go through troubleshoot, which has got two major sides to it. It's got pre-flight checks, it's got support bundles. We'll talk about those in a second. Then it's got three sort of phases that it goes through. So it collects information, it then redacts information, and then it analyzes information automatically for you. Then we're going to go through like a quick demo, and then we're going to talk about this tool, which I'm scared to pronounce just because people probably have opinions. But yeah, I'm going to say SBCuddle. Troubleshoot, yeah, like I was saying before, we have got two major sides to it. It's got pre-flight checks and support bundles. So the pre-flight checks is kind of like before you run your application, you want to know, is your application even going to run on this machine? Like, do you have the right CIDs in place? Do you have the right amount of like CPU, memory, disk space? Do you have like, the right operating system, containerd, Docker, like which one are you using? Is it important, and all the rest of it? So pre-flight checks just allow you to quickly analyze whether or not the environment's any good for you to run. Can everyone hear me, by the way? Was this okay? Cool. I realized like asking at this point in the slide is probably not a great thing, but and then we've got support bundles. So something broke, and you want to diagnose the problem easily. So it's things like let's say a persistent volume claim goes down, or just something's in a crash deep back off, or just something's gone wrong with your application and it's broken, and you want to figure out why super quickly. This is a nice tool for that. I think so, at least. So we're going to talk about collectors, and then redactors, and then analyzers. So the collectors are the starting point. I apologize for the small font, and I apologize for that loudness that I've done. But I apologize for the small font, but we got like a little example of what a collector looks like. We're going to go through, we're going to have like a demo, so if you can't see that, no worries, we'll blow the text up more and you can see it hopefully better. But like I said, it's the starting point of any pre-flight or support bundle, and the idea is that it just collects information. Here we've got a copy, so it just copies information from this one in particular copies from a busybox in the default namespace, and it copies the container path etc/foo and the container name busybox. Hopefully quite straightforward. Redactors being the middle part, so this is like, okay, cool. So there's no sensitive information being leaked. Like you might have passwords, you might have like AWS credentials, GCP credentials, and so in this very complicated example, we've got YAML path -password. So it's just a plain text YAML file that's got a password field in it, and we don't want that to be sent out. Please don't store passwords like that, but if you are, then this is great. Analyzers. So analyzers is the final stage. It allows us to very quickly analyze what went wrong with the cluster, or what may go wrong with the cluster. And in this case, for example, we're doing a YAML compare, and we're just going to compare the file name, so default /namespace /pod name /container name /location name /file name. So that ends up being the big long string you can see, or can't see. Then we've got the path in the YAML file that it's looking at, and then the value. So in this example, if it says Alexander, I'm going to go to the next slide, but it's very subtle, you might not be able to see it. We've got two different outcomes. We've got outcome pass, and when it's true, it's just going to print out a message saying the collected data matches the value. And when it's false, it's going to say the collected data does not match the value. It's a very subtle change, but it's hopefully a nice example. Here's a list of collectors. I just wanted to include a word cloud, because why not? But it's kind of like, the bigger the word, the more popular it is, but admittedly there is a slight bias in that we have like a set of default collectors and analyzers that we run. So, you know, I think by default we do cluster resources, we do cluster information, we do logs. We don't necessarily do things like HTTP, but you may want to do like, can I access the internet? So you may use like HTTP as like a collector to get that information. Same with like cluster resources, like what kind of information is in the cluster, or cluster info, like what version of Kubernetes is it? You may want to do exec to figure out like, or what, you know, to just exec into a pod and then do whatever you want. I really can't think of an example, but you can. Analyzers, same story. You'll see like YAML compare isn't on there, but that's just because I don't think anyone uses that in production. There is JSON compare in there somewhere, I think, bottom left. And then demo. So I guess, is there any questions at this point before I dive into the demo? Cool. I'm sorry, I kind of put you both on the spot there. You both panicked. You're like, oh no, time to jump up. And I've not got my slides in the right order. So there we go. Hopefully no one saw anything sensitive. So yeah, what I've got is I've got a nice README, because I will forget to do these in the right order. And this is a talk. The slide deck will be available. I know it is available, and will there be a link to it in the slides at some point. And what this is it just requires crew, which is the Kubernetes package manager, I guess. I don't really know what it is. I don't really want to say what it is in case I'm wrong, but it allows you to just install support bundle and preflights. So I've gone ahead and installed those already, but you can just run that command and it'll get support bundles for you. If you want, you can do preflights as well. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to skip, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to enlarge this a little bit. We're just going to do ls, actually ll, real quick. So I've got a deployment.yaml, and you can see I've kind of modified all these today, so it's going to go wrong because I practiced it and it went fine, and I thought I could do better. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we've got deployment, we've got secrets, and we've got like 3 different support bundle preflight YAMLs. We've got like a preflight.yaml, we've got a support bundle.yaml, we've got an oh no.yaml, which is, I thought it'd be fancy, and we'll see how well that one plays out. So if I was to cat the secrets.yaml, you can see it's just the YAML file. It's got the name Alexander with 3 R's, which isn't what we wanted. And it's also got a password, very sensitive information. And then the next thing we've got is the deployment.yaml, which is just a deployment. It's BusyBox. I copied out part of the spec from NGDX because why not? And I didn't change it. So just pretend that says BusyBox. I actually don't know if this is going to make an issue. And yeah, it just sleeps. And then it mounts that secret very terribly. You should probably be able to use just environment variables and just get it from the secret. But I wanted to show off like the copy collector, so that's why I'm doing it that weird way. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just apply the deployment.yaml, and we'll see like because this it's not optional, this volume, but it doesn't actually exist yet, or I don't think it exists. Get secrets. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So what we should see. And this is all manual, right? Like if I do get pods, I'm just going to see that they're all stuck in container creating, and I can do kubectl describe, and I can. Do I need describe pod? I do describe pod, don't I? And I can kind of see that it took me 3 commands to get there, or and this is the support bundle bit. support bundle. This will run a support bundle, and it will take a couple of seconds. I think it'll take a couple of seconds because it tends to run all of them sequentially rather than in parallel. And it did fail, I think. Oh no, I've got a support bundle. So what I could do is I could then, we'll dive back into that in a second actually. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put in, I'm going to rename it to fail. No, I'm going to keep it there. That's 15, 20, 13, which means I've got 5 minutes left, I think. So what I can do is I can do kubectl secrets, is it? No, I'm just going to copy it because I'm not smart. I'm just going to put the secret into the... Cool. From file. Secrets created, kubectl. I'm really testing my knowledge here. Restart, and then busybox, deployment. And then we should be able to see that the get pods, they'll start running. We're going to come back to the support bundle in a second. In fact, while it's running now, we're going to do the support bundle. So what I can do is I can do this. This is SBCuddle. So SBCuddle is it's a tool that a colleague of mine wrote, and the idea is we get like a bunch of support bundles, and they kind of contain a lot of Kubernetes information. And it'd be really cool if we could just do something like serving that information, and then we could do export the kubeconfig. And if I do kubectl get pods now, if you remember, like all the pods were starting to start running. This is going to hit the SBCuddle, the support bundle tar, and it's going to tell us they're all stuck in that container creating state. And we can kind of diagnose them. Like you can share these support bundles around. You can really get confident with like sharing them because it redacted all the passwords and stuff. And so if we describe the busybox, pods busybox, we can still see like it's got that secret. There are limitations to this, like you can't do create operations and stuff because obviously it's just a tar file and it's just a collection of a point in time of what a Kubernetes cluster looked like. And if I was to, how do I then unexport that kubeconfig? Do I just do, 1 second. Let me just bring up my README. What I can do, actually, yeah, I could just do this, right? Export kubeconfig equals nothing, and then if I do get pods again, we can see that it's all running. And it's because now I'm looking at the actual live container thing that's running. So what else can we do? The other thing I'd like to show off is we can do kubectl pre-flights. I forgot to do the oh no demo. But we can do preflight.yaml. So this was the is it going to run in the container? Is it going to work? And it'll run a preflight check. And what I'll do is I'm just going to cat the preflight just as a reminder, or just as a demo of what it does. So preflight, and what we do is we collect cluster information, and we're checking the cluster version to see is the cluster version, fail if it's less than 120, 1 if it's less than 124. And pass otherwise. I'm not going to try and update Kubernetes live because that's going to be way more of a hassle than just changing this to pass if it is okay, But if I was to do kubectl I want to do just version, we can see that I'm on 122, 122 on the server. And so we're technically warning. And if you see here, like on the pre-flights, it's got that required version. Admittedly, the text needs to change. I copied this. That was a mistake. But yeah, like the copy here on the message is the message that we saw there. And that's it, really, I think. Is there any questions? I realized the demo was a bit all over the place. Oh, yeah. Do I want to have a go at oh no? Yeah, go on then. So what oh no was if I delete the secret again, secret's my secret, and if I was to roll out the pods again, I'm just trying to find the command for it. kubectl get pods. Cool, so we've got container creating, and if I was to do kubectl support bundle, if I can type, this is just going to create, oh no, it's the wrong one. Sorry, it wants to be oh no. It's explicitly what you asked for. And I'm going to cat out what oh no is. But oh no is basically just like fail if there's less than one replica. Oh, but there's actually technically 3 replicas because it is running from before. So if I do kubectl get pods, basically if I was to have made the mistake first and then start the container creating, it would have failed because they wouldn't be running, I believe. I can chat to you afterwards. we can talk about it. Is there any other questions? Oh, actually, I've got one last thing. So we saw at SPCuddle, emulates kubeAPI server. It allows you to run kubectl commands against the support bundle, and it's simple to run. Further reading, we've got documentation on troubleshoot.sh. The project is on github.com/replicatehq/troubleshoot. SPCuddle is on replicatehq/SPCuddle. There's a talk link which will take you to the slide, and it's got the, well, it's got it's this repo basically. So you can try out the demo at your own pace, and then Q&A slide, and then there's one more question actually that I thought I'd make up just in case there's no questions. So the question is, can I run this on the host machine? Like, it's all great, sort of going like, will this Kubernetes environment support my my application? But what if you don't even have the Kubernetes what if you don't have Kubernetes running on that machine anyway? You know, you can run host preflights. So yes, it can work without Kubernetes on the machine. And then there's also a roadmap, which I can't be bothered to link right now, but there is on the that's emails, that's private. On the troubleshoot link, there's a roadmap. That was it.
Thank you very much. That was really good.
Thank
Very
you.
brave for doing a live demo.
I know, especially one I just made like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, well done. Leland, sorry.
We're all good here. Okay. Thank you very much. Glad that you're still here. I hear a lot of people had to leave because of the train situation, so I'm glad that you're still making it. I mean, you can come to the front if you want to. You're allowed to be up front. If not, that's also fine. All right, so today I'm giving my third talk at this conference, and I will be talking about GitOps for a little bit. It's not as much GitOps, maybe like a super technical talk, but more like some experiences that I've had implementing GitOps for one of the clients that I used to work with when I was still working as a consultant, and just like a funny thing that we invented then. So by the end of this, you will have learned something completely new, maybe. Let's see, let's hope. Right, so in case you missed my last talks, my name is Lian, and I'm a developer advocate with Loft Labs. And what we do has zero to nothing to do with what I'm going to talk about, but I'm contractually obliged to tell you that we develop developer toolings for Kubernetes. So just to try and make developing directly on Kubernetes a bit less of a pain. If you want to reach out to me, you can do that on Twitter at Lian Makes Things, or you can send me an email. It's a bit tough to read. It's ll@loft.sh, or you can send it to lian@loft.sh. And I think some people also try to reach me on LinkedIn. If you do that, please just don't just say hi, because I'm going to assume that you're some recruiter or something. All right. So, I mean, this slide is very familiar to you, maybe if you went to my last talk yesterday. I used to be a cloud native consultant, which means I worked in a consultancy where I helped customers transition into the cloud. And that was mainly from, like on-prem situations. Maybe they've implemented microservices for the first time. So yeah, this story that I'm about to tell you is very much from that time. I was a consultant for about 4 years and learned a lot of fun things. So, as I said, I'm going to tell you a story, and this story is based on mainly one of my clients. I worked with them for almost 2 years, with a couple of things that are sprinkled in from several other clients that I had that had like similar problems and organizational issues. And if you want to, you can try and guess which ones are like real and which ones are like slightly, not made up, but just maybe slightly over-exaggerated. So I was with this company that I'm just going to call Moneybank here. And what was really cool about this project was that it was completely greenfield. It was a company that had like really old structures. Maybe you can guess from the name that it was a banking IT organization, and they had like these really old mainframe computers running like software from like the 1960s or something that was still running. But then at the same time, they heard about Cloud Native, I guess. Someone went to a conference probably and heard something about Kubernetes. So they decided that they now have to become Cloud Native. They actually hired Red Hat to implement OpenShift with them, OpenShift 3. And Red Hat brought us in as the people who could help them build like a platform on top of OpenShift. So Moneybank, as I said before, probably you've guessed, banking IT. They have a huge tech department, that around 200 engineers maybe. That would include software engineering, operations, even office IT. And as is typical with these kinds of enterprises, they usually have clear hierarchies, somewhat clear roles and responsibilities. You have C-level, multiple layers of middle management, and so on. But often when you then ask them, okay, who's responsible for this? No one actually knows. It's just like this, the title, not necessarily that the responsibilities are super clear. And then finally, because we are operating in fintech, which is a sector that I'm sure you've also seen like really explode over the last couple of years, you have very strict regulations. And also this thing about the regulations, so in Germany where this all happened, there are regulations from the, I don't know what you call it in English, but basically the body that, that governs kind of like how banking IT, like the security concerns and all of those things. So they have those regulations, but they don't know anything about DevOps or such. So the banks or the organizations, the enterprises themselves have to come up with internal regulations, and those regulations get audited. So they don't necessarily audit every single line of code, but rather like, what are your regulations in-house, and are those up to par with what's written into the actual law? So within the engineering department, the structure that we kind of like understood it to be, and if you've read team topologies, this might be a bit familiar with you. So you have product teams. They will develop individual products and features. For example, the software that's used by bank tellers, or online banking software used by the clients. We have service teams, which will provide internal services for these product teams. And most notably, this would be operations, for example. They provide like a server or platform to run these products on. So in team topologies, those would be like stream-aligned teams and platform teams, I think they're called. And then finally, we have specialized teams. So they act more as facilitators of, or like internal consultants, and they don't directly contribute to the product pipeline. More or less, I mean, again, I think the lines are a bit blurry here. It really depends on how the organization works. But as an example, the security team, when they provide best practices and guidelines, but don't necessarily have like their own platform for you to run, like, let's say, image scanning on, then I would say this is maybe like a specialized team and not necessarily a service team. But again, it's kind of like, it's not that important whether there's like a clear delineation. It's more about understanding who the clients of each teams are. So when we first met with Moneybank, their biggest challenge was that their delivery was very slow. And they identified the issue as like a lot of steps are just manual, and that was the problem. So for example, QA, quality assurance, I think if you're a developer, you're probably familiar with, like, it just feels like QA is just always like slow. And the consequences of the QA team running as kind of as a QA as a service team was that they were complete black box from the outside. So they had their own way of doing things, they had their own environments, they had their own way of like deploying to those environments, and you had to hand your things over to them, and they would like do whatever they do and then give you like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And you had to wait for them because there was only one QA team, and it just seemed like everything they did was manual and super slow. Then the other thing was that you had different environments, and as an example, the QA environment was just completely different from every other environment, and a lot of things had to be done manually. So there were, for the staging environment, for example, they had some automation that you could, but you had to trigger it manually. There were some scripts, but you had to like still run them manually. So that was a bit of a pain as well, and you always had this problem, oh, this works on dev, but then it doesn't work on test, or it doesn't work on staging. Or the worst, of course, everything works up until prod, where everything breaks. And finally, because of these compliance reasons and issues, the final check of all major stakeholders had to be done manually. So what they did was they had a release committee. So once a week, they would get all the very expensive C-level people and some salespeople for some reason into one meeting, and they would go through like, this are the things that we are going to release this week. Yes, no, maybe. Like, okay, yes or no. And that was just a huge waste of everyone's time, and just, I mean, they were saying that they were doing CI/CD. I mean, I pretty much don't think that this is what the founders of CI/CD had in mind. Anyhow, so we came in, we looked at that, we talked to people, and then we made a suggestion what we would change and how we would like change these or like improve these problems that they had. So for one thing, for the QA, yes, automated testing, it is kind of a, it's kind of right there. It's not as easy as it sounds, as you probably all know. Thankfully, this was a greenfield project, so we could ask the developers to really write tests for everything. Again, when I say everything, obviously not every single line of code, but tests that actually make sense. There was a big effort in terms of education, and as I said, at the same time, they were also like new to building microservices. So there's just a lot of effort to automate things, and write tests and write like clean new code. And I think I'm going to mention this later, so I'm not going to go too deep into this right now. But then in terms of the environment situation, this is where, KubeHuddle comes in. We were implementing Kubernetes there. As I said before, they had Red Hat coming in, so it was OpenShift. But that had the major advantage, of course, that now the environments were fairly similar to each other, right? You had kind of like more or less the same configuration on every cluster, and if you didn't, then it wasn't that much of a deal to kind of try and get them to sync up again. And then finally, in terms of compliance, we suggested to the GitOps. There were a bunch of GitOps talks already, so I think most of you are probably familiar with the concept. The idea is just that you store all your configuration and you manifest into your Git repository, and that will give you kind of like a paper trail of who tried to deploy what thing at which time, who do we have to kill later. And that was something that I think they were on board. They didn't really trust it too much because it was so new and it didn't show up in any of their regulations. So that was a bit of a fight as well. But that was kind of the main thing that we did there. We were building a GitOps platform for them. So I'm just going to skip through the slide fairly quickly because, again, I think you kind of already know what GitOps entails. So you have this config repository in which you store the configuration. You will have an environment that will run your application, and it gets somehow, this config repository gets synced into the environment. And the way that you can do it is, for example, with Kubernetes. But technically, you don't need Kubernetes to do this. Like, this is a pattern that doesn't necessarily require Kubernetes. It's just that because you want to declare your state to something, I mean, the Kube API is right there. But if you can think of any other way to do that, where you just like declaratively deploy your application, then you could do GitOps with that as well. Okay, so to understand the changes that we had to make, we have to go all the way back to the starting position. This is the delivery process. That's how it looked like when we first started. So the PO would request a feature, and that means usually they go to the development team and tell them, this is what I want. The development team would then implement and test it. Sometimes they had unit tests, sometimes they didn't, really depended on the team. And then the devs would cherry pick or merge all the changes into a release branch, and then you would have this release package. Then there would be a person, the release manager. The release manager doesn't have to be their own person. It could be the PO, or it could be the lead dev, or it could be, it doesn't really matter. It's just someone you saw on the hallway, just someone who is a role of the person that kind of has to take the responsibility for everything, because they have to build the artifacts, then deploy them to the development environment, and then the devs could do some integration tests between the services, and then finally, when they were happy, they could approve the changes, or the release manager would approve the changes, and then triggers the deployment to staging. So there was, as I said, an automated script that they had to manually trigger. When that's done, they tell the PO, okay, this is now on staging. The PO would then go to the staging environment, do their own tests and approval. A lot of times the PO was like, this is not at all what I wanted. Why didn't you talk to me before? So that was always fun. And then the entire change log, including references and commit hashes and everything, was then sent to the operations team. So that was the final kind of release package. And the operations team could then deploy the changes to production, which is always where things go wrong, because despite all the rigorous testing that was done before, production staging and test just fundamentally differed from each other. So that was, I guess it was just kind of like a convenience thing that just was so normal after a while that it became very inconvenient, but people didn't realize, because it's just the thing that you're used to. We were looking for a way to speed up things. So the first thing that we looked at was the release management lane, because the thing was that no one actually wanted to be release manager. I mean, why would you? You just have all the responsibility, and then if anything breaks, which is entirely not your fault because you're just building the stuff that's been on a major release branch where people have been working on for months, and anything breaks and it's your fault because you signed it. And so what we looked at was that the blue-green stuff here is automated but requires triggering, and the orange stuff was kind of like more manual. So the deployment to dev was a script that was fairly simple, but then the deploy to staging, for example, required some individual configuration stuff because that environment was shared with other teams and other releases. So someone always had to like set, I think we had to like update the version manually in some kind of configuration thing or whatever. It took like at very, very ancient times, like a year before, it took one person 1.5 days to actually set up the configuration after they deployed to staging. So yeah, you can imagine that that was like quite a job actually. So we were thinking about how can we automate this lane so we don't actually need the release manager. So the first thing we tried to do was what we were trying to do was to build up this process where the PO requests a feature, goes to the devs, they implement, test, merge to release branch. That's still the same. Once that is done, the merge would automatically trigger a build. So that build was already automated by then because it was already automated before, but it had to be triggered manually, and now we just triggered it automatically through the merge. And then everything else was also supposed to be automated. So deployment to dev, again, was kind of automated already. Then the testing and approving, that relied very strongly on the automated tests starting. So at the beginning, we didn't have a lot of automated tests, but the more we used it, the more people were like willing or felt pressured into writing those tests because otherwise stuff would break. So that was, that was okay. I mean, it wasn't my problem. So, and then finally, the deployment to staging, that was made possible because by then we had moved to Kubernetes already, so we could more or less use the same configuration that we had for dev for staging. And everything that had to be configured manually before, basically we threw that away and just said, you just need to fix it. You just need to rebuild it in a way that we can just do this automatically. So yeah, automated tests, when they were all good and green and ready, then we would trigger the deployment to staging, and then that would then send an email to the PO, I think. I think we sent an email to him. Some kind of automatic, it might have been Slack or something similar, although I think we didn't use Slack because it was, we couldn't use anything that was hosted not in-house, so it probably was like Mattermost or something. So the PO would get an automated message, and then, same thing, like, oh, it's deployed to staging now, you can go, do your final tests, approve, and then like send the message to ops, deploy to prod. So the thing that was really important here was that we started this process of making the deployment the same way on all environments. So we kind of forced the teams to use Kubernetes manifests and have everything that needed some kind of like dynamic configuration in a way that would be possible to be automated. So in fact, we actually used Helm charts at that point, so we could like have a little bit of templating logic inside your deployment manifests. So this is the architecture that we developed. We would start with an application repository, and from there, a Jenkins pipeline would be triggered, and that pipeline would do two things. It would build the artifacts and push them into an artifact repository. And in this case, we were using a SonarQube Nexus that lived outside of any Kubernetes cluster. And after all the artifacts in place, then the pipeline would then basically copy-paste the manifest that was in the application repository into the config repository. So the devs could then basically have all the Kubernetes manifests in their own, well, they had to create the Kubernetes manifests or Helm charts in their own application. And then we would just copy-paste the things into the config repository, or the GitOps repository. And the ops team could also overwrite things here because the dev teams did not have full access to that config repository. So that was kind of like a cool way that we were able to give them power, but at the same time be able to overwrite things, like resource quotas, for example. And the config repository was monitored by Argo CD with a constant like pull. I think every 3 minutes we did like a pull on the head or something, and yeah, would then sync the state of the development cluster with the state of the repository. And we had a different repository for each of our environments. So in theory, this could work all the way to prod. It didn't at that time, but in theory, we set it up for a way that it could. Now the thing is, when we take a look at the delivery flow, the deployment to prod was actually still being done manually by the ops team, and the reason why was because, you know, like, prod is the most sacred place, and you can't just let anyone just like do things on prod. Even if it's automated, you just can't just like wave things through to prod. That was the idea. And so the ops team, they were just seen as the people who are like personally responsible, you know, selling out your firstborn child, and you have to sign everything with blood 3 times because like this is, you know, if you break prod, you're basically out. And that was not great, as you can imagine. It's not good for your mental health when you have that level of responsibility. So we were looking at that, and we were thinking the deployment to prod actually doesn't necessarily need to be manual. It's the approval to prod that is the thing here. So what we were suggesting was that instead of, you know, doing that, we would send the approval to the ops team. So what we did was we created a pull request, and then the ops team could approve that pull request, and then the deployment to prod was actually automated again. So we're using Argo again. So because we were using these separate ops repositories, everything would work over pull requests to introduce deploy the changes. And because the deployment was not automated, we saw less bugs in production because for some reason, you know, computers are much better at doing repetitive tasks than humans are. Like, they're less error prone when we do these like very simple tasks. And so we were able to convince management that actually this is a better way, even though the ops team obviously still had to do the manual approval. So we're still responsible for everything, but at least it was one thing off their plate. So at this point, we were with Moneybank for about a year. Development speed did pick up a little bit, and developers were productive, were more productive. But they could focus on development instead of like these merging strategies and like 6 months long, you know, like release branches. And since they could deploy at any time now through pull requests, and they did a lot more, the overall confidence in the system grew. So if you use something twice a day and it only breaks every 2 months, it seems pretty much more robust as if you were just deploying once every 6 months and it breaks every time, right? So that really helped with kind of the confidence in themselves and in the system. But still, this kind of approval thing with prod and having to go through this release committee, which I didn't even draw into the swimming lanes, because it wasn't even part of the technical delivery. But it still existed, and it was super slow, and then developers just started to blame that on like the slow delivery. So we were taking a look at this again, and what we saw was, yes, there were some things like, you know, things in the red circles that could maybe be improved. So like requesting a feature and implementing it, maybe something that we can never automate, maybe, I don't know. I haven't looked at GitHub Copilot yet. One day we might all just be out of jobs. But these things in the red circles, there's things that we could maybe do to make them slightly more automated. Just like with the approval to prod, like not completely automated, but like just the things that we can automate. So in one of our sprint reviews, what happened was that one of the stakeholders, who was also an external consultant, we were talking about how can we get these people who are in the committee to just join in the GitOps delivery process instead of like having this other process outside, this release process that's different from the deployment process. So we were saying like, why don't they just read the pull request? You know, like it's all there. And the stakeholder said like, a pull request is just not enough because business people, they can't read pull requests. And I was just kind of cheekily just saying like, oh, but they can read a Jira ticket. So we just like had a laugh and we looked at each other and we had this like moment of clarity, like, you know, are you thinking what I'm thinking? So we came up with this pattern that I'm sure someone else came up way before, but we also came up with a cool name for it. So I'm going to share it with you, and if you one day, make it an actual product, I expect you to hire me as your like CTO or something, because we introduced release ops. So the idea of release ops is to tie the delivery process to releases and to invite the stakeholders in this way to think about in this release-driven delivery process rather than like the deployment-driven release process. Oopsie. So what I've done here in the swim lanes is I've moved some of them around and I added this new shiny one in the second lane. And this one does represent the release ops, the new thing. What it actually is a Jira ticket or like some other tracking tool, whatever you're using. We used Jira. So again, the PO would be requesting a feature, and this time they don't just go to the devs to it, but instead they will create a Jira issue, and they outline the feature request and the acceptance criteria, and then you have an identifiable ID for the release. The devs are automatically informed, and they can implement the request, and they can add comments, why they made some design decisions, and explaining their reasoning. When they're done, they will move the issue to the next status, which is in deployment, and once that happens, automatically their changes will be merged into the main branch. So we've gone from release branch to main branch at the time. So we achieved this by only allowing development on branches that have been created through that issue. So we were using the Atlassian suite, and everything just kind of like fits very nicely into each other. So you can like create new branches from that issue, and then when you close the branch, then you can change the state of the issue. You don't have to though. So from there, we can now go into the below swim lane, and we have this like whole automated process again, where we deploy to dev, we run the automated integration tests, and then we deploy to staging automatically. Once that is done, we can now go back to trigger in the Jira issue to move it to in review. And that will do two things. So first of all, it will notify the PO, and the PO will do their tests. Then it will notify the ops team. The ops teams will do their tests. And then they both can say, okay, I approve these changes. So here, what we did was that the PO could only comment into the ticket and say like, oh yeah, everything's good, but only the ops team were actually allowed to move the ticket to the next state. Because we're just saying that it's just more important that the ops team knows exactly what's happening in there and what changes are in that pull request, rather than the PO, because we don't want to break things. And then finally, when that approval has been given, then we would trigger the automated deployment to production. So this is pretty good, because even though we still have human gatekeepers, everything was fairly automated, and every single decision was documented in this ticket. And this was much easier to understand for external stakeholders, that all your requirements are in this ticket, and you can have multiple deployments, but the deployments were still based on pull requests and changes, but the ticket was tied to a release, and that just made much more sense to the stakeholders. So architecture-wise, this is what it looks like. Everything starts with a Jira issue again. And so the repository was Bitbucket. So we were using this Jira Bitbucket integration. And once we merged a branch into the main branch, we triggered a pipeline to, again, build and store artifacts into an artifact repository. And by this time, we had moved everything into one cluster that was just a management cluster. And the pipeline was Tecton, which by that time we moved to OpenShift 4, and OpenShift 4 comes with OpenShift Pipelines, which is based on Tecton. It's a really cool tool. I highly recommend checking it out. It's like a cloud-native pipeline engine. So the pipeline was doing very similar things. Again, it was like pushing things to the artifact repository and then copy-pasting the manifest into the development config repository or GitOps repository, which was syncing with the Argo CD living on a dev cluster. And again, we did the same thing for all the other environments as well, up until prod. The only difference is that we have now a management cluster that is separate from the clusters running the actual workloads. And this was kind of the way that we envisioned this could work. We built a POC, and then Corona happened. And the first thing that always gets cut in these situations is R&D. So we had to leave before we really could implement our vision and really run it with actual teams. So I can't tell you whether this actually works or not. I still believe in it. I think I spoke to someone from the org like about a year ago, and he said that they stuck with the general idea, but they moved back to Jenkins actually. And I think they were like trying it on their still running Docker Swarm, but in any case, so they kept the idea. They liked the idea. They just like old technology more. And I gotta say that they went from deploying once every 7 to 14 days or something to daily deployments. So there was a lot of stuff going on at the same time, and it is a lot for an organization like that to push for change, like so much change in such a short amount of time. I mean, we were there for almost 2 years. So yeah, again, generally, I think I still believe it's a good idea. I still believe, you can we came up with a snappy marketing name, so it has to work. So anyhow, just to wrap up this conversation, this is a tweet by Kelsey Hightower where he says, "I'm convinced the majority of people managing infrastructure just want a platform as a service. The only requirement, it has to be built by them." And I think that's kind of what went wrong with this company or this client, was that there were a lot of solutions out there that kind of could have solved their problems, but because they think of themselves as super special, they had to hire a bunch of consultancy companies to come in and build something for themselves that's super specific for their own needs. Which was great for me because I was a consultant and I made a lot of money just coming up with stupid ideas. But at the same time, if you can use something that already exists, then you should probably do that, at least in early stages. So with that being said, again, contractually obliged to show you this slide, which is our company product, which is called Loft. Basically what we do is we have a bunch of open source tools that we maintain, and then we have this tool called Loft that gives you a self-service abstraction layer on top of it. So if you have a lot of development teams in your organization and you want them to quickly spin up their own cluster and test things and manage the workloads on it, then Loft is a tool that's really super useful and very powerful also, where you can do a lot of manual configuration, so every cluster behaves exactly how you want it to, and your developers don't need to really touch Kubernetes. And that is it. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, still have a bit of time. Yes, there's a question.
Hey, thank you. Just a question. So in kind of the final slide on the Streamlines implementation, I saw that the ops team was also responsible for kind of a final approval before it went to production. And I'm just wondering, kind of looking at the whole picture, what is exactly kind of their whole role in this? Because I'm guessing it's the PO who requests the feature, it's the devs who write it. So the ops probably have awareness of neither, but yet they're the ones approving it to go to production.
Yeah, it was purely about, do we need any limits on resource requirements? Do we need to maybe add a node now because there's maybe some team wants to request a GPU or something. So it was very, very specific, because even though it was a cloud, it was still running on physical servers on their own premises. So just in case there were some things that, the ops team was 80% Red Hat people, for example. So it was really, really things that are very close to the actual platform that they just had to make sure, this is okay.
Oh, okay, so it was more like a quick resource check to make sure everything's...
It wasn't just resource test, it was also security stuff, but really things that just related to the actual OpenShift platform. Nothing that had anything to do with the feature or any of the content of the change.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions?
Any more questions? Okay, it's break time. Thank you very much. Back here at 4:30. Is that all your talks done for this session?
I can still give a talk. You want to hear a joke?
Go on.
Okay. Have you heard of the singing computer?
I have not heard of the singing computer.
It's a Dell.
Oh. JJ is going to steal that if he's still watching. Okay, back here at 4:30 for Dragon Ball Z and development.
I just love how everyone just goes like, oh, it's just like oh, it hurts so much.
point, our hero Goku, he just had. Oh, that echo's weird. Okay. Before this point, he just had this stick that extended like really long, but he just had a stick, right? It's not quite the cloud. But even though Goku was able to jump on this cloud and do all these cool things, get to all these new heights, the cloud is not for everyone, right? You can't just take your old rickety application, throw it on the cloud and hope it works. It's going to fall through. It's going to fail. Sometimes you need to ride on the back of a turtle, right? You need to use whatever the technique is right for your application. So if you're building out, an old mainframe application, why you would be doing that these days, I don't know. But if you were, maybe the cloud's not for you. Maybe you do need to go for something that suits it a bit better. Even from the very early days in the Dragon Ball universe, they knew how powerful containerization or capsulization was. So this character here, this character Bulma, for those that don't know, her family founded this company called Capsule Corp. Her father is a grade A genius. She is also a grade A genius. And they have these little tiny capsules that you click them, throw them, and like anything pops out of houses, cars, piles of food, whatever it may be. They knew that having this standardized common interface to move your things around, that everybody was then able to interact with in the same way and all understood in the same way, was a key thing for the society. Similarly, we see a lot of the Dragon Ball fighters making use of ephemeral resources. So when we know that a situation that we're in is going to give us a bit of a beating, we may not be able to do it the first time. We may have an application that's a bit flaky that we know is going to fail a few times. We will send out those ephemeral resources. We keep sending these in this case spit ghosts, until we actually make enough of an impact into what we're trying to achieve to make it to get us to where we need to be. Throughout the whole series, one of the key takeaways is training. So obviously with it being about Goku wanting to be the best martial artist, he has to train. He has to become better. He has to work with his in this case, family to improve his skills, to learn new techniques, to push himself to the limit. You see them stress testing. So we do this as well, right? We take our applications, we stress test them, we put them under load, we see where they break, and we work on those little areas and make them better. We improve, we repeat, we do the same again. We pull together a team of diverse people that have a wide range of skills, come from all sorts of different backgrounds. We've got some aliens in there, we've got some androids in there, we've got a pig that can change shape into other things. We've got everything, right? With this big group of diverse people, all these skills come together to be the Z Warriors, right? These are the heroes of the universe. We can then leverage this team that we've put together to push each other, to work together, to make each other push to our limits, have that one person that pushes us, that we push back, and we all become better together. We then can have our moment where we spend 37 episodes powering up to be the best we can possibly be. So I've actually got a joke in here that this talk was actually designed to be a 5-minute talk, and I've been given 15 minutes. So I'm going to stand here for 10 minutes just screaming at you, powering up. I hope that's okay. I have actually got more time than I expected, so this is going to be interesting. But with this diversity, we've also got some opportunities that we can take advantage of. We can leverage this paired programming. So in the Dragon Ball universe, they have fusion. So they get two people together, and if done well, they become the best synergized version of themselves put together. But also, if not done well, if you don't take it seriously, if one of you is slacking off or putting all the pressure on one of them, you end up as the fellow on the right who thinks he's doing an amazing job, who thinks he's the most powerful in the world, but just fails at every possible point. We should also embrace the MVP kind of aspect, right? We don't need to put forth our final form right away. We can start out with, a good a good form, something that puts up a challenge. We can then use that to find out what the kind of limits are of what we're working with. So Freezer is a very good example of this. This is not Freezer's final form. That will come a bit later. But in this form, Freezer can find out what the strengths and weaknesses are of its opponents. And then from those, similarly, we can use that same sort of technique to find out where we need to improve our application, where we need to put in effort, where we need to actually focus on making our form better. Through this sort of iteration, we can then get to our golden form. We can then have the most amazing version of ourselves, of our application, of our system, of our team, whatever that may be. And this is a form that has been honed over years. I mean, this is a point after Freezer dies and then gets to this form. It's that kind of level of, repetitiveness, I guess. I'm not saying you all need to die to do this, though. Don't take that away from this. One other thing we need to do is we need to monitor. We need to have data so that we can get better. We need to know that something is over 9,000, right? We need to, Prometheus metrics on our applications. We need to have uptime monitoring and all this kind of thing. But we also need to be very careful that we don't monitor too much. We don't want our monitoring to explode with 1,000 alerts because one thing kind of went wrong that wasn't actually that important, but set all of our alerts going. We get waken up in the middle of the night. So we need to be careful that we are monitoring on the correct things and getting to a point where we are only monitoring when we need to monitor and then kind of relying on our experience and stuff to cover the rest. On another vein, failure is not the end, right? I mean, we will all mess up at some point in our career. We may not die, but we will mess up, right? And we can come back from that. There is a second chance. Generally speaking, unless you really, really mess up, but I don't think any of you in this room are going to do that. We don't need to be worried about failure, right? Failure is a part of our training, it's part of our development, how we get better. Imposter syndrome is horrible, right? I'm sure we've all kind of experienced it to some degree in this room, and it's this fear of failure. But if we push past that, we can become stronger. We can become, this little Gohan here can become stronger than Piccolo, who's one of the most feared beings on Earth. We also don't need to be worried about messing up so much that it's the end of things. Even if we do put something out that is terrible, it's not the end, right? There are ways to come back from this. And for those of you that don't know Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball GT was, it was not bad, but it was a whole different kind of vein. The one on the right is a live action movie and it is dreadful. Avoid that. But even after these, Dragon Ball's still going strong. We're still pumping out new stuff. Yeah?
Fun fact, 2 of those characters were on a show called Shameless.
Yeah, yes, thank you for that. Yes, they were. You don't need to be worried about messing up too much because there's a very good chance you can come back from it, right? And finally, one of the most important things is eat well, sleep well, drink well. We need to make sure we're looking after ourselves. This character at the top right here, this is Lord Beerus. He is the god of destruction, and he knows how important a good night's sleep is so that he can then go and destroy the universe. Maybe only take half of that lesson with you, but look after yourselves. And I believe that everyone in this room can then become a Z warrior and look after the universe. Thank you very much. Do there happen to be any questions? Yeah, go on then.
What were your real thoughts on that live action Dragon Ball Z?
I wanted to like it. I really wanted to, but I just couldn't. No, I watched it. It was a laugh, and then I put it out of my mind. Yeah. Cool. Thank you all.
Thank you, Marcus. That was entertaining. I've always wanted to talk about how my World of Warcraft hardcore raiding days prepared me for work and team building, but I've never quite managed that in my head. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Next up, we have Kunal talking about scaling communities to be more inclusive. Everyone give him a warm welcome.
No more dongles. That feels good. I have 15 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Okay, see. I won't spend too much time on polls today. Cool. So if you can just scan this. You don't need to sign up or anything. It's anonymous. Yeah. Let me also pull up my slide. All right, that looks good. Cool. So we're going to talk about communities. We're going to talk about scaling communities and all sorts of things. Before that, I think it'll be fun to, learn about what you think communities are to you. So when you think about community, what comes to your mind? So you can put your words inside. Safe space, people, empowerment, collaboration. Very good. Friends. Group of like-minded people. Very nice. Diverse people. Yeah, we'll talk about diversity and inclusion because we're talking about scaling communities to be more inclusive. Nice. All right, that's good. Let's move forward. The next one. What challenges do you face? So if you talk about communities, for example, be that scaling your own community or when you get involved in a new community, are there any challenges that you face? Yeah. Or events or, anything. Boot camps, whatever you do. Company. A lot of folks say diversity. I tend to agree with it. Imposter syndrome, that's a good one. Tech bros. That's a good one. All right. That's good. All right. This last one. Rust or go? Only two options. All right. That's it? Still. Let's give it 10 more seconds. Rockwood, what is happening? All right. Cool. So yeah, scaling communities to be more inclusive. A little bit about me. I'm Kunal. I work as a level manager at Sivo, CMS ambassador. Founded a few communities last year. I've grown it to more than 50,000 members. I'm a content creator, and I'm a karaoke expert as of yesterday. So we talked about what is a community. This definition is very it's very specific to a lot of people. For some, community is about a group of friends. For some, it's like an initiative you are running. For some, it's like companies, like a community. For some, it's like an open source project. But when you talk about your own community, when you talk about finding this definition for your community, then you have to ask yourself a few questions. The first question is, what are your community's shared struggles, right? So if you're forming a community around, so since we're talking about diversity and inclusivity, you're forming your community around, Al?
No, sorry.
No worries.
Interrupt. I'm just going to do a quick switcheroo.
Ooh.
I know it seems like it makes no sense at all, but there's method to my madness. But it will be if it comes back up again.
Well, that's gone.
I'm sorry, I should have done that maybe.
We were doing so well, Alan.
Is it not being recognised?
It was working fine. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, folks. Interesting. Right, sorry about that.
No worries. I didn't understand what happened here.
Basically, I came and disrupted your presentation.
No worries. All right, thanks for joining. Okay, so we were talking about finding the definition for your community. So what are your community's shared struggles? For me, it was a lot less students were active in open source. I was like, why not? Why not get involved in like this cloud native projects and the DevOps like whole ecosystem, things like that. So that's the first question you need to ask yourself. What are your community's shared struggles? The next one is you have to think about what is your mission, like what do you want to achieve with your community. So these are just, we're going through some of the questions that you need to ask yourself in order to, get that definition for your community of what you're trying to build. And this is a quote that I really like, that the only thing better than helping people is helping people who help people. So it's a good one, right? All right. So what are some of the other questions? I like to make this a little bit more interactive. So you're forming a community. You're asking yourself, what is the mission? And, what are the shared struggles? Are there any other questions that come to your mind that you need to be asking yourself when you're forming a community? Anyone?
How big do you want it to be?
How big do you want it to be? Yes. Yeah, Eddie?
What's the goal of the community?
What's the goal? Yeah. What's the goal and what's the mission? And also, when we talk about community, you think about people getting involved in your communities. So you have to think about, why would anyone want to be involved? Why would anyone want to watch your channel? Why would anyone want to attend your conference? So what do members, look to get out of your community? Swag is one of those things, but there's a lot more to it. So you want to educate someone, you want to promote a particular like a niche or something. You want to conduct some events. You want to do all sorts of things around it. So these are some of the questions you need to ask yourself. We talk about importance of diversity and inclusivity. It's extremely important. Quickly mention the way I work with diversity and inclusion when it comes to scaling communities. So when you're forming a community or scaling it, you do it around folks who are underrepresented, because it doesn't mean that other people are excluded. It just means that you're forming it around people who might feel difficult to access your community's needs. This can be someone facing like imposter syndrome, like you want to get involved in an open source project and you're like, wow, that's not. So when I first started with open source, so I was in my freshman year, I contributed to a Kubernetes Java client by Red Hat Middleware. It was an extremely complicated project, especially when I was in like my freshman year, but the community was there to help. The open source community were like, hey, you're just starting out, learn about Docker, learn about K8, try to do it on your own projects, and then look at some test cases, look at some, provide some examples, and then sort of like that, started small and then started contributing to major like other PRs and stuff. So this one point I like to mention, the importance of diversity and inclusion. It's very important because now with all the hybrid remote work culture, you get to hire people from around the world, and interacting with people, with like different cultural backgrounds and from various parts of the world, it's like an instrumental tool now to for the growth of the IT sector, because you get to see what other people are bringing to the table, how they work, and their own views and opinions and things like that. And also, it's good human beings. We have to do that. So this is what I'm talking about. The step number one was forming it around people who are like underrepresented. So that's one. The second one is you think about who might be excluded from accessing the activities of your community. So this can be something like, someone who is not able to attend your events, language barriers. There's always room for improvement. So always not, so much you can do, be that a big event or small event accordingly. But yeah, that's another question you need to ask yourself, which is who might be excluded from accessing the activities of your community. So for example, not everyone can attend KubeHuddle, but Rockwood is live streaming this. So he has got it covered for people who might not be able to access it in person. So it's things like that. Let's talk about effective communication. Effective communication basically, someone wants to get involved in your community, they need to ask some questions, share some queries. There should be a dedicated method to do that, like your channels or like Discord or Slack or whatever you use. Make sure it's open so that people can reach out and share their views and just get involved and ask questions. It should not look like like there's a gatekeeping or there's like a barriers or something. Designing your community's needs. This is actually an interactive like question. So there are two parts to it. Ones are needs that are facilitated. These are pretty standard. Like you're running an event, you're like, okay, what do people need? Like some people need like vegan options, vegetarian options. Some need gluten-free options, transport facilities, or all these other things. But the question is, what if you find yourself in a place where the needs are not facilitated, right? So what would you do then? Someone reaches out to you like, okay, we needed this, but it's not here. As an organizer, what would you do? Anyone? I'm sorry, what?
Make those arrangements.
Yeah, but what if you can't make the arrangements like right there? Obviously, you can try. You will try to do that, but what if you can't do it? Yeah, well, just be upfront about it. Just be like, okay, we're taking this into consideration. So don't beat around the bush. Just like assure them, like, okay, that's a great feedback, and we'll, definitely note. And these needs that are not facilitated, always keep note of these, because you'll find such small things in every event you do, every webinar you do, every meetup you do, and then make sure you don't repeat it in the future. How to handle negative scenarios. So for that, it depends on what kind of scenarios there are. But let's say there's a conflict at your event, then you hear both the sides, and then make sure you work according to the what's it called at events. It's a very important thing. Code of conduct. Yes. So make sure everyone follows the code of conduct. Pretty straightforward stuff. And list all the. There's one more thing about incidents is in your code of conduct, mention the point of contact, so that people can report to a particular person when something goes wrong. And making a community future-proof is another nice quote I'd like to say here is, in order to scale your community, you have to give up control. So you can't scale your community if it's just you running it. You have to give up control. And for that, you have to find your community's natural advocates, people who enjoy working in the community, who are so it's sort of like self-sustaining after a while. I have 50,000 on Discord, and I don't even use Discord. It's working on its own. It's just they're working amongst themselves, and it's self-sustaining. And for that you need, if the community is growing, distribute responsibilities and give other people some tasks and find the natural your leaders. The mission of the community may change after a while, but make sure that it's very well communicated to whoever takes the lead forward. That's it. I can't believe I finished it under time, but we have 3 minutes, so if you have any questions. That's my Twitter, if you want to connect with me. Yeah. Cool. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
It's actually funny at Lloyds, we are very focused on diversity because we realise that our customers, we don't represent them, at work. So it's a very, very big thing. So that was mega interesting. Thank you, mate. Okay, next up, and lastly, to close us out, is Amanda. Amanda was here before, so I'm going to give a short introduction, if that's okay, while she sets up. Also buy her some time while she plays with that dongle. So Amanda Brock is the CEO of Open UK, the organisation for the business of open technology in the UK. A lawyer with 25 years' experience, she has previously chaired the Open Source and IP Advisory Group at United Nations Technology Innovation Labs. Say that after 5 years. Sat on the OSIS Open Projects and UK Government Energy Sector Digitisation Task Force Advisory Boards, and she was General Counsel for Conical for 5 years and set up a legal function. Amanda was also awarded Amanda was also awarded the 2022 UK Lifetime Achievement Award in the Women Influence and Power Awards. and including in Computer Weekly most influential women in tech long list in 2021. So over to Amanda. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and I probably need to be at the mic, right? So, oh, wonderful, thank you. And is this going to click?
Such a pain.
You can never get a good sysadmin when you need one, right?
Does that work?
Brilliant, yes, thank you. Thanks very much for the intro. Yeah, do you know what I like to wonder? Is it all right if I move? Are you going to be annoyed with the cameras if I walk? I'm not very good at standing still. So I have a huge number of slides, mainly because I want you to have the information and some of them afterwards, but most of them don't have any words, so, you know, it's getting late in the day. You should just about be able to cope. I'm Amanda Brock. I'm CEO at Open UK. I have been in that role for 3 years on St Andrew's Night, actually. So it's been a big role for me, and it's been a lot of work. And you'll see from the slides quite how much we've got going on. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit about me. You mentioned that I was at Canonical. I joined Canonical as employee 165 at the beginning of 2008, and I set up and ran the legal team for 5 years. You're all familiar with Ubuntu. I assume you know Canonical. You've mentioned that I chaired the advisory board for the UN. I also have a public appointment where I am part of the UK's Open Standard Boards, and I stood for election this year for the first time in my life, actually, which was a bit daunting. And I'm on the board of the OSI as well. So I sit in quite a few advisory boards around open source. During lockdown, I discovered I can write a bit because I couldn't get out and speak to people. And I have this book, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not that I'm going to try and sell it to you, but I will never, ever edit another book of other people's work. And it has 25 authors, 24 chapters. It's 570 pages long. It is reasonably priced at £75. I'm not selling it to you, because on the bottom left, you'll see the Veitch Foundation have paid for open access. It's non-commercial. I can't do anything about that. It's the best I can get. But if you are not using it for your companies, in theory at least, you can download it. And like the index, the first round of index review, I had over 100 comments because I was trying to get the words in that you will go and look for to be able to get the information you need, because none of you are going to read the whole book, right? I have several times, and it won't happen again. I'm also launching the book at All Things Open in Raleigh. When we talk about diversity, we have a number of female authors, and I guess this is like a women in open source power panel of all these really strong women who've written chapters for the book. And I spend a lot of time speaking. I used to travel the world speaking. I'm starting to do that again. Through lockdown, I sat at home with my kitten, who is a world-leading expert on open source, and talked in my kitchen. With Open UK, I have mentioned that I came on board 3 years ago, and the first thing I did was go out and find a board. It's a particularly large board for a UK organisation. We're a not-for-profit. We have a board of 12, and they came up immediately with this UK leadership in open technology. And for us, we thought you can't do open source software anymore without data, and data and hardware is all very close these days, so we need to take on all three. And that was the first shift that we made away from what traditional open source country organisations do. We revisited that after a year because it isn't just about being in the UK. So we focus locally, and then we work globally and partner globally with people. So it's UK leadership and global collaboration in open technology. And although we're about the business of open technology, we have a very diverse organisation for tech, for open source. And we're made up of a board, a leadership team who are pro bono. I and one other are paid in the organisation. And then we have about 50 ambassadors, some of whom you'll know. And we're looking always for more ambassadors if anybody's interested. And we're about to launch apprentice ambassadors as a sort of role for younger engineers to start to get involved and get onto that trajectory into leadership and to help to support that. We work on 3 pillars: community, legal and policy, and learning. On the community side, we do things like awards. There is still a prize for today for somebody who has a tweet with #OpenUK in it. And the prize is to come to the awards in the House of Lords on the 30th of November. I have been in touch with someone who hasn't responded yet about yesterday's prize. We've done things like honours lists at New Year, celebrating influencers, celebrating future leaders in open source. And we do a lot of reporting that I'll come to in a second, which showcases through case studies and interviews some of the community. This was last year at COP26. This was our awards. Believe me, it'll be a good party in the House of Lords, so hashtag OpenUK. And the second thing we do beyond community is legal and policy. The third is learning. So what we do is bring together this leadership community across the UK and use that collective voice to have influence. And that allows us, with a group of lawyers we work with, all again volunteer lawyers, they're pretty much at the intersection of open technology, law and policy to respond to legislation. And we do, it's just words, but we do a lot of different stuff. So the community, the European Commission recognised us within months as the UK advocates. We're part of the Google Oracle litigation in the US. We put in an amicus brief. We were the only non-US company to be involved in it. And we responded to the Biden administration's ordinance in May 2021. Last year, we started to do reporting. Phase 1, we cut global data to show it for the UK. We actually cut it for Scotland in some cases as well. Phase 2, we looked at adoption. We did a survey for the first time. We took that data and got some fact out of it. We were able to prove economically, I think it's 42.1.5 billion in contribution to UK GDP in 2018 from open source. That's a huge amount of money. It's 20% of the figure. No, yes, 20% of the figure of the digital economy in that year. And I suspect if we could work out value out rather than value in, we'd be looking at 3 times that. Phase 3, we were at COP26, so we started to shift away from the economics and think about the other values around open source. We've done phase 1 this year, which was published in June, gives you some of the stats. One I love is that all companies in the UK under 3 years old are using open source. So there's just some amazing facts in there that you can use. There's a journey from consumption to contribution to distribution. And then we do a bunch of different projects in the policy space. We are a day 1 member of Gaia X, which is the data project for Europe, the business implementation of the laws that the Commission is putting in place that I'll talk to you about in a second. We talked a bit this morning about security. And on the security side, we got to be one of 8 notable initiatives with our Summer of Open Source Software Security. And the Summer of Open Source Software Security is a never-ending summer. And we now have more podcasts going into the autumn, so it's continuing. But it's quite useful, I think. We have this event on the 17th of October. Sorry about the slide, but it was just to share some of the information. It's an event for 110 people. About 30 speakers. It should be a really big policy event, and it's very Anglo-American focused in that we plan in the spring to have a much bigger event, probably for about 1,500, where we will bring in international governments. And the idea there is to look at the big picture policy that I will take you through in a second. We also, as I mentioned, we're at COP26. We will be back in Edinburgh on the 16th of November for our second Open Technology for Sustainability Day. There'll be a lot of focus in that on the energy sector, a bit of show and tell with some of the open source projects there, and finance. And we ourselves did a deliverable for COP26, which was a blueprint for the data center of the future. Using entirely open technologies, we created an amalgamation of what was out there already. Created an edge-based data center which had outputs that went back into the local community to heat community pools, to offer reductions in bills for people, that kind of thing. And this year we're working one for EV charging. We put the first one into the Eclipse Foundation. It hasn't worked very well in building a community. You sort of live and learn with these things. So we're going to take it over in our own GitHub repo and start to build community around this going forwards. And we will also be delivering societal value metrics based on the Sustainable Development Goals, so ways for you to measure individual projects that are non-economic to try and show the wider value of open source. I've mentioned learning as the third piece. We have done 2 kids' camps. We've given away over 8,000 digital gloves, and we teach coding along with the open source definition and sustainability. And we're going to see Strathclyde University tomorrow, actually, who are looking at building a MOOC with us on the entrepreneurship side of open source. So when I started with Open UK 3 years ago, I couldn't have imagined what was going to happen in the next few years. And at that point, the European Union was getting really excited about its digital decade. And watching them, you could see that they were really starting to work with open technology, with open source software. And in the UK, we had been ahead of the curve. So we had an open first strategy long ahead of Europe. Ours goes back to 2011, and it was created by the Cabinet Office and Francis Maud. But we could see the Europeans catching up, and this is one of the few slides that you'll see me put out ever that has a bunch of words from somebody else on it. And what you saw at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, is the appointment of Marguerite Vestager as the VP Digital for Europe. And Vestager had been the competition commissioner for about 8 years and understands technology in a way very, very few people do, particularly very few regulators, and where the revenues flow. And the wording on this, you know, we're looking at digital technologies and geopolitics, which are having a profound effect on the lives of Europeans. What we do now will determine what kind of world our children live in. You could change that from European to UK to American. It applies to all of us. And I use this because I particularly like the excerpt, but actually any government in the world was starting to look at these same issues. And it was a time when geopolitical shift was beginning to become evident and obvious. And the last event I went to before lockdown was FOSDEM. And this is, I don't know what you know, but FOSDEM is always the first Sunday in February. So on the Saturday night, get that right, 31st of January, we went to the Commission at midnight because, of course, the UK was Brexiting. And at that exact second, you can see the end of that union for the UK. And it is probably the most precise moment of geopolitical shift that you'll ever see. Now, for us, it was quite sad. We were at the Commission. It was a bit creepy because they put the lights out. And I don't know if the Commission does that every night or if it was only because it was Brexit, but at midnight, lights out, gone, done. But it also got me to thinking a bit about what geopolitical shift was. And then, of course, you know, I was expecting to go to a lot of other conferences I didn't go to because there was COVID. And I don't know, you probably all know the Scottish variant, famous because you can hear it coming. But we had COVID to contend with. And in Europe, what we were seeing was more and more friction. So there's a couple of law cases, a couple of European Court of Justice cases by Mr. Schrems. And Schrems 1 had something called model clauses set aside. And model clauses were a way that lawyers could transfer data from Europe, or contracts could transfer data from Europe to the US. Schrems 1 had that set aside. During 2020, we saw Schrems 2, and that took away the privacy shield in the US. And you start to see a friction between the European Union and the US and the big tech companies, and you start to see talk of digital and data sovereignty coming out of Europe and increasingly out of other countries. GaiaX, I already mentioned to you. GaiaX is an infrastructure that's been created across businesses for a federated data model, but it's the practical business implementation of the laws that the European Union is starting to create, building that shift, building that friction in a way, putting it in place. Now, we joined it because actually for the UK, we have to be able to interact with it. It's a structure that we want to be part of. But it's had a really checkered history because it started as a sovereign project that was supposed to keep the big tech companies out, and the next thing the big tech companies were in it, and now they're out again, and then they're back. So it's just interesting to watch. But the defensive approach in the EU, this geopolitical shift, the friction isn't just between the EU and the US. You see it with China. And you also see it between the US and China, and even the UK and China. And you don't just see it at a state and government level. You start to see it at an individual level, at a citizen level, at a civil level. We have Black Lives Matter, COP26. Any of you in Scotland would have seen the youth action in Glasgow around COP26. And then a war. Now, you're probably sitting there wondering why I'm talking about all of this, because I'm supposed to be talking about what is open source and why does it matter. And I'm talking about all of this because it's inescapable. And that government, that geopolitical, that big picture friction and activity in government today is directly related to tech, and tech is directly related to that. They're symbiotic at this point in time. And what that means is that it matters to open source. So what is open source? Now, if I sat down with a group of lawyers, as I sometimes do, we could all argue about it. But when I joined Canonical, I had a basic definition that I used, and it's legal, it's a lawyer's definition. Source code is shared, and it's on an OSI, open source, OSI approved open source license, really simple. But if you just have that, it's never going to be enough. Because what you end up with is code that's developed closed, that's thrown over the wall at the end, that has no processes for commits, for taking contribution, for building a community, for its maintenance, for its security, has no thought for the future. And you're not really creating open source. You are technically, by a lawyer's definition, but it's not going to do what we all need it to do. And frankly, if you put that kind of code on GitHub or any other repo, it's going to sit in the wilderness and never get used. And I've mentioned the OSI approved piece because that is critical to this definition. Now, if I said, let's all recite together the 10 points of the open source definition, I'll put money on the fact that not one person in this room could do it, and that includes me. But it matters, and it matters because it is more than just sharing code. And some of that more is about discrimination. And part of the crucial elements of open technology, open source software, is no discrimination against persons or fields of endeavor. And we've seen huge problems in the last few years around that. Now, when I joined Canonical, we were trying to sell open source. We were trying to get companies to use it. And the problems we had were around procurement, legal, finance. We couldn't get through the door. We couldn't get deals closed, and it would take months and months. And that's all gone. So people will come to you now with a contract they need you to sign because they want a service agreement with you. They want a support agreement. They don't come to you because they need you to sign up to a deal for the open source software. And the reasons for that, there's 2 or 3. So in the last decade, we've seen digitalization at a pace that is just unimaginable. You know, through lockdown, through COVID, anybody who hadn't digitalized has. And what that means is that you're looking at a software-defined world, and if it's software-defined, it's open source. There is no escaping that. And what we've seen because of that is a rise in the status of the elevated status of engineers and developers and their ability to choose. Because of Git, you've got the public repos. You've got repos like GitHub and GitLab where you can just go and get code, take it into an organization, use it, decide that that's for you or not, long before you have to contact legal, procurement, finance. And what that means is that the risk has shifted. The risk has moved from the legal contract process to the engineering team. And every company should now have policies around open source, and it should be managing its risk in that space with good procedures. And we've also seen this rise in cloud computing, largely based on open source. It is just inescapable. And I've seen Cheryl and other people who've worked around cloud native and Kubernetes in this room. You know, the scale at which open source has been adopted in the last decade because of cloud is utterly incredible. Now, we've always had an issue, and the issue is around FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Back in the day when we were looking at operating systems at Canonical, the issue was Microsoft. You know, they made up stories and they had lots of antitrust cases against them. Now, you could listen to me telling you that open source is good, or you could listen to Microsoft. And this is a keynote here in Edinburgh in 2018 by Steve Wally. And Satya Nadella asks to be judged by his actions, the actions of Microsoft in its recent past, its actions today and in the future. So when I joined Canonical, Steve Ballmer had said open source was a cancer. And I used to know a lot of jokes about open source, but the punchline was Microsoft, so I can't tell them anymore. And Steve says they've been on this journey, and this is a journey that every company is currently going on through digitalization to open source. And he says they've been on that journey for 3 reasons. The first reason is that their customers ask for open source today, because it's by far and away the best software they think. The second, they run a cloud business. And the third, you can't hire engineers who've learned to code in the last 20 years and not have them do open source. They just won't do it. And because of digitalization, your competition to hire the engineers is so great, you have to do it. He's pretty honest about it. And I think that journey is really critical. But FUD hasn't gone away with Microsoft shifting to open source. Last year, we saw the doubling down on open, which many of you will be familiar with, on the basis of strip mining. And strip mining is an old US legal term about taking too much coal off the land. And a number of startup founders were unhappy about their open source software being used by the big cloud companies. Now, the big cloud companies, from an open source licensing perspective, are doing nothing wrong. In using open source, they are doing what the license says they can do, And for me, when I left Canonical, I advised a lot of open source or potential open source startups. And I came up with this what if. So if you're going to put something out as open source, what if someone else uses it? Now, most people are fine with that. What if someone else uses it and makes money? And the people I was speaking to weren't entirely happy about that. What if someone else uses it and makes a lot of money? And I lost a lot of those people, and they made proprietary startups instead. But they did the right thing. And they did the right thing because for them, they weren't able to bring a business model that worked with open source licensing. And if you don't have that business model, don't open source your software. Because open source is definitely not a business model. It might be a political movement, it's a development methodology, it's a way of licensing. It is not going to give you a business model. The book that I have coming out in October, I wrote a chapter about commercial models and revenue models, and there's 8, and there's only ever been 8, and everything fits into a subcategory of that, whatever you do. But you really have to know how you're going to make money out of it. And I've been through, in 2010 to 12, the experience of being in a company which went from almost 0 to over 70% of the cloud market overnight and didn't make a lot of money out of it, and it's painful. Mark Shuttleworth has a podcast in Open Source Underdogs where he talks quite openly about it, and it was a tough time. So these companies are now experiencing the cloud companies using their software. They shouldn't be surprised. This has been going on for 10 years. But it's not the only problem we've got. It's not the only confusion where you're seeing people moving away from open source software to commercial proprietary licensing. The geopolitical shift that I've talked about also creates problems. I have friends in Ukraine. I worked out there for a while, and I thought it was a really upsetting call that some of you might have been on in March on GitHub, a Twitter call. There's about 800 people sitting on it. And the open source developers talked about how they sort of put down their keyboards and lifted up arms, and it was awful. But then some of them came and asked if we could help them with protestware. And of course, we go back to the open source definition in the same ways I talk about it when you talk about economics of licensing and not being able to exclude people. You also can't exclude a country because its leaders have created a war. So open source is for everybody, and you cannot discriminate commercially, you cannot discriminate politically. And we've seen, the consequences of protestware and the press around it. And we're also seeing something that you may or may not have seen around standards. So when you take open source into a market, what happens is disruption. And people don't like that. If you've got a revenue or a royalty stream that you've relied on and it makes you millions or billions of dollars, you don't want it taken off you. So it is natural that companies push back with friction, with FUD, with fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And we're seeing that across some of the chip and telco companies at the moment. And in their case, they have patents which they have put into FRAND licensing. So what that means is that they're in standards, the patents have been included, the patents meet this fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory requirement, but they still have a royalty attached to them. And for a lot of the telco companies, they get billions a year in royalties from these, so they don't want them to go away, but they don't work with open source. So what we're seeing is them trying to redefine open source at the standards bodies so that it's broader and it allows them to do what they want to do. And I've put a couple of other sort of pictures in there of different press articles about it. But again, I think the engineering community should understand some of these policy and big picture issues because they're going to affect you day in, day out in your jobs. And this is a solution. A solution is just to carve out open source from your patents and accept that you're going to lose the royalty. There are things like Open Invention Network, which is a defensive patent pool you can sign up to for free and just agree that everybody's going to share patents around open source. So I've mentioned disruption, I've mentioned friction, but we're also seeing this massive adoption of open source. Jim Zemlin at the Linux Foundation Summit 2 weeks ago said over 90% of software today is open source. Sonatype have a stat of 98% of code bases, including open source. It's inescapable at this stage. And we know it creates value, but we don't know how to measure it really, and we've been trying. I mentioned 42.15 billion. That's looking at the sort of total cost of ownership type models, and what that means is looking at the number of engineers, looking at the number of lines of code that go in, but it doesn't look at the value that comes out the other end of the sort of sausage factory. And we have to get to a point where we understand the number of downloads and the value that's being generated from all these third parties using open source. And one of the reasons that matters isn't just so we understand our value, it's about what we're seeing going on in the public sector. So I mentioned already that the UK was one of the first countries in the world to have an open source software policy, created GDS 10, 11 years ago now. During the lockdown, now I'm not holding out the UK's open source test and trace app as a role model or a perfect example. But what we saw was across the globe, test and trace apps were open source. Germany did theirs brilliantly. They had over 2,000 contributions. They developed it in the open. But it's not even just apps that this is happening. We're seeing it across the health service. We're seeing it in the energy sector. The Energy Digitalisation Task Force for the UK is asking for an open source spine to be built for the energy sector. And if that gets built, we'll see it spread across utilities. So what we have is what we were talking about in the panel session this morning. We have a situation where we now have the inevitability of open source across our public sector, national infrastructures, wherever in the world you are. It's inescapable. There's all sorts of dependencies in there. And we have lots of people starting to pick open source apart and look at how do we manage that going forwards. And I mentioned this morning, if you were in the room, there's a really good piece of legislation from Biden's White House from 2021 looking at the supply chain and SBOMs in open source. You also saw the whole Log4j, and then we have the OpenSSF response where they've had a number of meetings with the White House. And we've very recently seen NCIS's review of Log4j. And all of these concerns, what they're leading to is this concept of curation. And this concept of curation is about how do we take open source that is developed by communities and distributed on an open source license for free, with no liability sitting on those who are distributing it and giving it away, and allow it to be used in this infrastructure and manage liability and manage risk. And curation is rapidly becoming the term for that process. There's no clear definition yet of what it is. And to me, it's multiple things. So it's stuff like enterprise products that are going to allow you as a user to buy open source in a way that you can manage. It's buying skills and services from the open source communities, learning from the open source communities and learning to do it yourself. But we're going to have lots and lots of conversations around this in the next, I think, 1 to 3 years. I've mentioned we have the event in London. We'll have another one in the spring. And I think what all of this is saying to us is that open source is now such a critical part of our society, whether it's your schools, your hospitals, your infrastructure, your roads and bridges. Open source underlies all of it today. And it's time that we saw governments shift. Not just a geopolitical shift, but shift to start to understand, first of all, that as a community we collaborate globally, which is problematic in some instances for them with all the geopolitical shift I've talked about. But secondly, that they have to start to contribute back. And I think we have to look to redefine open source, not just as being in the commons, but as being a digital public good. And we have to look to governments to start to work together and collaborate on funding open source at scale so that we can ensure that it's not just 2022 that's the year of the open source tagger, but that the next decade is very much going to be about it. So I don't know if I've got any time left. I can't see any clocks. But if anybody wants me to answer any questions or ask any questions, that's great. It is a very big picture, and I think it's a very important picture. But I know it's a lot to take on. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
So say you envision the government getting more involved and actively contributing. Do you see that bringing with it liability or some form of liability for somebody if you are receiving some sort of government funding towards your open source
You and
project?
me in the liability conversation is never ending. So I'm very clear on this liability conversation from my perspective, and I think many of us are in terms of trying to represent the communities you're part of. There is no liability. It is specifically disclaimed in all open source licenses. It's distributed without liability. If you, the user, are choosing to use it, you have to manage your use or curate your use, as we're seeing it becoming called. Now, what that means is that the liability sits with you, and if you're choosing to use it in a regulated sector, you have to meet that sector's requirements. If you're choosing to use it in critical infrastructure, you have to make sure it works for that infrastructure. It's obviously quite difficult, and we're looking at supply chain and software bill of materials, SBOMs, and how that is full of dependencies, and it's complex. But it sits with the end user. Now, where that shifts is contracts. So the laws will say, I believe, that the end user will be responsible. If you then sign a contract taking on responsibility, that will change it. And you might want to an extent, because you might be the person that the end user is paying to do their training or to provide services or even provide an enterprise product where you'll take some liability. But I would think very carefully about what liabilities you're taking. And you shouldn't be taking liabilities for big picture open source software that you've not created. You want to, right, okay, so I don't know if I've got time, but so there are 3 pieces of legislation. There's the Biden Ordinance in 2021. There's a guy in the White House who's just left 2 weeks ago who was CTO, a guy called Dave Ricordan, who was a long-term open source contributor, and I suspect that he had a big influence on it. So the Biden Ordinance makes sense, and it uses language and talks about things that might not be doable overnight with a magic wand, but are doable over time. 2 weeks ago, there is an act that's just gone out of my head, name-wise, but a US act about open source software. It's slightly unclear, but the goal of it is supposed to be putting the responsibility for security on the federal procurement people. However, there's a lot of concern that it's pushing it back onto the open source community. 2 weeks ago, there was also the draft Cyber Act from the European Commission. I was at a cyber conference 2 weeks ago with the lady who is the director for that act. And what it says is that non-commercial, or it says open source will not be held to this standard unless it is commercial. So I had a wee chat with her, because there is no such thing as commercial open source. There's open source, and it has contributors who are individuals and who are commercial. You can use it commercially or non-commercially, it's up to you. And you just can't carve open source up like that. It just doesn't work. So she was actually really receptive and said that was definitely not their intention. So we will put in a submission to them clarifying that formally. And what she's trying to do is follow the Biden Ordinance, and she was waxing lyrical about the Biden Ordinance and how it places responsibility on the end user, not on the developers. But, and there's a whole panel session, if any of you want to watch it on the videos from this morning from 10:45, where 3 of the engineers that I work with, we're talking about what does that mean for open source developers going forwards? Are you going to have to start doing some level of training? Are you going to have to start understanding some of the security concerns? And OpenSSF, the Open Source Software Security Foundation, is certainly putting out training and trying to do guidelines. It's got a 10-point plan. I mentioned also this morning that Open UK is a member of that, and one of the things that we are doing and planning to do more of is we are members of almost all the big organisations, and we can put people forward to represent us, and we're looking for people who want to represent us on all those discussions. So as a not-for-profit, we can join almost everything for free. So we join and we allow you the opportunity, if either your companies can't do it, won't do it, or you're not senior enough, or you're not the person that happens to get chosen and you want to represent us, there are opportunities to do that on things like OpenSSF. Have I covered what you wanted? I think there was...
So one thing I was wondering, when I started reading the report, but one thing I was wondering, sorry, the general report about the UK, but one thing I was wondering is when you've done research is whether you've made distinctions between the particular licenses and in particular whether they're permissive or copyleft licenses.
Specifically, no, but we have done, and our questions are available, they're all Creative Commons. We've done research that is in more detail than the others have done. And actually, we've done quite well because we've had about 300 responses for the UK only, and the Linux Foundation Europe report that's just been done is about 650, 700. So that's not bad for the whole of the UK, and we've done that twice. And the second survey we did this May was quite tough, because what we tried to do was show this journey from consumer to contributor to distributor and then how long people had been doing it. So I'm fixated by the 2%, and the 2% are the people who consume and distribute but do not contribute to open source. And I'd like to work out more about who they are and how we build their understanding so that they contribute back. But that's those that admitted to it, so there may actually be a bigger figure in there. So we are trying to do more depth, but we haven't split, and there's this whole question about whether copyleft, GPL-type licensing protects, and that the normal approach for most people is to go more permissive at this stage and to make it easier for businesses to use their code. But if you look at people like Frank Karlashek, the founder of Nextcloud, he talks a lot about how copyleft will make you a good business. You might find that useful.
Thank you.
I think there's one more there. I have no idea what time it is. I can't do time unless I can see it. It's 3 minutes, okay.
So, thanks. Just a little question regarding politics here.
Yeah.
Will Open UK be in the middle between the European part and the American, or do you say, okay, our heritage is more in the Anglo-American way, so we will be more closer then because we miss you, and maybe it makes sense that you help also on the European side?
Yeah, so the event that we're doing on the 17th of October is what I would describe as fairly Anglo-American, and if you see the speaker list, there's a lot of Americans speaking. And the reason we've done that, for full transparency, is that the Biden administration has been ahead on the security legislation and getting this stuff done. And I think it's useful because we're trying to coax UK and Scottish and Welsh and Northern Irish governments into these conversations more with us and with these other governments. I think it is useful because they're ahead to work with them. Depending on who you speak to, we're ahead of the EU or they're ahead of us in getting this done. I suspect that we're all much of a muchness, and the country that is seen to be the second now is up for grabs. Now, something I didn't say to you is one of the reasons we did all these reports is to influence government and to create their understanding and to influence, even if I can say it, to influence enterprise and help their understanding of the values of open source. And the European Commission had done a very big report, a very expensive report in 2020, and they did some economic calculations that we replicated. They had a figure that I can't get publicly, but I wasn't under NDA when it was given to me. So the figure that I was told the European Commission worked on was 490,000 open source engineers across the whole of the EU pre-Brexit. And the figure they went to on Brexit was 260,000. So even if they're being conservative, this figure was from 2018. Their assumption was that there were 230,000 open source engineers in the UK. And that makes us by far the biggest European country doing this. Now, have any of you ever seen that in the press? Have any of you ever seen anything other than the work we've started to do, celebrating the achievements or looking at how important open source is to the UK economy or UK society? Have you seen millions and billions of pounds being invested in open source in the way it is in AI? Right. So I've started to explain it to people in government as a pizza. And there is a pizza covered in these really lovely toppings like AI, ML, blockchain, the internet, the cloud, pretty much any technology you can imagine, all of which you want a slice of, right? You want this pizza, you want to keep it, and there's these beautiful toppings. But underneath it is a base, and that base is almost entirely open source. And if you take the base away, you're left with a sloppy mess. So it's time that they started to think about the base as well. So we're really working hard to get the message over. Can I do one more?
Who was it?
Just sort of thinking out loud and trying to see what the future would lie, how the future would sort of play out if they started paying more attention to that base. But I was wondering, let's say in a futuristic world, there was regulation that stated that as a large enterprise of a certain size, if you're running open source software in production, you are liable to commit either funds or contribution in some form that's quantifiable back to open source. Say that came in as a regulation or a law, why would that be a bad thing?
I'd take the money and spend it. But why would it be a bad thing? I personally am quite focused on getting money invested in open source because I think once you've got the money to do stuff, you can do most things one way or another. There are a number of people on the policy side, particularly people who don't come from open source, and you've seen the article from Atlantic Council, which is really damning, but it's not billed as Atlantic Council, it's from one of their people. I mean, that's not a great headline, right? And one of the things that they're saying is that money isn't enough, and they're right. Money isn't enough. We need education, we need training. When we did the kids camp during lockdown, we managed to give 8,000 kids these gloves, and we created this course, and we were teaching them about what open source is, because the curriculum doesn't teach that really. I think it gets one mention in the curriculum to GCSE. And if 90% or 98% or even just the majority of software is open source, you'd think we'd be teaching our kids about it. So one of my goals is to make sure that every child in the UK is taught at some point what open source is. Even if they can only give a rough definition or understand it's about communities and collaboration and sharing and all that good stuff. I think that's the shift we need, and we need to go really, really young with teaching it. How do you fix the problems? Money will help. We need to see maintainers not trying to maintain stuff in their own time as well as full-time jobs. And I think I saw a figure, I don't know where I got it, but 3 billion people use Log4j, or 3 billion companies. So it's just not going to be unwindable. You just can't take open source out of everything, even if you want to now. Very quickly, when I left Canonical and I was in the law firm, I went into one of the big 4 consultants to train them in open source. So this was nearly 10 years ago. And the thing that always used to happen to me in Canonical happened, where all the engineers sat on one side and all the salespeople sat on the other side. So in this case, it was the engineers and the legal people. And I said to them, can you tell me a bit about your open source usage? And the lawyers laughed and said, no, we don't use open source. No, it's against company policy. And the engineers then started laughing because, of course, we use open source. And I think you've just got that fundamental problem, that disconnect, that lack of understanding, right? But you're never going to be able to unwind it now. It is so permeated across our digital infrastructure. It's too late for that. So now you have to find the solutions, and money is going to be a big help to finding those solutions and ensuring. So I have a theory that we won't keep using foundations and OSPOs. So open source program offices work in companies. I don't think they work in the public sector, although they are being rolled out. I think we're going to end up with a hybrid between an open source program office and a foundation, something that I call a steward. And you'll see public-private partnerships building sanitized structures around the open source code that allow government departments to keep taking and using it because that version of the code is the one they're happy with. And that, I think, is where a lot of the funding will come over time. But as I said to you this morning, if I was your mum, go and learn about security.
All right, thank you. No, we do need to get out of the building soon, so we can't. So a round of applause, please. Okay, first thing, a few of you have came and spoke to me. You're here tonight, you're not going home till tomorrow, and you've kind of self-organised to go to Brewdog for a few beers. So anyone that is still here that wants to go and chat with some people, please head along to there and enjoy yourselves. I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. And of course, thank you to all of our speakers who just delivered great session after great session today. So a round of applause for all of our sponsors and speakers. I also want to say thank you to our friendly faces who are scattered around with their blue t-shirts. You've been wonderful help for these 2 days, that have been quite long. But I really appreciate all the support. And thank you to Product Forge and Alan, who's in the back control room right now waiting for us all to get out of here. But they made it possible. They made it possible for the live stream to go out and for the videos to be online, so you can catch all the sessions soon. So thank you all for joining us and for taking the time to come to KubeHuddle. I know it's a gamble for a first-time conference. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and hopefully we'll see you all again next year. Far too kind, but thank you very much. You are now free.